Okay, fine. Finally, I think we're live on YouTube. I am Dr. Katherine Horton. This is William Binney, and I need just one moment to check that we're truly live on YouTube because I just don't trust the setup here. Let me just check. I haven't been doing this for a long time, so let me just see that we are really broadcasting. Finally, I think okay, yes, people can hear us. Great. Okay, sorry about the delay, guys. I should probably say a couple of words why I am half an hour late. And that's because the FBI regularly hacks my laptop. They regularly hijack my mouse and make it overt that they are sitting on my laptop. And they have deleted crucial evidence that I had on my laptop stored precisely for this presentation. And it was, to be precise, the body cam footage from the Butler CSU that I wanted to use to show you something. And I definitely had it because I analyzed the heck out of it and it was on my laptop and today it was gone. So I was frantically looking for that plus half a dozen of other things. So I'm sorry about this sabotage, but it's just par of the course. Now, as many of you know, Bill Binney and I have been trying to get through to Trump. Most of you probably think, who the hell are these people? Now, Bill here was the technical director of the NSA, and he is the math genius who built the architecture that NSA is using today. You designed it, you devised the whole thing. The biggest difference between what Bill left them with and what they're using now is that Bill devised his architecture to monitor foreign hostile militaries. Is that right? And organized crime.
And organized crime, yeah. But to protect the identity of anybody who was not associated with any of those activities, and also not to take in data on anybody who wasn't irrelevant to any of them. So that include everybody worldwide.
So in other words, in plain English, what happened is that when Bill created his architecture, NSA management came in and hijacked it and stripped it of all the privacy protections, which were concretely that all the data that was, first of all, data was not taken in unless there was a reason for an investigation. So it was not the mass surveillance of the world. The data was not stored, so nobody could access it.
It was smart selection based on deductive, inductive, and abductive logic, founded on the principles of probable cause by people's actions.
And what happened, and also what was stored, I should say, was also encrypted, as I understand it. Yep. So not even analysts, not even NSA analysts could find out whose communications they were looking at.
If they were not known to be a part of it, if there were new people coming in, their data was encrypted until we could show they were a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, you had maybe the terrorist, but you couldn't spy on the terrorist's mom or sister or the nanny, unless you had probable cause to think, hang on, the nanny is building IEDs, and you could go to a judge and ask for it to be decrypted. Is that right, Bill?
Yep.
That was the design. Yep. So now this will be very important to know this later on when we're talking about the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Because as many of you know, so I should also, finish the introduction. I'm Bill Binney's wife. We've been married for almost 5 years now.
Yeah.
Do you still think it was a good idea?
It's a good idea. Yes. I think so. I'm
All
still
right.
game. I'm still there.
Still game. I never put a gun to your head. I didn't force you to marry me. So if people look us up, there's quite an age difference. And he's a mathematician, a math genius. I'm a physicist. And hopefully by the end of the video, you'll realize I'm not fallen on my head either. Exactly. So it kind of works for us, but there's a sizable age difference of, I think, almost 39 years.
Yeah.
And I looked it up. About married couple, then the age differences. And I think this is the biggest age difference I could find. I looked at Charlie Chaplin. I have an Excel table because I love Excel tables and data analysis. And I think the guy who came closest was Rupert Murdoch. His wives tended to get younger, but I think he then divorced Wendy Dang. And then I think his last two wives since then had only an age gap of 25 years. Anyhow, the point is that Bill and I are very aligned in what we do because after retiring out of NSA urgently, you took early retirement when you found out that your programs are being subverted in it was just after 9/11, right?
Yeah, I first found out in early October of 2001. and it took 2 weeks then to get out.
Yeah, and you basically fled the Death Star as quickly
Yeah,
as you could
yeah.
after that. Because what Bill realized is that this totalitarian system was being built up, and they were taking in not just the full communications, telecommunications of the Americans, but of the entire world population. So, is that right?
Yes, and what they did to Trump in Mar-a-Lago, raiding his house, was what they did to me back in 2007.
Yeah.
And also the 4 other people who were involved in whistleblowing about the criminality, unconstitutional activity of the NSA, also shared with CIA and FBI and the DEA. And now Obama extended it to, I think, all of the intelligence agencies, so they can all look in at and all the data without a warrant or any oversight.
Yeah. And as we said, this is going to be extremely important when it comes to the assassination attempt in West Palm Beach, because on the face of it, I will jump ahead here. I wanted to start with the first one, but the reason why people need to listen to Bill, who's been trying to stop this criminality for now, what, 24 years, right? Over 24 years, is that for a long time, people were ignored. And the slogan was, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. That is not the actual modus operandum. The question should be, can you be turned into a business plan? Can your infant baby or your daughter or your wife be turned into a business plan by spying, for example, turning on the webcam and selling that footage to perverts? When you think about it like that, you realize that everybody around you is a cash cow. Can your medical files be accessed and sold to big pharma? Could anything be done to you and then your medical treatment be read out so that you can be humanly trafficked into covert medical experimentation? And the answer is a resounding yes to all of them. With mass surveillance, you can enslave and human traffic the entire world population and every single American. And the question is not, do you have something to hide? The question is, can you be turned into a business plan? Can they make money off you? And there is no personal, right?
And they do a lot of it with advertising, so.
Yes, but they always say, oh, well, it's because we're pushing third-party advertising at you. That is not why NSA was built, because they wanted to help the advertising industry. No. What we're going to get into in another video, which is what we're usually talking about, is a ginormous medical trafficking industry. Global Brain Chip and Mesogens contains photographs of microchips removed from American victims, actual microchips with quite astounding properties. And we're really talking about the human trafficking operation of everybody. However, today it's about Trump and his safety. Now, the reason why Bill Binney needs to be heard at some point by Trump is that this entire NSA apparatus, this sprawling criminal enterprise that had a quarter of a century to proliferate and really build up power, can also kill Trump. For example, the second assassination attempt, the shooter, Ryan Ruth, camped out at midnight, from what I've gathered from the news. Trump, before that, on Friday night, was, I think, somewhere in the desert in Arizona or somewhere out there in New Mexico. And I followed his rallies. And at the when he left after the rally, the last post I heard was that from where he was at the time, he was traveling to Utah. That was the last public pronouncement. He's traveling from here to Utah. However, what Trump did actually is fly back to Florida and go golfing with Steve Witkoff the next day. Now, from what has transpired through a Jesse Waters broadcast is that the Secret Service was told about Trump golfing at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, or 2 a.m. in the morning. Ryan Ruth at that time was already camped out for an hour and a half. Or 2 hours at the golf course. So Ryan Ruth knew before the Secret Service that Trump was going to go golfing. Now, this is relying on the fact that the news reports are accurate, which they might not be. But now let's assume for the sake of the argument they are. All right. Now, what most people would think is that if you want to find out who told the shooter that Trump would be golfing the next day, the list of suspects would be the people at Mar-a-Lago or his immediate Trump team who was traveling with him and who might have overheard the phone call. Now, that's a very reasonable first set of suspects who would have been working with Ryan Ruth. However, the real truth is that because of NSA's mass surveillance, and also because they obsessively break any commercially accessible encryption, and even more obsessively break any privately generated encryption, almost like a challenge, Trump's telecommunications are being hoovered up with mass surveillance and stored forever and made accessible like everybody else phone conversations to between 2,000 and 3,000 analysts within NSA. Is that right?
Well, within the intelligence community, all 16 agencies.
All 16 agencies.
Yeah.
So not just NSA, FBI, CIA, you know, whatever, DHS, but the whole lot. Now, 2,000 to 3,000 people. Now, 1% of the population are psychopaths who would gladly put their mother into a microwave for $5. So we're talking at least 20 to 30 psychopaths within the United States who can just access it. They wouldn't give a damn and pass it on to anybody. Now, it's even worse than that because all that data is being shared between the Five Eyes, right?
I think there's a good deal of it that at least with some of the Five Eyes, they probably share some of it.
So certainly the British Crown, okay? So MI6 will also access that data. And we'll get on to MI6, I think, in a future broadcast. But the point will be much clearer why that's important when we look at the announcement of the first assassination attempt and so on. There are continuous ties to old Europe and to British intelligence throughout the whole thread here. So what President Trump needs to know is that because people have not been listening to Bill for a quarter of a century, the problem is now so bad, it's very likely led to the second assassination attempt, or things like that can continue to happen because the list of suspects is everybody who might have overheard Trump's phone call by standing next to him, or just happens to be one of those 2,000 to 3,000 people within the United States. And how many would access it roughly in the Five Eyes? The same number?
I wouldn't think any more than 1,000.
1,000. So let's say we're talking 3,000 to 4,000 people. And access is pretty free, right? Somebody can sit down.
Well, it should be pointed out, the oversight that the intelligence community does of NSA and their data is looking at NSA analysts. They're not looking at FBI analysts or CIA analysts or anybody else on the other intelligence agencies who also have direct access and can query that data without any oversight or review. They don't have to go to a court. They don't have to do it. They just go right into the database through the IC-READ program that was exposed by Edward Snowden.
We should also say that nothing we're talking about here is classified because it has already been exposed by Edward Snowden over 10, 15 years ago. Between 10 and 15 years ago. So this is public knowledge. It's just that nobody has acted on it. Everybody has buried their head in the sand. And when people who are victims of the intelligences came forward, they were just treated like garbage. When Biden called them garbage, it was very much fitting with how people and Americans have been treated for a very long time, who ended up being targeted by the intelligence agencies for no fault of their own, apart from that they ended up in a business plan. So,
I should say, though, that and we've been trying to tell President Trump and his team that all of this data that already exists in government databases, in the NSA and various other agencies, all of that data that is there is all of the evidence of all of their crimes and who's involved in it and the thread and development of it over time. How for example, you know, the CCTV in the Georgia after-hours voting showed how they pulled ballots out from under a desk after they kicked everybody out, and then shoved them into the voting machine several times. That was clearly some violation of the voting, you know. And
strikingly looked like it. Oh, do not say the word. Do not say the word, or this YouTube video will be removed by YouTube.
Right.
So we're just talking about tablecloths.
Any evidence
and
that's
boxes
involved there
yes.
is also there.
Yes.
And it's retrievable. They don't throw their stuff away. It's all there.
Forever.
It's going to be stayed as long as they have. And that's why they had to build Bluffdale, that big storage facility, because they're storing content. The metadata for the entire world that I worked in could be stored in any given domain, like phones or whatever, in 3 racks of equipment, 3 by 3 at the base and 8 foot tall. That's it for the whole set of the world. That's the world for that domain, and that domain. So you can imagine 3 racks for like 6 different domains, phones, emails, banking, those kinds of
Don't forget
transactions,
medical files.
travel, medical files.
Medical
name
files
it.
are being stored.
And that's all you need. Well, that would take a room of about 20 foot by 100 foot, and that'd be it. Instead of a 1,000,000-foot storage facility in Bluffdale.
Bluffdale, Utah,
Now, you know,
1 million
therefore,
square
that,
foot.
that it's much more than metadata.
How many football fields is that?
I don't know.
Many.
A million.
Million square feet of storage that is basically storing people's entire lives since 2001.
Since 2001, yeah.
Yeah. So now the other upshot is that when Hillary Clinton deletes her emails, it doesn't matter because that's not where the tap points are. The tap points are before she even got the emails. The NSA got the emails and stored them.
It's in the system, yeah.
It's in the system. So Hillary's emails are there. Absolutely anything and everything that anybody emailed, text messaged, said, or wrote in an email ever, anywhere in the world, right? Since 2001
Just about, yeah.
is being stored by the NSA. Now, what that is, that data volume for data analysis is an overwhelming task. Once the data is there, just running through it. I know that because at CERN, we do exactly the same thing for a lot more legitimate reasons. So I knew what Bill was working on. He didn't have to tell me any classified information because as a particle physicist at CERN and at DAISY, the other particle physics site in Hamburg, Germany, where I worked, you have massive data streams coming out of your particle collisions, and you have to apply so-called first, second, and third level triggers to only select the data and only keep the data that you're truly interested in. You have to make rapid decisions about what you're looking for, and the rest of the data is thrown away. So I understood Bill's model very well, and I also understand how hard data analysis is when you take everything in. To then just go through all the events. In my case, it would be particle physics events, collision events. In Bill's case, it would be phone calls, emails. But then going through everything is very, very slow. It's extremely slow and time consuming. So that is not a smart way of doing it. That's not what we do in particle physics. So anyway, you already see that we have a lot of commonalities here, but ultimately how we got together was that I became a victim of the intelligence agencies without a fault of my own as an 18-year-old university student at the University of Oxford. At the time, I had no freaking clue. And with time, I figured out that I've been loaded into covert non-consensual human experimentation. My body has been implanted with the microchips documented in Dr. Hildegard Staninger's book here. And my body emits like a mobile phone, which I have measured at a Belgian university together with other victims. So I have scientific evidence to back this up. And Bill did a survey of victims of the intelligence agencies in 2017, I believe. And I did a much more extensive and detailed one starting in 2017 and completed in 2018. So what we really wanted to do is work together to stop the so-called targeted individuals program. This is really a covert, non-consensual human experimentation program that the Western intelligence agencies are doing for big business, for the military-industrial complex, and both of us happen to be victims. But both of us ended up as experts, kind of involuntarily, experts in Secret Service criminality. So that is what we are doing together. And yes, this is basically the background story. And I think it's important for people to understand, because when I went down to Mar-a-Lago to talk to the Secret Service outside the gates of Mar-a-Lago, I think they were a bit bewildered by the story. If you've never heard about all of the stuff that we're doing, it sounds a bit mad, but this is the truth. So I have been researching Secret Service criminality pretty much full time since 2016. So, and you have been doing it ever since you blew the whistle.
2001.
2001.
Yeah.
So by now,
internally in all the right channels, and for the first 6 years, and then they attacked us and wanted to throw us in jail, calling us criminals. They fabricated, just like they did with Trump, fabricated evidence against him, and they fabricated evidence against us. We caught them at it though, and we threatened them with malicious prosecution. Then they ran because we had the goods on them. You know, they just couldn't go to court because we would make them look like criminals. And that's what we wanted to do, because they are.
Yeah. And I guess the raid on you was falsely justified their claim that you leaked something to the New York Times
New
or
York
something.
Times, yeah.
Yeah. But in
Yeah.
actual fact, they knew that the real leaker was
Thomas Tam.
Thomas
And they knew
Tam.
that.
Yeah.
They knew that at the time.
Yeah.
They also had all our emails and all our phone calls, and they were looking at the Stellar Wind program, which is the domestic spying program. Mueller said that in 2011 to an interview that he gave. And he just said, we've been using the Stellar Wind program since 2001. So he knew that we had no contact with anybody in the New York Times.
Yeah.
But he knew that Thomas Tam did.
So basically, everything that Trump went through, Bill already went through a long
Yeah.
time before. Also, we figured out that Bill had his first assassination attempt in 1998.
Yeah.
After he sessionized the internet and did pretty much everything within NSA, then that later on, within I think weeks of you finishing that work,
A month.
turned into Google.
Yeah, they outsourced it to Google and
Yeah.
funded the program for 2 guys from Stanford to form Google.
Right. What I figured out is that a suspicious accident that Bill had in his community where he was T-boned by a Russian taxi driver was actually a hit on him that nearly killed him and his wife. But anyway, that's a story for another time. Bill had already the assassination attempt that was 98,
Yeah,
right?
right.
In 2007, he had the fake raid by the FBI. And in 2008, Bill started having suspicious flesh-eating bacterial infections. MRA and MSSA,
Yeah.
one after the other, which one after
And another one too. So.
independently, one after the other, led to the loss of both his lower legs. Now, since then, Bill had a total of 11 or 12. I lost
I
count.
think it's 12.
12 flesh-eating bacterial infections. And I said to Bill, I think statistically, I'm the data analyst, the physicist here. Statistically, that is physically impossible. So one person
I
might
also
have
calculate probabilities.
Yes, you also do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But basically, the probability to have one flesh-eating bacterial infection is very, very low. To lose a limb, one limb, is even rarer. To have a second flesh-eating bacterial infection is pretty much unheard of. To then lose a second limb in an independent flesh-eating bacterial infection, I think you're the only example I know of. And there was years between these two, but now Bill is a double amputee. And after these infections, he had another 8. It's, oh, no, sorry, I lost count. 10, whatever, 2 plus 10, 10. And these flesh-eating bacterial infections stopped when I said, Bill, I think the FBI is breaking into your house at night, because I have the testimony from MI6 agents that they do that. They anesthetize people with the gas, and the flesh-eating bacterial infections stopped after I moved here and I put a deadbolt on the inside of our bedroom and deadbolted absolutely everything.
Yeah.
So that's when it just stopped after years of this nonsense. So anyway, the bottom line is that Bill and I independently have been through hell and backwards. We have experienced everything, the lawfare, the assassination attempts. I had a string of my own here that I'll talk about another day. And we've really urged Trump to listen to us because we know what we're talking about, unlike everybody else, quite frankly. Now, I don't want to be mean, but the point is that if Trump wants to drain the swamp, his nominees we like a lot. I love them all, right? Cash, Tulsi Gabbard, Grinnell, excellent choices. The problem is that none of them are technical. And at some point, they need to have, Trump needs somebody technical who understands the architecture that FBI, CIA, and so on, and the military rely on, and that is NSA, and Bill built this system.
Plus the major problem he has is they don't have anybody that has ever been involved in automating the analysis process, which means you feed the data in and then the system gives you the answer with all the backup data and you review it, but the answer is already given to you from the process that's designed. And that's how it's basically how you capture the thought process of analysts. That's fundamentally what it is.
Yeah. I guess if I had to guess anything, people think that they can use AI to do that. What they don't understand is AI at the ultimate core doesn't do anything different, but it has the infinite capacities to screw up. Now, neural networks are being used in particle physics. The problem with them is that they are even more work intensive than a hand-tailored cut-based analysis by a human, because it takes even more brain power to make sure that what the computer spits out at the end is correct. If you create a black box, you will work overtime checking every bit of that black box that what it gives you out is actually valid. Now, a very understandable example are these AI-generated little video clips and images that we have. They all have a fundamental flaw. There's AI-generated images of people dancing. When their body rotates, their head doesn't rotate. Egregious mistake. Now, easy to understand in a video clip, but when there's a data analysis and the AI does some garbage, it will take a super genius to figure out what that garbage actually is, if you know what I mean. So the more complex the process, the more genius level the supervisor has to be who is monitoring that process and using the process. So those people who think that they can outsource thinking to AI will have a rude awakening. Just like I really loved when Trump was talking about I think they're called foremen, and it was about the automatization. And Trump said automatization is not a blessing because you will end up spending more money maintaining those automated systems. Now, that is exactly the case for AI on steroids. It gives you a lot of stuff very fast, but it very quickly turns into a lot of garbage at high volume. That's the problem. So anyway, this is just the background from a particle physicist who's done the analysis for particles that Bill did for organized crime and terrorists, right? Now, but what we really want to talk about today is the assassination attempts and how to protect the inauguration Monday. Now, what I want to do is I want to go through the evidence. I wanted to go through this evidence months ago in September. I should also say that we wrote, when I found the announcement by the intelligence agencies of the first assassination attempt, it took me about a week to cross-check with our local police that what I was assuming was really correct. And I should say I checked it with the two local police officers whom we trust and have a good relationship with. It's the chief of our local police and his sergeant. That's his rank, right? And both of them confirmed that what I found was really worrisome and needed to be investigated. So I just want to say, when I launch into all this is not, just something that's in my little head. This is something that absolutely needs to be looked at. Now, the other thing I want to say is that when I found the announcement of the first assassination attempt, I've been investigating pretty much continuously full time since the Butler assassination attempt. I studied everything up and down, looking for everything I could find. And I think what I found was the announcement, the coordination on the day, and a handful of people who were involved on the day, in addition to the shooter. And that's what I want to present. When we had this set together, and when I had confirmation from our police that, yes, indeed, it needs to be looked at, we wrote to Trump on the 18th of September, and I have the confirmation, UPS confirmation things here. I posted it, where's the actual time, at 5:20 p.m. on the 18th of September and 5:18 p.m. on the 18th of September. These two letters went out to President Trump and his protective detail leader, Sean Curran, and we sent it to New York and to Mar-a-Lago because we didn't know where Trump was staying. He was a bit like an electron. He had a wave function. He was at many places at once.
So it's a good way to do it. Anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, these two letters were received by people at Trump Tower in New York and at Mar-a-Lago on the next day, I think in the morning and at 4 p.m. It was a bit quicker sending it to Mar-a-Lago. So on the 19th of September, the dates are important. The 19th of September, the guy in the morning was called Andrew, who signed these letters. It was basically a signature required, and with the tracking code. And in New York, the guy was called Anthony. Andrew and Anthony signed for these letters in these two places. Now, this is very important because what happened a couple of hours after sending this is that rally goers were attacked, and there's all this awful stuff that happened. But anyway, the bottom line is The FBI seemed to have gotten our letters and seemed to have retaliated in rather overt fashion against rally-goers, but neither the Secret Service, nor Sean Curran, nor Trump, or anybody in his entourage ever reached out. And it was very strange because we're basically saying, hey, these are the people who tried to kill you, and these are the people who were involved with killing Corey Comparator. It needs to be looked at. And oh, by the way, the FBI is involved, so we can't really give this to the FBI, can we? However, you guys have an immediate interest in this. Now, when we didn't get a reply to our letters, I said to Bill, I think the FBI is stealing our letters. Not surprising, because I'm saying the FBI tried to kill Trump. So I guess if they didn't try to at least steal the letters, I don't know, right? They wouldn't be pulling their weight. So we decided, I had the idea to set a trap, and we decided to write a second letter that I sent on the 2nd of December to only Mar-a-Lago at the time. And this time the letter was only addressed to Sean Curran. And that's because I wanted a clean test of just the system, the Secret Service system. I thought, hey, maybe Trump came in and, did an executive decision to say, hey, ignore the kooks, right? They are idiots. I don't trust them. Ignore them. Okay, that's fine. But I wanted to see if the Secret Service responds or even got the letters. So I wanted to eliminate this nagging uncertainty if they don't reply, was it Trump or was it not? So the second letter was only sent to the Secret Service for this specific reason, to do a system stress test. And in that letter, we said, in a week's time, so this was sent on the 2nd of December and received on the 3rd of December, sent to the Secret Service, and this time, the tracking code, UPS tracking code, says that it was signed for under the name Secret Service. So I'll show you a screenshot of this. The Secret Service signed for this by name, okay? That was genius because that was the evidence I needed. And in that letter, I said, in a week's time, I'm going to travel to Mar-a-Lago and I'm going to hand in the evidence about the assassination attempts that you guys need to look at, because it's the network that organized the first assassination attempt. Now, when I gave a date, I said, I'm going to be at the South Gate outside of Mar-a-Lago. I don't want to get into Mar-a-Lago. There's no security threat coming from me. I'm just going to hand over the evidence for you to investigate. It couldn't get any more trivial than that, right? So I gave the date as the 9th of December at 10 a.m. in the morning. So I announced I will be out there and I will try to hand in this evidence peacefully, quietly, right? When I went to Mar-a-Lago the Sunday before the 9th, the FBI tried to kill me on the road. They also sabotaged the car, and I will get into the actual proof of what they did. They detached the underside cover from our car, so I had to repair it myself. They sabotaged the speedometer. They basically broke a cable above the wheel, and they did a bunch of stuff that made it clear that the FBI for sure got our letter and took it very seriously indeed. But when I turned up at Mar-a-Lago, or rather on the bridge, and I just walked up to the police officer and said, hi, I'm here for a meeting. Could you please notify the Secret Service? The Secret Service came out and they had no record of any letters, none. Now, I should say that when I was talking to the Secret Service guy, when you're standing on the pedestrian side of the bridge, and somebody pulls up in a car, you are looking south, so straight into the sun, right? So when the Secret Service guy came, I couldn't even see a name tag or even facial features that much. All I can tell you is what it was, a big pile of muscle, roughly twice my size. I know it doesn't narrow it down within the Secret Service, does it? But anyway, so I'm talking to this guy. He has sunglasses, and I'm looking south straight into the sun. It's important because I can't see any facial features. I can't check for micro expressions, and I can't really tell if he's lying or not unless his voice betrays it. But when I talked to him, he sounded honest. Maybe he's the best actor ever and he should be in Hollywood instead of being with the Secret Service. But from what I heard and could check, he genuinely had no record of these letters. Now, this is extremely important because even if you wanted to smear the retired technical director of the NSA and his wife, who's an investigator in her own right and was an expert witness in Europe, as a kook, you would at least have to warn the gate. You would have to say, hey guys, we got this letter from these two kooks. The big boss, President Trump, says, ignore these. I'm not interested. But they said they're going to be here next Monday, 10 a.m. Could you please fob them off? But you would not set up your colleagues utterly clueless so that on the day they are scrambling and trying to figure out on the fly, what the heck's going on and what am I dealing with here, right? Besides, we gave name, address, email, phone number, basically all those parameters where you could just call somebody in the FBI and find out everything about us, right?
Yep.
With those parameters. So you could check. If you thought we were a threat, you had a week to frickin' check it. And with the FBI accessing NSA, it would take, what, 5 minutes to pull up everything about us?
Well, a query on simply the metadata would take about 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Then the rest of it, it'd take probably most of a minute or two to pull all of that data down.
Yeah. So basically you could call somebody in the FBI if you wanted to find anything out about us. And it was on purpose that I gave a week. It was on purpose that I never wanted to go into Mar-a-Lago. I just wanted to get to the gate and hand stuff over. Now, I can also give people detailed information about everything they need to know about directed energy weapons, these creepy body implants that have been put into Americans and so on. But the most important one was the stuff about the assassination attempt. Now, all this is relevant to what's going to happen tomorrow, because I want to, in this video, talk people through the evidence that I found, and I don't care how long it's going to take. I'm going to release Bill fairly soon because he's absolutely exhausted after today, but I'm going to go through all the evidence and put it in one place so that I can show you everything that happened since Butler and everything that I found. And the reason why it's super important is because I saw the exact same announcement appear again exactly a week before the inauguration, and it's exactly a week within the hour. So at midday on Monday, I saw the exact same thing, which basically in Intel code said, this thing is going forward and look for the signs. That's what it was. So of course I freak out, and I spent the last week pretty much freaking out the whole time, absolutely going through everything, running my analysis, rerunning, looking for stuff and looking for signs. Unfortunately, apart from this announcement, I haven't found anything. So I have to go back, present everything that I've found so far, hoping that somebody could take it further. Somebody who has access to IC reach and all the other stuff. Now, what we also wanted to get across to Trump is, with the breadcrumbs that I found, using the architecture that Bill has built and the capabilities that the intel agencies have, actually, it's even better that they're collecting everything. Your old version would have only kept the actual crimes at the time, right?
Well, I mean, all it did was I left them with all the setup to do the automation of analysis. I didn't get into that yet, but so they don't have that, but they've got the basic setup of all the relationships, indexing, and all that, of all the information that they've collected, which means that you could easily find, if you knew a target or you knew somebody that you wanted to investigate, you could really rapidly pull up everything that they have in the database about him.
In other words, when I'm about to present a police officer who was involved, people at the Butler rally whose faces I have, together with facial recognition and the FBI databases, once you have identified them, actually can pull them probably out with phone tracking and so on. So with all the data that we have, the whole analysis of this network could have been done in a couple of days, I would say.
Oh, easily.
Easily. All right, can you say that loud, please?
Easily.
Thank you. Thank you. So when I'm trying to reach out to Trump on the 18th of September, the Secret Service had, since the 19th of September until now, to figure out who the fuck tried to kill Trump the first time. They could have rerun the analysis also with the second assassination attempt. And by the time you have the third, which was this really weird stuff in Coachella, where the guy was arrested with a bunch of different passports, it was like almost like the intelligence agencies weren't even trying any longer. The point is, by that time, as soon as you start investigating any further bullshit that the intelligence agencies pull, the more data you have, the more handles you have on the case. By now, the whole thing would be done and dusted. And the Secret Service wouldn't have to scramble last minute, put in the inauguration inside, worry about, oh, have we secured this thing? Could it be drones? You know, we have a bunch of drone, spectrum analyzers on and drone monitoring drones on our cars now because we're scared of drones. You take the insecurity out of all this because you start with the ones who were definitely involved last time and work outwards from that. At the end of the day, there's only a very limited number of people on planet Earth who could pull off something like that, or who would even be interested to pull off something like that. And I also would like to say that based on the analysis I've run, none of the attempts against Trump were lone wolf. They all were clean US intelligence, the whole thing. And I think if you go back to the assassination of JFK, it's not going to take anybody by surprise. Are you surprised?
No.
Right. So anyway, this is basically it. Okay, I'm going to launch into the actual, I'm going to dig into the weeds, and Bill has heard it a million times because I talked it through so many times. He's bored of it. But yes, I am really stressed that I might have missed something, and I'm hoping that by presenting this, some investigators who are still up at, at 10 p.m. East Coast time might maybe find something else that I've missed, or it might trigger a memory or an association where people could take it further. Now, the other reason why I also decided to go live today, so last minute, is because we have tried since September. We reached out to everybody who could possibly get information to Trump, and we didn't get any feedback at all. And it's almost like we don't exist, like we're ghosts or we're idiots. I don't know what the problem is, but the bottom line is Cash is great, Tulsi Gabbard is great, Richard Grenell, they are all great, but none of them understand how the system truly works. None of them are technical. And what that means is that with their best of intentions, the intelligence agencies are going to take them by the hand and lead them up the primrose path. In other words, they will be bullshitted all the way by everybody in lower management who is desperate to keep the game going, to keep these extremely lucrative covert business plans against the American people going. Do you think that's a fair assessment from what you've seen?
Well, from experience, I mean, that's what I've been saying for 21, 22 years now, is that one of the main ways they get away with all this stuff is they buffalo the Congress, they buffalo anybody that tries to do any review of anything they're doing. Some of the IG reports have at least picked out and gone through down to people who actually do the work. Then they get the truth, right? But if you don't go down that level, you don't get the truth. You get the management perception of what they want you to hear.
Yeah. And I think a lot of lying. Also, I should say that after leaving particle physics, I decided to study complex human systems as a physicist. That is legal systems, currencies, financial systems, economies, anything human-made. And I came across the same cartel structure, no matter what system I looked at. And I came across what I would call deep capture. So systems that are intended to work one way are being subverted and captured by organized crime and psychopaths to work another way. So when we're looking at deep capture, a system that ended up in deep capture can never, ever recover. Deep capture is when criminals and psychopaths have reached the board level and have taken over the majority. A system in deep capture can never, ever recover by itself because it would require for the board to sack itself due to corruption. That's never going to happen. So in other words, as soon as an intelligence agency, a government intelligence agency, a bank falls into deep capture, that is it. The only way to recover is for an even bigger system to come along and forcefully remove the board. Now, in the case of the US government, that is Trump. He, as the president, can come in and remove people from the top. The problem is, if he now puts in, that's what he's trying to do. He's going to put in cash into the FBI. Hopefully, Tulsi Gabbard will be director of national intelligence, and Richard Grenell was the what again?
CIA.
CIA. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's great. But then you have one person sitting on top of a captured organization where several layers of management are as dark and black as they come. They are into black ops, criminal ops, they are circumventing management. So in other words, you haven't achieved anything because this monster is still going to do its own thing. It's going to network among other agencies and subvert and circumvent the leadership. To avoid that, you really need Bill's program. Now, what Bill has done, you presented it at Professor James Fetz's conference, is Bill has a proposal for an investigative body. They could have easily investigated the assassination attempt against Trump. Within hours, they would have the answer. And your idea presented it was that the investigative body has the right to go
anywhere and everywhere. My wife likened it to the immune system of the body and the white blood cells going anywhere in the body and fixing problems with the invasive bacteria, like illegal immigrants, for example, or cancer cells like criminals in the government itself, or just dead cells, waste, that kind of stuff. All of that would be
contaminants, pathogens, cancer.
All poor management of money, or wasting money, fraud, waste, all of that could be easily picked out.
Now, the thing is that as far as the money and efficiency is concerned, Doge is brought in. Doge has only a remit of 2 years, but the point is that Doge didn't have any investigative capabilities where they really could be investigating crime. Now, that would have been the job of the FBI, but as I'm about to present, the FBI just tried to kill Trump several times, / CIA, NSA, they're always involved together.
And they have a vested interest in keeping the status quo.
Yes.
Keep things going the way they are.
Yeah.
So everybody's gravy train, really.
Yeah. So right now we're in the situation that we have a body, a government body with its organs, the individual departments, but there is no immune system. So everything ends up cancerous and diseased, basically. So an immune system would be that agents like white blood cells go into absolutely everything, make sure that everything is running and actively eliminating all the bad stuff. And there has to be a continuous monitoring and investigation, and criminal charges need to be brought.
And I would point out that most of that could be fully automated, so that there would be, a minor amount of work for people, but most of it would be done by software.
Yeah. The other thing is that, and this should not be AI though, because
it's software that will do exactly what it's told to do.
Yeah.
I don't call that AI.
Yeah, I don't like AI at all because I know quite much better than anybody else what it can do, and also how much maintenance it requires when you have created these self-learning black boxes. But anyway, the actual point is that thing that you're proposing was already put in place at NSA. So it's not the pie in the sky. It's a system that already existed, a system that was I think it cost 1/1000th of their competing program.
Yeah, it was a little over $3 million, $3.2 million to do from scratch. And the system they advocated, Hayden did internally in NSA, is called Trailblazer, and that cost about $4 billion.
Yeah.
So it's about a little over 1,000 times.
Yeah. So 1/1000th in the cost. For the cost of $3 million, this program was already in place. It was already tested and deployed. It was running, and it was super successful. In fact, so successful that the deep state had to shut it down because it would have exposed their own operations ongoing. So that is Bill's proposal for this agency that we also would like to get to Trump. And hopefully by the time I've presented this and you see just how diseased these agencies are, you can see the actual purpose of this. Now, this was a very, very long introduction, but I think this is the important things to notice. I mean, I would like to dive into the weeds and go concrete, but the big picture overview is that if you keep ignoring whistleblowers like Bill for a quarter of a century, and you let the NSA mass surveillance proliferate, they will try to kill people like Trump because they can. They would be stupid not to, almost. So they have the power to monitor everybody live who's even preparing or thinking about going up against them. And of course, the first thing that they would do is try to kill them. Now, all this monitoring and going against people is being done by the intelligence agencies. There's nobody else. Iran would utterly screw themselves if they ever attempted something of this scale. and they are desperate to hold on to power and to their own little business plans there. So it's ludicrous to even think that Iran would come and just rock up and try to kill Trump. They would rather keep their mouth shut and fly under the radar than do something quite of the scale. However, as far as the deep state is concerned, Trump is the biggest once in a, not just a lifetime, once in millennia sort of threat to the deep state's operations. And of course, they would then deploy NSA and the full capabilities of NSA as being used by the FBI and CIA to try to bring him down. And as we're trying to make the point, the second assassination attempt has the clear hallmarks, unless it was somebody who just happened to be standing next to Trump. But then a person like that, again, would have to be an intel plant, because why would it just occur to this person to call another CIA operative called Ryan Ruth and tell him that Trump is in fact going to go golfing the next day? So whichever way you turn the Rubik's Cube, you always get back the intelligence agencies. It's either an intelligence agency plant by Trump's side who overheard the conversation, or based on the numbers, much more likely, it's the NSA, ongoing NSA surveillance of everybody, including Trump, where up to 3,000 or 4,000 people in the UK and 1,000 of them elsewhere could have just picked up this, presumably a phone call or text message with Steve Witkoff, because I don't think Steve Witkoff organized it with Trump at 2:30 a.m. Probably not. I think the guy probably sleeps,
before that,
right?
early in the evening, probably.
Yeah, probably in the early evening, maybe even a couple of days before. But the point is that this mass surveillance and the intelligence apparatus has reached such a scale that they don't shy away trying to kill the president repeatedly. And that's the point where we all have to come together and shut this down. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
actually, we have to shut the entire captured empire down.
Yeah, we have to cycle out of deep capture, which is how I put it. But anyway, so this is it. I want President Trump to understand, and everybody who's around him and who hopefully maybe one day listens to this video, there is a cheap, fast, already tried and tested and deployed solution. It's just that it was subverted by the intelligence agencies to do the exact opposite. What we need to do is get back to the professional approach, this what you call it?
Call it a professional, disciplined
approach. Yes, where the intelligence agencies only ever collect the stuff that relates to terrorism and organized crime.
And I would say we already were doing that in the 1990s. But in order to do it, you had to be able to see everything, which we could, but we never selected anything except that which was relevant. And that was done online as the data was flowing down the fiber optic lines.
In other words, if that model had been not tampered with, and if NSA wouldn't have gone rogue and switched over to, by the way, unconstitutional mass surveillance that even violates their own charter because they're not allowed to spy on Americans, if we had the old model, they could have never ever spied on Trump's cell phone. And Ryan Ruth, if he was told through that method, could have never been at the golf course at midnight.
Yes, and it would actually see, I had argued all along that all this mass surveillance and mass collection of data was making their analysts dysfunctional. That's why they couldn't stop any terrorist attacks using that data. So, but with a professional, disciplined approach of smart selection of data and information, focused in on probable cause and actions of people and is evident in the data, then then you can use that to select out only that which was relevant or highly relevant, and that would make an enriched database for your analysts to go look at and try to find the problem in advance. And it would reduce the problem, by orders of thousands, of maybe 1 million times less data to look at, or more even. So it would make the problem of data a manageable problem for analysts. They didn't even see that. And their own analysts were complaining about that, overloaded with over collection. They've got memos. Edward Snowden released some of those memos from internally in NSA and also MI6, GCHQ. Yeah. And they're all saying the same thing. But they're buried. They can't see the threat coming. Well, that's why we did the thin thread program in the 1990s, because even back then it was that bad. But now, once you go to fiber optic rates and then multiply it by rack and stack and collect everything, why you've increased the haystack orders of magnitude more. And it makes it harder to find the needle in that haystack.
Given everything else that happened, I think analysts not being able to find a threat was very much the point.
Yeah.
It was very much the point. So we urgently need to, if we the people want and humanity wants to get control of the situation, we need to get back to that approach. This is what I'm trying to say. It's like, you can ignore us. I mean, you know, you can ignore us, but you will pay the price, because what we're trying to, and this is not the threat, I'm just saying, people will pay the price, because there is no other way. You can't do it this way. This way has been set up to enslave and human traffic and exploit the American people, and to open them up to assassination by anybody, by all and sundry. You cannot keep going with this model. You have to protect Americans' privacy.
And in the world, really.
Anywhere in the world. And by the time they quite overtly, and I will show you just how careless all these assassination attempts were. Like, they don't even give a damn anymore. They don't care that we know that they know, that we know that they know, you know? It's just like, pff, we don't care. We're just going to keep trying to kill the president and screw everybody else. Now, when they're this careless, imagine how they are treating a single mother with an autistic child. Just think about the exploitation, the medical trafficking, what they would do to the child who can't express himself or herself, what they would do to the mother who's vulnerable and doesn't have a guy by her side to stand up for her. Now, when you comprehend just what they're capable of, you begin to understand what the targeted individuals program of the FBI is actually doing to Americans. So anyway, this is the justification. This is everything. I just wanted to say to those people in the Secret Service who maybe watched this video and wondered who the capital F, that woman on the bridge, was, it was me. I am not mentally ill, for sure. I am a very, very logical analyst, wouldn't you say?
Yes, she's the physicist. I'm the mathematician. That's
right. I was never on medication. None of us is suicidal or would ever commit suicide, just to say that. But we have been fighting the intelligence agencies for a very, very long time. And I would say, between you and me, we have fought them, I think, in the most professional way. So we stand for high scientific standards, investigative discipline, honesty, and just the scientific method. That is all that we are doing. All right, on this note, I'm now going to dive into the weeds and actually concretely talk about a couple of things. I've been talking for an hour. Could you possibly get me a glass of water and look after our dogs? And meanwhile, I'm going to share my screen. Before you go, I want to point people to the talk that you have given at Professor Fetzer's conference. Let me just share my screen. And it is this one here. So if people want to hear Bill's presentation in a bit more detail, it is this one here. It is it was called the False Flag and Conspiracies Conference when was this? In December, with Professor James Fetzer. Now, his videos are on BitChute, and this video was called Drain the Swamp and Keep It Clean by William Binney. So you can see it here. I call it How to Drain the Swamp in Style. So that's it. All right. So now I'm going to get into the whole stuff with the assassination attempts. Please get me a glass of water.
Okay.
Thank you. So yes. Now, what I want to also get started with is because on the average day, I am talking about directed energy weapon attacks and covert non-consensual implanting. I was quite impressed, surprised to see that apparently there was a statement about 9 days ago about the White House. The Biden White House made a statement about anomalous health incidents, and that they're going to inform the incoming Trump administration about all the work they did in trying to, directed intensive research into this by the leading laboratories, right? Informed by experts in and outside of government. Now, when you read this, it sounds great that they actually did something about anomalous health incidents, but in actual fact, these anomalous health incidents were very much created by the intelligence agencies. So people have been complaining about directed energy weapons and being attacked by them for a very, very, very long time. It has been an ongoing issue, and people have been reporting this to the FBI in the many thousands. And again, this will tie back to the stuff that they have unleashed on some Trump people and that they will unleash ever more. So what I want to say is that the backstory of these anomalous health incidents is that they really started in the 1950s. The 1950s and 60s was when microwave weapons were first developed and also tested on American people. Now, the expression tinfoil hat can be precisely dated because there hasn't been any tin in alufoil, I think, since the late 1960s. So tinfoil hat predates all this. It goes back to the 50s and early 60s. And what it was is when they first started experimenting with microwave weapons, they would put a microwave oven in an adjacent apartment next to a victim and basically irradiate their heads. That's my water coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So the point is, the Secret Service needs to know about. Oh, sorry. Could you just close the door in case we have large dogs, and when they can hear me, they will just all over me. So the Secret Service needs to know this because they might have some rudimentary understanding of microwave weapons, but I assure you, you have no freaking clue of what the modern version of these weapons is capable of. I know because they have been gunning me with them since the 10th of January 2016. So it's now, just past the 9th anniversary of the gunning of my body with every type of directed energy weapon you can imagine. I have been burned, I've been bruised, I've been shot in the head. I survived several assassination attempts where I was shot in the head with pulsed energy projectiles. They tried to shoot me dead with them the very first time when I launched my court case. And I know exactly what it feels like being shot and being nearly knocked out and being knocked out by these things, and what it feels like to be burned, and how it's different from how a microwave weapon is different from a modern pulsed energy projectile gun, and so on and so on. So I can tell you guys, if you want to find out something about these weapons, the White House will never tell you the truth because it's the White House that has been using it on people throughout the whole Biden administration, and the intelligence agencies have been using it for a long time. Now, there's proof for that because under Obama, there was the so-called Obama Bioethics Committee that was looking into what would be called anomalous health incidents. And some of the videos from the Obama Bioethics Commission can be found on YouTube, and Americans can be seen to testify about the most horrific, sadistic crimes against them by the military, US military, and US intelligence agencies. So that goes back to Obama. What happened at the end of the testimonies of the Obama Bioethics Committee is that people were basically told, oh, well, thank you for telling us and goodbye, right? I suspect that it was just used to study people's response and attempts to inform others and try to seek help from government. And I think it was a big exercise in studying how to block people from getting help. That is my personal, suspicion. But then again, I'm bitter and suspicious about these things. Now, the reason why the Secret Service needs to know about all that is because, as I said, some people in the Trump ecosystem have been attacked, and I have reason to believe that some people in the Secret Service have been attacked, and I will get into that. The bottom line is that when you see this stuff, these announcements from the White House, right, keep that in mind, that it's not what it seems. In other words, what I would say to President Trump is the probability of the White House telling him the truth about this stuff is what I said on True Social today. It's like the probability of Halley's Comet landing on the Great Lawn of Mar-a-Lago tonight. The probability is basically fuck all, right? The likelihood of them even admitting to the capabilities remotely is just non-existent, because because they are planning on using this on Trump, okay? And I seriously think that what happened with some people is this whole technology being tested and gently rolled out. But every time the intelligence agencies do something, they do it very overtly, almost on purpose. No, not almost on purpose, on purpose, because the dread the victim feels is part of the fun. And also it's because they are signaling, it's like an ego display, like peacock feathers. They are signaling to their followers, their millions of covert followers in society, just how powerful they are. So anyway, with this said, let's just get into it. I really only wanted to leave the topic of directed energy weapons to last. I didn't really want to get into it right now, but as I already started, I'm going to just continue this. Sorry, let me just make some space here. Okay, so anyway, starting with directed energy weapons, the incidents that people need to be aware of, okay, is I actually think that directed energy weapons are the most likely source of attack on Trump and his followers and his nominees and his family members, much, much more likely than the drones. Now, what I would like to say about tomorrow, the inauguration, is that note the following thing. Everybody in the press is now going on about the threat from drones. And yes, it has been there. And, it has been pointed out many, many times that there is, in fact, a threat coming from drone attacks. That has been there for a very long time, and nobody did anything. Susan Crabtree, the journalist who reports about the Secret Service, pointed out that one guy in the Secret Service who was very keen on expanding and kind of building up the drone capabilities of the Secret Service was pretty much ostracized, underwent a takedown operation, and basically in the end left. It was horrendous. It was like, I don't know what to compare it to. It's like dumb people around him didn't want him to look clever, and that's why they destroyed him. This is what it sounds like to me when I read the Susan Crabtree's report. Anyhow, the point is you better get that guy back because you do need those capabilities, okay? So somebody who has the self-driven enthusiasm to set this up for you, yeah, you bloody need them by yesterday. But as regards tomorrow, it is, I think, very unlikely that the threat is going to come from drones. And that is because the intelligence agencies and the military have been working overtime to put the thought, to prime people to think along the lines of drones. Do you remember the drones flying everywhere on the East Coast in New Jersey and above Bedminster, above Trump? They worked so hard. Just think about the manpower, the hours of work, and the investment in fuel and battery power, whatever, that you need to just pull off the shit show. Now, what you need to know about these goddamn drones is that the typical drones are camouflaged. So the drones that Bill and I are being gunned with Monday to Sunday are visually camouflaged. In plain English, it means to the naked eye, it is invisible. I'll be damned if I can spot a single drone out there when I go outside, especially during the daytime, even though I know that they are gunning the ceiling, because all day today there were impact sounds right above my head in whatever room I was in. So they follow me around the house and then shoot the ceiling to terrorize me. Yet when I go outside, all I see is a blue sky. So basic visual camouflages, for example, painting the underside of a drone nitrogen blue so it blends in, but there are much more sophisticated technologies out there. One invisibility shield was even presented on the Fox News show Gutfeld one night, and I can show you another time. All you need to know for tonight is that if they wanted to run any sort of operation, right, regarding drones, they could make them invisible. And if they do something quite as, I don't know, spectacular as what they've been doing over in New Jersey, it would be so easy just to operate these drones in darkness. They don't have to be lit up like a Christmas tree because the drones can see each other by different means. They can probe the ground with basically Wi-Fi, okay, with microwaves. You don't need a lit up freaking drone operated in the sky, right? In fact, drones are lit up specifically when they are near airports and stuff like that. So the standard operating method of a military drone is a dark one. So when they spend so much time and energy to make a big old spectacle, especially right above Trump's house in Bedminster, as he himself pointed out, I think he even canceled the trip there because this whole thing was like a big freak show. Well, you know, when they're working so hard that everybody keeps their eye on the drones, the real threat will be exactly away from that. So forget about the drones. You've done, I hope, all the work already for tomorrow to guard against drones, right? That is not where the threat comes from. The threat comes from microwave weapons and pulsed energy projectiles. And the reason I say that is because a child can build a microwave weapon. There are YouTube videos out there where children have, or teenagers have done just that. And I will dig one out another time here. But microwaves are one thing. The second thing is pulsed energy projectiles. You can do visual targeting that no spectrum analyzer in the world will ever detect. And then you can shoot somebody in the head with a pulsed energy projectile that can kill them, knock them out. And I think it's pretty impossible for the Secret Service to even know where the weapon is. There will be no bullet holes. People will just collapse and die. And yes, nobody will even know where the source is. What's worse is that these weapons fit into a suitcase. And I was shot by ones that were even more miniaturized. So, you know, that is, I think, the real threat. Compared to that, this drone, you know, spectacle is just utter bullshit. So that's really why I want you guys to start thinking along those lines. And of course, I am massively pissed off because if the Secret Service would have taken me up on my offer to tell them everything I know, it takes about, I would say, between 3 to 4 hours, 3 hours if I really get everything condensed, to teach you everything that there is to know about these weapons as far as anybody outside could know. As somebody who's been shot by them a lot of times, right? You would be prepared. You would have an idea of where to look. Now, as far as I can tell, regarding pulsed energy projectiles tomorrow, you guys are basically fucked, okay? You are fucked. There's nothing you can do now apart from, you know, pray. And hope that the FBI is going to be real nice, and hope that by me saying all this, if somebody collapses tomorrow and it looks like a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm, it's going to be a pulsed energy projectile, okay? And I just hope that by me pointing this out ahead of time, some patriots who are still in the FBI and can access IC Reach, as Bill just explained, and other programs that exist, right? They would be able to figure out in retrospect who did it, all right, if they really wanted to. The problem is they haven't really wanted to for the last 25 years, okay? So maybe you know a guy, but otherwise, pray, you know? Pray that the intelligence agencies just pull back just because I said so, all right? Now, what could have been done if people would have taken us seriously in September is that Bill could have explained to you how to set up the analysis to find the whole network from the few breadcrumbs that I found and that I'm about to present. Okay, so otherwise, the only thing that ever helped me with pulsed energy projectiles is that, so because they are still electromagnetic as far as I can tell, I should also say that they are novel physics. Classical physics doesn't allow photons or electromagnetic waves to have a longitudinal momentum or like an impact. They have a momentum as in travel, but they don't have a force momentum like electric or magnetic field in the longitudinal direction. So in other words, if you shine a light on something, it can't punch a hole in it, no matter how hard you try. You can heat up a metal and make it melt within a fraction of a second, but you can't punch a hole in it. You can't dent metal. And yet the stuff that I'm being shot at is denting metal, and it doesn't seem to be a particle beam, okay, for reasons I'm not going to go into because it's too much for tonight. So, however, what does help when you're being attacked is any dense material, especially dense metallic materials for shielding, can at least make a lethal shot into just a very painful shot. All right. So, for example, when I used to be gunned, I had to flee my flat in Switzerland and I drove across Europe. and they would be gunning me from helicopters, from drones I couldn't see, and also from cars ahead of me. I had an entire metal baking sheet next to me on the passenger seat of the car. And every time they started gunning my face, or sometimes also my heart, I would literally lift up this the sheet. There was one incident, for example, where I could feel, it almost felt like pressure on my heart, and I quickly lifted this baking tray onto myself as I was driving on the highway, and I could hear impact sounds on the metal. Now, that's the, it still felt painful in the chest, and I could feel like, oh my gosh, I can't breathe. I need to somehow change direction, get out of the beamline, but at least they didn't kill me. So metallic objects, dense metallic objects. At home, I am sleeping with two metal helmets. I can show them next time. Two, one inside the other, and I fall asleep listening to impact sounds on the helmet because the drone is gunning me so hard. Now, why are they doing it? I can tell you exactly why. I had a friend whom I met through the investigation of targeting called Karen Melton Stewart. She's still alive, but she, about a year ago, she had what did her friend call it? A near-lethal health incident that left her debilitated. Her friend assured me that it had nothing to do with targeting, which I find very hard to believe because I witnessed myself that Karen was being gunned with directed energy weapons wherever she went. But I strongly suspect she was shot in the head, or, they cooked a blood clot, they cooked the blood to create a blood clot or something. But you can be debilitated with pulsed energy projectiles. They are called non-lethal weapons, but they can be lethal, and they can also be permanently debilitating. So that's the news from Karen. She can't reply to emails. Her best friend is getting updates about her progress, but she can't really talk to her. So that is the plan for me, because I work with my brain. Everything that I've got to offer goes through my brain. So of course they're trying to destroy my brain. Now, why is that relevant to the Secret Service tomorrow? And it's relevant because I would like to show you that they have started to attack Trump's ecosystem from the inside out. Now, I would like to start off with the simplest example, and that's on the outer periphery. I would like to point out, so as I said, on the 18th of September, Bill and I sent these two registered letters to Trump, 18th of September. And it was sent on the 18th of September at 5 p.m. Now, a couple of hours after me posting this from our local UPS office, a couple of Trump supporters were attacked in Arizona. So Trump was at the time campaigning in Arizona. So I would like to show you this one. Let's see, where did it start? Here. Okay, so let me share my screen and present this. Spoiler alert, this is classical microwave weapons. This is nothing fancy schmancy. It sounds like pure microwave weapons. And I will explain to you why, but it's very simple, and I recognize it because they've done the same thing to me too. Now, simple microwaves are super easy to block. You just need aluminum foil. One layer of aluminum foil reflects the beams, and you're good. They can't harm you. Now, getting back to the tinfoil hat business, the very first experimental subjects, non-consensual experimental subjects, so torture slaves, basically, that the CIA and FBI used, when they started irradiating their brains with microwaves, people could feel the burning on their scalp and so on. And they figured out, oh, it's electromagnetic weapons. Back then, people had a proper school education and knew more science than today. And they knew, oh, if we use metal, it's going to reflect the waves. So they started wrapping their heads with aluminum foil, which back then had tin in it and therefore was called tinfoil. So tinfoil hat is your smoking gun evidence of what the intelligence agencies were doing back in the day when alufoil still had tin in it. And I also realize I have to apologize to Americans about the way I say aluminium. Everywhere else in the world it's aluminium, and here it's aluminum. Okay, right, let's say it the dumb way. So aluminum foil, alufoil, okay? Now, if you're being attacked by classical microwave weapons, all you need is baking foil, basically. You can hold it up like a shield. It's not going to harm you. I I bet that if these victims would have driven home and had a layer of alufoil and would have felt it, and they would have lifted alufoil in front of their faces, they would have been fine. Now let's get into the actual cases. So this is the sort of stuff that they can attack you with. And I'm telling you guys, the intelligence agencies are doing this all the time without you guys knowing. Sorry, I have to share this with sound. So let's go through this case. Share sound. All right, so this is what happened. And here's the date. 4 months ago, the report, yes, the report itself is from the 19th of September, 2024. Trump rally attendees report eye pain after Arizona event. The Arizona event, however, was on the evening of the 18th. I think you can look it up. I checked it. It was basically a couple of hours after this. Now, to anybody in Europe, I am the girl who goes on about microwave weapons and directed energy weapons 24/7 and microchips. I don't typically investigate assassination attempts on presidents. So if the intelligence agencies want to retaliate and let me know that it's because of this, they would use a microwave weapon or directed energy weapon. Now, a directed energy weapon is much worse. To me, it sounds like they just used a microwave weapon. So what happened? So here's the report. Listen to this.
It's an alarming medical mystery for Trump rally spectators. These MAGA faithful were right behind Trump at last week's rally in Tucson, and now they say their eyes began burning right after the event was over.
Okay. Now, keyword, right after the event was over. Oh, my video just shut itself down. Let me see if it can restart. Is my microphone on? Oh, geez, somebody's messing around with my video. Let me try again. So the keyword here to note is oh God, the intelligence agencies just knocked out my video. That's just great. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened. I didn't do anything. It just basically took me offline. And now the video is slowed down. Can you see this? So there's some nonsense happening. Okay, so the key word here to notice is after the event. They didn't report burning in their eyes at the event, during the event. It was after the event. So let's hear this again.
Now they say their eyes began burning right after the event was over.
Right?
It hurt a lot. I couldn't open my eyes.
Myra Rodriguez was in the high-profile front row of the VIP section right behind Trump. She shook Trump's hand as he arrived, and after his speech, danced along with him to his favorite Village People song, YMCA. She had a blast, but as she drove home, she says her eyes began to burn.
And I'm like, something's wrong. My eyes hurt a lot, and I just have a really bad headache.
She went to the ER and shared the medical record with us. Sudden extreme eye pain while attending a political rally. A doctor wrote on her chart. Severe allergic reaction diagnosed. Did you feel anything spray your eye during the rally?
Not at all.
Maya says all the folks on her side of the stage, 20 in total, told her their eyes burned.
I couldn't see normal.
Frances Moreno and her husband, Pastor Eli Moreno, were standing right behind Myra. They also went to the ER. What do the doctors think happened to you guys?
The ophthalmologist told us on the next day that it could have been either some type of lighting or chemical.
You don't have any proof it was nefarious, right? You didn't see anything, you didn't smell anything, you didn't see anything get sprayed.
No, but we felt the pain.
We're looking into it, says a spokesman.
Okay. Now, first of all, I might have to restart the video. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me, but the intelligence agencies have just fucked with my video. So let me just try it again. Okay. Am I back normally? Let me just check the YouTube feed. This just happens all the time. Now let's go through the actual, God, is this even working here? Okay, let's see. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm still visible to you guys. I hope so. Anyway, otherwise you can hear my voice. The important keywords here, apart from noting how dumb as shit the journalists sound, like, oh, you don't have any proof that something happened. Yeah, did see. It happened to an entire row. Now, just because it's a row geographically in one place does not mean it happened there. There are two lines of investigation, and that's because the intelligence agencies have such astounding capabilities of tracking people that in principle it is also possible that the people who were in a clean row behind Trump were tracked when they went back to their car. They were individually attacked by gang stalking cars, each of which had a directed energy, or rather classical microwave weapon hidden in the back, and they were just irradiated in their eyes. What she described sounds like a pure, clean, and simple microwave weapon. Now it's about the investigation of where the hell was this weapon. The easiest thing is to have the weapon inside a car, because nobody would spot it. Nobody would search the car. Nobody would find it. You just have to make sure the gang stalkers end up in front of the car when they're leaving the venue. And then you can basically fry their eyes all the way home, right? So that's very much like it sounds to me, because they said immediately after the event. After the event means that they were on the way out of this venue. So it's important to know this. If you don't know the vast number of gang stalkers, it would not occur to you that somebody who's an entire row of 20 people who are standing next to each other could be just as easily attacked on their way home, individually on their way home. That is option one. And which it is, option one, option two, very much depends on the exact witness testimonies. This is the easiest way to pull off. You put the microwave weapon in the back of these cars, you wait for people to come out, and then you basically have the tracking of people and communication with the surveillance personnel, and you say, yeah, person number 5 is now coming out, it's the blue car, track them, and so on. The second option is that the microwave weapon was hidden in the lighting on the stage, right? Why would that be? For two reasons. Number one, if it's up in the lighting, you have a power supply. Number two, if you have a microwave weapon with a little parabolic, kind of like a screen to aim the microwaves at a person in a very focused, systematic way and only hit their eyes, that stuff would look like a light fitting. All right, to anybody, it would look like the metal back of a lamp. You can cover it as a lamp. Okay, so that is option number 2. So these two options are possible. As I said, option number 1, microwave weapon in a car, easiest thing to do for the FBI. Option number 2, light fitting, is even more telling. It could have been either. So I have not found enough witness testimonies to be able to decide where exactly the symptoms started, but these are the two options. Now, if it was number 2 and it was actually in the light fitting, then I think it's also, it was almost like a test for what happened with Alex Bruzovitz at the gala dinner a couple of weeks ago. All right. So I would like to jump straight ahead to that, because that looks like exactly the same type of weapon. So let me bring that up. Okay. So we have Alex Bruzovitz collapsing. All right. So what I'm going to show you is the news report of how exactly it looked. I should say Alex Bruzovitz is, I think, I hope I pronounce his name correctly, is inside Team Trump. So it's already a very personal attack on Trump. It's the people right around him. So it goes from rally goers to somebody inside Team Trump. It's already like, the threat is approaching, which again fits perfectly with the intelligence agencies. That's what they do. They take out first, distant colleagues, and then relatives you don't like, and then relatives you visit often, and then loved ones, and then they kill your pet, and then they kill you. So that's how they do it. Now, why are they going about it like this? It's because there's always training of staff involved. It's like testing and training. Now, this should not come as a surprise to the Secret Service. You know how much testing and training goes into just securing an event. It's exactly the same thing if you want to go and kill somebody and set up all this. You have to coordinate a bunch of colleagues. Some of them are not the sharpest. You have to really reinforce it, try it and test it. So before you would try it on a president, you would try it on some other people where the society wouldn't really pay that much attention, right? They wouldn't really give that big a damn unless they're Dr. Katherine Horton and care passionately about this stuff. But it would go completely unnoticed. You could first try it on a bunch of rally goers. Then you can try it on somebody at a secured event, right? With high security. You could try it on Alex Bruzovitz as a general dress rehearsal for maybe something else, like the inauguration tomorrow. Okay, so this is why I need to know this. Now, let's look at exactly what happened to Alex Bruzovitz. I should also say, I watched the gala dinner. He came on. He was perfectly fine. He was not drunk. He was not under drugs. He spoke fast in a very with levity. He was healthy, fine. And a couple of moments into his speech, this happened. So look at the exact way it unfolded here. All right, so here we go. Oh shit! I didn't share with sound. Give me 1 second. Oh God. I haven't been doing YouTube videos for quite some time and all my habits are kind of fallen off. All right, so here we go. Here's the report.
Appeared to slur his words before collapsing.
And this man stood with President Trump through the toughest of times. He stood with him through frivolous impeachments, to a rigged election, to a sham. Oh no, I'm forgetting my words. But a sham impeachment.
Several people rushed to his aid and helped remove him from the stage. Another speaker reassuring the audience they would make sure Brezowitz was okay.
All right. Right. So let's recap. Actually, the bit where he was perfectly fine was a few moments before where you could hear him talk quite clearly. But as the whole thing unfolded, you could see that he was getting worse and worse and worse. He was slowing down. But also quite crucially, he said, oh no, I forgot my words, or I forgot what I was going to say, right? So his brain was affected. When you look at people just passing out because they suddenly have a drop in blood pressure, they stood up too fast or something, you don't really have this sort of development of, you can see the brain slowing down. It's like, oh no, I forgot my words. It is something that really deeply affects the brain and also leads to memory loss, quite curiously. So what you need to know is that since the 1950s and 60s, since microwave weapons were being studied, the effect on memory was one of the key things. All right. So suddenly having instantaneous memory loss, it just fits beautifully. Also, you can see the cumulative effect. So at first he's just like, he seems like impacted. He's like squinting, eyes feel tired. When I'm being attacked by a microwave weapon, because at the end of the day, it's microwaves, okay? Your eyes feel dry and you get this instant tiredness. At first, you're not even like fully aware that you are, your eyes feel dry. They just feel tired. And you just feel like, oh my God, right? So the key is when you feel even remotely like that, you need to get the fuck out of the beamline. That's the most important thing. You have to turn your head, somehow use the back of your skull as shielding and get the heck out, get behind objects, ideally behind metallic objects is even better, right? But have something so that you can quickly shield it. In other words, what I'm trying to say is if you guys want to protect Trump, the Secret Service standing immediately next to him should also have alufoil in their back pockets, a big sheet of alufoil folded up that you can quickly unfold it and just basically block this, because by trying to use your body as a shield is not as effective. It can go through even small, basically small parts of the beam hitting the brain can still cause incredible damage, okay? And the effect on your shoulders or your backs might not be the same on the brain. So in other words, if anybody piled on to Trump, if he collapses and it's a microwave weapon that's aimed at him, just the gaps between your bodies that you would have are enough to still kill him. Okay, that's basically what I'm saying. But if you can just put alufoil on somebody, you can very quickly make sure that, and also typically people recover very quickly when the beam is gone, you know, so the brain starts to reset unless severe serious damage has been done. But you guys have to be aware for tomorrow, for the inauguration, that billions of dollars have gone into researching microwave weapons. In fact, a microwave weapons expert, Dr. Barry Trower, a British microwave weapons expert, who is a court expert, accredited court expert, testified even to African kings and African presidents, and was asked to investigate a lot of stuff. He says that microwaves were openly researched all the way until the second half of the 1970s, when the intelligence agencies and the military actually figured out just how powerful they were for mind control. And that, so to affect the brain, change behavior, and really do harm. When they found out that microwaves have these capabilities, they took microwaves black. They became classified. So all the research about microwaves since the late 1970s is classified, when just a few years earlier, researchers were openly looking into microwaves and a microwave's effect on the brain. Okay. The other thing that you need to know, which is very important for things like, you know, securing a president and his environment, microwaves can also be used, as Dr. Barry Trower will tell you, to create extreme emotional states. For example, microwaves of a certain frequency can be used to induce uncontrollable aggression, which means that somebody who's a pacifist and generally completely harmless and lovely like me would suddenly turn into a murderous maniac just under the influence of a microwave. Now, it is rumored that there was something called Operation Crimson Mist that was the US military flying with big, ginormous microwave emitters over villages in Rwanda and basically triggering the Rwandan genocide, where suddenly people turned on each other, iconically, typically with machetes, but with whatever they had, and basically started slaughtering each other. And Operation Crimson Mist, that's what I could find on that. So uncontrollable murderous aggression in people who have not even the remotest inclination in that direction. Kind of important to know when Trump's surrounded by the Secret Service, all of whom have guns, right? If you can aim a microwave weapon at the Secret Service's head, whatever, I don't know, slight grievances you might have had that day, somebody stepped on your toe, whatever, it could turn into murderous aggression, right? Hey, maybe we should, you know, cut down on the unregulated sale of microwave weapons, eh? But anyway, so that's what you need to know. So you also have to think that if somebody starts behaving oddly, the very first thing you need to do is secure their head, basically shield their head and see if the behavior changes. Again, alufoil is enough for microwave weapons, right? You might not feel the microwaves. They might not necessarily be like a microwave heating or burning your skin if you put your hand. It could be. Sometimes I am being affected, and I put my hand on my head, and I can feel burning on the back of my hand, and I can turn it around. The burning is here, and I can really map out the beam that's aimed down at me. So that can happen, but you need to know this, that microwave weapons can create all these weird states. Other things that they can also create with microwaves is uncontrollable sexual aggression, especially in men, for obvious reasons. So somebody who is completely like an absolute, the loveliest gentleman you can imagine, turns into an uncontrollable serial rapist, right? Brutal, violent rape. That can be done. The third one is uncontrollable hunger, as in I'm going to smash a shop window just to get food sort of hunger, even though when you've just eaten. So all these kind of base emotions, it turns out, can be triggered in the brain with microwave weapons. And microwave weapons are completely unregulated, and even teenagers can build them. So yay. right? But you need to know that, so in the case of Alex Bruzovitz, the whole development, the fact that he had memory loss, the fact that the effect on him seemed to be cumulative, the fact that he looked like he was suddenly tired, all that to me indicates microwaves. And now in his case, assuming that the Secret Service vetted the people who were sitting in front of him properly and nobody snuck in a microwave weapon in a handbag, I would think the most likely location for whatever caused his collapse was in the light fittings above him, right? So as soon as somebody collapses like that, you basically, okay, you maybe continue with the event, but somebody needs to go up to the lights and really start checking them. And after the whole event is over, the building's under lockdown until every last little thing, you know, gizmo and fitting and anything connected to the power up there has been checked, right? Because to me, it was like, holy shit, they just took him out. All right. Now, again, what really worries me is this progression of with Trump, we're starting with Trump rally goers in Arizona, just a couple of hours after directed energy weapons here, tries to contact Trump. And then at the gala dinner, it's already Team Trump member. And you can see the sweep in. So who is it going to be next, right? Is it going to be the nominees? Is it going to be a Secret Service detail standing right next to Trump, or somewhere, down in the Bay? Is it going to be Trump himself, a family member of the nominees? As I tweeted earlier today, your guess is as good as mine, but we need to start moving in on the intelligence agencies who do this shit. Now, before I get on to further, before I get to more serious crimes, I would also like to point out that there's the same sort of indication that weapons have been used on the Secret Service with exactly this sort of progression from, bad to even worse to even scarier. And I would like to bring up a couple of examples that I pulled out from the reporting of Susan Crabtree. Okay, so Susan Crabtree is a journalist who works for Real Clear Politics, for those who don't know, and she is one of the main people who is actually reporting about what's going on. She wrote a couple of very excellent articles on the Secret Service and highlighted a bunch of problems that happened, and a couple of incidents really stood out to me. So it's not just attacks that make you collapse or make you act in a funny way that can be done with these stealth weapons. It's also murder, as in the perfect murder. You can kill somebody, make it look like a heart attack, a stroke, an aneurysm, you name it, and you will not leave a bullet hole. You can shoot somebody and not leave a bullet hole that points back to the perpetrators. It is perfect for the intelligence agencies, right? So suspicious deaths also need to be looked at, okay? Now, suspicious deaths that I would like to flag that have affected the Secret Service or suspicious incidents are the following. So I'm trying to put them in chronological order, but I don't really have the information on what happened, when exactly, so I might not always succeed. So the very first one that I have heard about was a suicide of a Secret Service agent, and it sounded like from Susan Crabtree's reporting that it was actually the 85 person detail that was assigned to Trump. Okay, now I would like to bring up the article that shows it, and I realize I'm going really off on a tangent. I wanted to talk about the assassination attempts. Well, that will come at the end. So here we go. Where is that thing? All right, so the very first article that came to my attention was published on the 12th of August, so just about a month after the, yes, that's it, just after the assassination attempt on Trump. So here it is, the article by Susan Crabtree. And I'm sorry to drag this up. If anybody from Secret Service is listening, this is probably very painful, but there's absolutely nothing to be gained, no security to be gained from ignoring this and letting the intelligence agencies move in on a group. It's even worse. It's even worse. So sometimes, going after false positives, making false hypotheses that are maybe disconcerting, but investigating them and finding that, oh no, that's not what it was in this case, is still better than just being bloody blind, having zero situational awareness, and then being shot dead by a pulse energy projectile, okay? So this is why I'm dragging this up, and I'm sorry if I upset anybody here by alleging that it might have been murder, but that's exactly what I'm doing. So the article is called Dissension Toxicity Plagued Trump's Secret Service Detail Before the Assassination Attempt, published by Susan Crabtree here on August 12, 2024, right? And if you want to look up the article, it's on Real Clear Politics. So in this article, it said, Trump's regular detail, a force of 60 employees, special agents, and support staff, has been beset by internal division, long work days and weeks, and constant stress. Last year, the team lost one of its members to suicide. All right. That's one thing I want to talk about. The other one is this. Among the allegations are accusations of improper sexual relationships or fraternization within the team, debilitating mental health issues, non-merit-based promotions, conflict of interest, unfair retaliation, and the creation of inappropriate memes and social media posts. Okay, that's a lot. I think you can find anything, everything in that list in any organization. So far, all I can see is honest reporting. But now, if we think that this group is under it's under like increased attack or likelihood of attack than anybody else, could any of these things be caused, by nefarious activities? And the answer is yes. So the suicide, absolutely. So one way that microwaves can also be, one thing that I forgot in the list is depression. The debilitating depression can be brought about by repeatedly irradiating the brain with a certain frequency, a certain microwave frequency. So you can trigger that. Now, how would they drive somebody to suicide? Probably irradiating them at work at Mar-a-Lago or somewhere else in a Trump house is very difficult. But when these agents go home, and if they live in an apartment, right, you can move into the apartment above, and every night where they sleep at home, you can, do work on their brain. So people can be driven to suicide by just that. Again, you can block that out by sleeping under a layer of alufoil if you suspect that. See if it makes you feel better. But you have to be aware that the intelligence agencies, especially the FBI and their counterparts in Western European countries, have been moving in next to targets as their standard operating procedure. They moved in next to me and started gunning me, and I've got video recordings of that, video proof that is on my YouTube. But that is the standard thing that I saw in almost every victim case. If they can move into a home or an apartment next to you, they will. All right. So a suicide might not just be quite so simple, right? The other thing is that the intelligence agencies also analyze things like Secret Service teams and find out who is maybe the most effective or who has the most potential, and want to cull the herd and kind of eliminate good people, or maybe particularly trusted people, or something is just like very good about them, and they will silently take them out. So for this reason, any death, any mental health issues within the agency have to be, of course, people need to be helped, but have to also be investigated as potentially nefarious activity from outside. And people think, oh, it's China, oh, it's Iran. Yeah, maybe it could be that, but much more likely it is the FBI, right? So all that needs to be investigated. As the way I analyze victim cases, sometimes I don't have the full evidence, and I have no way to go in and collect evidence in a particular case because the victim lives in another country or doesn't have the money. I don't have the money to do the full investigation. We don't have the means. What you can do in those cases is something we do in particle physics all the time. You use statistical approaches. You just line up cases that you suspect to be one thing or another, And when you collect these events, you have two hypotheses. It's something nefarious or it isn't. When there are too many otherwise rare cases bunching up and they fit the nefarious solution, it is the nefarious solution. That's the correct answer. When the statistics is not right and it doesn't match it, and it's probably nothing. In other words, if it was just a suicide in 40 years, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Okay? But I got on the case because I heard the keyword last year. The suicide happened last year. Last year, Trump and his entire protective detail were already high-value targets. The intelligence agencies already started chipping away at them, or would have. Anything I know about them tells me they would have started chipping the hell away at people. So a suicide last year is for me a data point. I don't have the evidence to say it was murder, but it could have been. And if it was murder by covert weapons, the easiest thing is to move in a building next to the agent if he had his own house, or move into a hotel room next to him when he's traveling around, because the FBI can see all the bookings for everybody and can requisition rooms and can move themselves in next to you. They've done it with me all the time. In fact, they do it every single frickin' time. And the only time I have a restful night not being gunned by directed energy weapons in a hotel is if I book the hotel room, I go and get the hotel key, I go up to the key so that the FBI following me, I can hear them go into an adjacent room after 20 minutes or so, and then I go back down and I request another room. I've done it a couple of times and I slept like a baby. When I don't do that, I get gunned to shits. All right. I basically have to cower under my metal helmets. I have aluminum foil and baking trays I have to carry around with myself. Welcome to the 21st century. That is being a target. Now, it sounds completely batshit crazy to anybody who's not aware of this silent warfare, but to tens of thousands of targeted individuals who are already known to the charities, this is our day-to-day life. And through that, we have a very good understanding of the FBI's capabilities. But what I want the Secret Service to learn to do is to think along the lines of these modern weapons. So a Secret Service agent can be driven to suicide by the FBI persistently booking themselves into a hotel room next to them and irradiating them through the wall, through the ceiling, through the floor of the hotel room. If you lie in bed, your head can be irradiated from below, from the room next to it, from the room in front of it, from this side, and from above. It works exactly the same, right? So there's all this potential for irradiation. And with time, you can create debilitating depression and drive somebody to suicide. So data point number one. Last year for me, the likelihood of somebody just committing suicide. Also remember that no matter how high the stress, and I can imagine just how crippling it was to have to fly across the country and have all this, and there's so much more happening behind the scenes than anybody knows. But remember that at the end of the day, every single one of the Secret Service agents has been selected with DEI or without DEI, went through a series of tests, and they are more resilient than the average person. And even the average person, the average mom, goes through hell and back, and they don't kill themselves. So just work stress and even a divorce or whatever else might have been going on is not enough for suicide. And I can tell you as an investigator, there have been a bit too many suicides wherever I looked in all the victim cases. And by now, I don't believe it's a suicide. By now, I have the other assumption. It's murder unless somebody can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it genuinely was a suicide. All right, so that's important to know. Now, the next case that happened, right? It's even more disconcerting. I mean, God, it's disconcerting because it's a double death, okay? And as I said, I'm trying to put this in chronological order, but I'm not sure if I get it right every time. This was on November 13th, 2024. Oh, no, actually, before I get to that one, the other one happened before here, I think. All right, here. So first suicide happened last year. Then the next one is this one here. Another article by Susan Crabtree. Again, Secret Service, right? This article is called Secret Service Scuffle Prompts DEI Vetting Scrutiny. Okay. So what happened? What happened? This is an article from April 25th, 2024. So this was, as far as I can tell, after the suicide. All right. Now, so this is an incident involving a physical attack by a female Secret Service agent tasked with protecting Vice President Kamala Harris, is raising questions about whether the agency had thoroughly vetted her during her hiring and whether an ongoing push to increase the number of women in the service and boost overall workforce staff played a role in her selection. All right, again, I hear the slant of, oh, but she's a woman. But when you hear what's going to happen next, you know, this thing has an extra edge to it. But anyway, so, okay, what happened? The Secret Service agent assigned to Vice President Kamala Harris was removed from her duties Wednesday, so this is April 24, after physically attacking the commanding agent in charge and other agents trying to subdue her, according to an agency spokesman and knowledgeable Secret Service sources. Okay, so remember what I said about microwaves being able to trigger like uncontrollable aggression for no reason? Several sources in the Secret Service community identified the agent who physically attacked her superior as Michelle Hetz. It doesn't matter. Don't blame her, because I think there's more going on. The altercation occurred at approximately 9 a.m. at Joint Base Andrews, the home base for Air Force One and Air Force Two, the call signs of the Boeing aircraft used by the president and vice president. Harris was at the U.S. Naval Observatory at the time of the incident and did not delay her travel, said agency spokesman Anthony Guglielmi, whatever. Now, listen to what happened. Herzog showed up at the terminal and began acting erratically, grabbing another senior agent's personal phone and deleting applications on it, according to two sources familiar with the matter. The other agent, a shift leader, was able to recover his phone and then acted as if nothing had happened. But Herzog's bizarre behavior didn't stop. She then began mumbling to herself, hid behind curtains, and started throwing items, including menstrual pads, you can't make this shit up, including menstrual pads at an agent, telling him that he would need them later to save another agent, and telling her peers that they were going to burn in hell and needed to listen to God, a source told Real Clear Politics. Okay. Herzog also screamed at the special agent in charge, rattling off the names of female officers on the vice presidential detail and claiming they would show up and help her and allow her to continue working. At that point, other agents on the scene believed Herzog was suffering from a mental lapse. Do these mental lapses ever happen? Happen, guys? I've never ever seen anybody have a mental lapse around me, and yet people claim it just happens all the time, right? Without seeking other explanations. And a superior officer approached her to tell her she was relieved from her assignment, right? That's when she snapped entirely. Herzog then chest bumped and shoved her superior, then tackled him and punched him. The agent involved in restraining Herzog agents were especially concerned because she still had her gun in the holster. They wrestled her to the ground, took her gun from her, cuffed her, and then removed her from the terminal. Okay, wow, right? Fireworks. Now, the bottom line here is, okay, all of us listening to this YouTube video are adults. We've been around a couple of decades. When the fuck does shit of that magnitude ever happen around you? I mean, maybe if you live in New York and people take drugs all the time around you, you see this all the time, right? Or in Los Angeles, right? But let's be honest, in a professional environment, especially where people are, okay, you can claim DEI, but people still have to go through some kind of testing, are vetted, and are hardier. Maybe they have previous experience in the military or some kind of security, right? They have like maybe clearances, maybe some sort of checking. It's not just, John or Jane Doe off the street. There's still some selection, no matter how tenuous, right? And I'm telling you, I've never seen something like this happen to anybody. I have been in extreme situations. I have been in accidents, like car accidents, really out of this world sort of situations, and nobody ever flips out like that. And yet, when it happens, all her colleagues were like, oh, she just must have a mental lapse. Like, oh, that's just what happens, or some Wednesday afternoons around here. What? No, this is data. This is data, guys. And my biggest concern is that 100% of all the Secret Service agents who heard about this case, including the guy who's about to be made the new director, probably thought, let's be honest, what a crazy bitch, right? Not one person thought, hang on, there are 3 telltale signs coming together that quite clearly indicates this was a weapons test. Number 1, it's a woman. Now, women, because of biology, are quite hardy and can go through some of the most extreme situations. They can withstand extreme pain, extreme psychological stress, and actually do quite well. That's my experience. Guys, in my life experience, have a much higher likelihood of cracking and turning to drink than women. That just be said, right? So a woman just flying off the handle like that, maybe if you watch TV shows, you think this is normal, but in the real world, it's not. It's actually less likely than this happening to a guy. And in the other, yeah, I know. And I'm not talking about, PMT and stuff like that. No, sorry. This is like a different scale, right? But 70 to 90% of the victims of the military and the intelligence agencies are women. So something crazy like that happening to a woman under the hypothesis of this was neuroweapons, microwaves, or something like that is much more likely. All right. So when it's a woman, Secret Service or intelligence agency criminality is a more likely explanation than, oh, she just had a mental lapse. All right. If you know what I mean. It just doesn't feature, right? So woman is a key word that people need to know. These tests, and also look at the Trump rally goers who had the burning in the eyes. They were women. All the ones that I could find were women. So the intelligence agencies get off on attacking women. They love it. All right. So the most likely first victims of a weapons test would have been a woman. That's number 1. Number 2, the whole thing happened at 9 a.m., right? So what's the deductive clue about 9 a.m.? So it said here, she came in, blah, blah, blah. The altercation occurred at approximately 9 a.m. So unless there's some overnight shift that finishes at 9 a.m. and this woman has been up the whole night, absolutely exhausted out of her frickin' mind, and then had a complete mental breakdown, it very much sounds like Kamala Harris just went there in the morning. She's part of the team. She traveled there in the morning with Kamala Harris, and then Kamala left for that observatory thing, and she stayed behind at the airplane, and then had a cataclysmic mental breakdown. So it doesn't sound like exhaustion to me. It sounds like it was a team that came on whatever Air Force 2, stayed at the airport while Kamala Harris and her inner team went somewhere else. 9 a.m. Right? Oh, okay, they might have gotten up earlier than that. But 9 a.m. is another key because that is when the intelligence agencies who fuck with people start their shift. They would roll in at 8 o'clock, set up their equipment, and at 9, it's like all systems go. Let's run this thing. All right? That is a much more likely explanation. For example, here in the house, sometimes I'm being gunned by directed energy weapons at night. And every once in a while, it goes throughout the whole night. But typically, they gun me until about 3 a.m. or something like that. And then there's silence and I can actually sleep. And then the directed energy weapon gunning starts up again at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. So very much is like some drone operators go home and the next shift comes up in the morning. They take up the drone, fly it out here above our house, and then open fire and amuse themselves with gunning me. These shifts start in the morning at these kind of set times, 8 a.m., 9 a.m. So in other words, so far, everything is consistent with a neuroweapon attack. Microwaves can be neuroweapons, they're more sophisticated ones. And then the third clue is that it happened at Joint Base Andrews. It happened at a military base. You can put all the military gear right there. You can just like hide it. You know, it's a military base. It's a controlled environment. The military can do whatever the heck they want. And people think they are safe. People who don't know that the military is the enemy of the American people par excellence, right? So military base, that's where you would conduct a military weapons test. So these three things quite clearly indicate to me that this woman was attacked by these weapons that can really set you off, make you all aggressive, uncontrollably aggressive, confused. They can make you apparently also paranoid, you know, and all these things. So the whole thing just fits. So in other words, one guy committed suicide, and then another woman at Joint Base Andrews seemed to have had a neuroweapons test on her. Right? That already doesn't look very good. And it goes from last year to April 24, and then after April 24, we now have the third incident, and it's the following here. Okay, this was again reported by Susan Crabtree. God, it really sickens me to have to talk about this stuff, but there we are. So the date of this is November 13th, 2024, okay? So November 13th, 2024, Susan Crabtree writes, sad Secret Service news to share today. The agency is mourning the death of a relatively young female pregnant agent under age 30 who tragically passed in her sleep over the weekend. The death after one of the most, if not the most, frenetic campaign seasons in recent memory is spurring questions about whether she was being overworked on the campaign trail or whether it was a complete random heart attack. The stuff that you can do with directed energy weapons. Though if it was a heart attack, it's hard to separate such an unexpected tragedy from the workload and the scrutiny the agency has borne this election cycle. Agents, male and female, are telling me she was very well-respected, hardworking agent who was in phase one of her career, but still demonstrated outstanding skills. Her death is upsetting to many in the agency, which was already suffering lower than normal. And the agency has one of the lowest levels of morale in the federal government in the wake of the assassination attempts. This is just the latest reminder why Trump's choice for the next Secret Service director is so important. Yes, truer words have not been spoken. Now, again, from this, not having any insider info, I gather that she too was on the Trump team, on the Trump protective detail. So the suicide was on the Trump protective detail. The next one seems to be a neuroweapons test on a female agent at a military base. It wasn't the Trump team for once, but it was at a military base. And then the third one is again Team Trump. And this is horrific because if it was a murder, it's a double murder. It's a pregnant woman under 30. And then heart attack. Now, it also should be said, I'm not sure, and I can't even say it here on YouTube because I will be banned just for making those allegations. But I'm not sure if Secret Service agents were or were not coerced into taking certain injections in recent history, which also are known to have all sorts of, alleged to have all sorts of side effects. But because this is YouTube, I am compelled to say that that thing is safe and effective, whatever anybody ever might tell you. It's safe and effective for whatever the heck it is meant to do. So yeah, it could have been that, right? It could have been caused by that in her system. It needs to be checked. But if it wasn't that, because she didn't have those, then again, we're looking at directed energy weapons of a very, very plausible explanation for all of this. Okay, so this is just a Secret Service. These are the 3 incidents I could find that very neatly fit this. All right, again, just suicide, random suicide once in several decades. I wouldn't bat an eyelid. But just last year, when all this was heating up, the campaign was heating up, the intelligence agencies start from the outside and then move in, training and development, all that testing, training, so on. So anyway, that was in November. And then also if we interlace it with the other stuff that was happening, the events we talked about, it starts off with a suicide. Then it's the incident at Joint Base Andrews, a woman going batshit crazy. Then it is the when were the rally goers? That was September. The rally goers being, I believe, irradiated in their eyes with microwave weapons. Then we have the death of the pregnant Secret Service agent on the Trump detail team. And then we have Alex Bruzovitz collapsing on stage. So when you put that sequence in, right, there's a certain picture emerging. So if I had to tell you what is the most likely thing for tomorrow, is it going to be a drone attack, or is it going to be, directed energy weapons? I'm saying directed energy weapons for absolute, with absolute certainty, because they can allow people to commit the perfect crime. Now, can you combine both? Can you put a directed energy weapon on a drone? Of course you can. That's what's being done above my house by the US Air Force. But the point is that the drone kind of sticks out. So people are primed or ready to look for drones. The Secret Service is looking for drones. When you have this little thing with electronics flying through the air, I don't know what sort of spectrum analyzers are on these cars and so on, and being used by the Secret Service. I hope they are the best of the best. You can look for electromagnetic signatures of little flying drones, right? But and various other telltale signs. So I would, if I were baddie, I would not pick a drone to put a directed energy weapon on. I would put it in a car. I would put it in a car or have it somewhere in the landscape, on a building, behind a window, in a cupboard. The other thing about microwaves is that they can easily go through several walls of a home and still be lethal. And I'm talking European walls, not drywall and planks of wood. I'm talking brick walls. So microwaves can easily go through a brick wall, a standard brick inner wall in Europe, or stone wall, and only decrease by about a quarter. Or I'll still have a quarter. I have to remember the ratios. I think it decreases by a quarter. 25% of intensity drops. So if you just increase the power by 25%, you can hit somebody with the same oomph, right? And you can go through 2 or 3 walls. Now, what that means concretely is that you can be behind a wall and aim a microwave weapon at the stage, the inauguration stage. I know it's now moved inside, but just for the sake of the argument, you can aim it at the stage outside and be able to do to whoever's on the stage what you did to Alex Bruzovitz, right? So that's possible. And with these capabilities, I would be much more stressed about that. Now, when I heard that they moved the Trump inauguration inside into the Capitol building, I was so relieved, because at least you get rid of this problem, right? You can't have any of the high rises in the distance, because remember, there's no attenuation in air really. You can beam a collimated beam over large distances, a bit like a laser, right? You can really focus in on it and knock somebody out, and it could be at a very high distance, right? It's the ultimate sniper weapon, really. But when it's inside, at least that much is better. But you still have to be aware that if you are inside a building, you have to be very careful about. I like the old the Capitol building, because I think a lot of it is stone or like dense brick, so it's very, very thick walls. At least it looks like that. But beware of windows and beware of buildings behind windows. And beware that with microwave weapons, you don't need to shoot through a window. You can shoot through a wall. You can shoot easily through. So you have the microwave weapon behind a wall, so nobody in the street or in another building would ever know there's a microwave weapon. And then you shoot through that wall and beam somebody inside the building through a window. Easily done, right? In fact, a lot of victims, targeted individuals, myself included, have been shot through the walls of another building. That happens all the time. So beware of this, and kind of look at the windows inside the Capitol building and see what sort of buildings or offices are there. And also be aware that the FBI has infiltrated Congress to the nth degree, and any one of those bloody bastards could have, you know, a microwave weapon. God, I wouldn't want to be the Secret Service. But the point is, the reason why we have this headache is because we have to find these weapons after they're already deployed. And that's because nobody spent the last couple of months figuring out what Bill Binney's software could do, finding the network of these motherfuckers ahead of time so that we never end up with this headache to start with, right? But okay, I understand. We're not in a situation where the swamp is drained yet. Trump needs to be inaugurated to be able to drain the swamp. I understand all this, but I just wish the Secret Service could have just gotten this information earlier. Anyway, perhaps they know this, but given that they weren't even capable of flying a stinking, you know, $30 drone above Butler, I seriously doubt that anybody ever told them about pulsed energy projectiles. All right, I genuinely doubt that. I have no faith. So here we are. That's the situation with these incidents. Now, there's one more incident I would like to talk about, and that is, again, it happened just a couple of hours after I sent the two letters to Bill and I sent it to Mar-a-Lago and to New York. So we're talking about the 18th of September 2024. And so I already told you I overnight these letters to Trump and Sean Curran in the Secret Service from my local UPS station just after 5 p.m. Then a bunch of rally goers experienced burning in their eyes, telltale sign for microwave weapons. Of course, I hear about it because as the FBI that sits on my laptop knows, I'm watching all the Trump rallies. I'm worrying my head off what might happen to Trump. I'm looking for clues, for signs, for covert symbols. Of course, I'm going to hear about these rally goers being attacked. And of course, I'm going to think, oh yeah, that's microwave weapons. And hey, you guys just did that in retaliation to me posting this, right? So it's quite predictable. But then something even worse happened. So after the rally goers in Arizona experienced the burning in their eyes, there was another incident, which is that next day, so again, we're back on the 18th of September. Now, the next day, Trump was to meet the owner of Gottlieb's Deli in New York City. All right. And the owner died hours before the scheduled Donald Trump visit. And it was a sudden death of the 75-year-old Sholem Yosef Gottlieb. And as a result, the family had to cancel Trump's visit. Now, this article was published on the 19th of September 2024. So the next morning, so this was published at 5 p.m. But this guy basically died overnight. He was due to meet Trump the next morning. I'm looking if there's anything more. There's no exact time of death. But again, we're back to this. I have been searching on forums, on chat forums in the local community about, you know, what might have happened to this guy. One report said that he had pneumonia, or he was in hospital with pneumonia, and so on. And then, of course, people think, oh, sure, you could just die of pneumonia. He was 75, you know. But one of the things that I observed is that when there's a big event, like somebody's, you know, a child's wedding or something big you've been really looking forward to, people have like increased endorphins. They're looking forward to it. They're much more vital. There's like a certain date, and somehow people hang on through that. So when Donald frickin' Trump is visiting you and you just have pneumonia, I find it incredibly unbelievable that you would just die before. You might just die peacefully after shaking his hand or something. But it's just like, it doesn't make any freaking sense. Again, the timing is just so perfect that it fits in a nefarious murder. Now, how would you kill somebody who's in hospital, or maybe even if this guy was at home with pneumonia? Again, directed energy weapons. You just beam the bedroom. You can, fire a pulsed energy projectile, knock people out, unless there's a detailed autopsy. I'm not even sure an autopsy would pick up heart attack versus pulsed energy projectile or EMP pulse, basically, to the heart. Is there any pathology or forensics in pathology that can tell the difference? I have no idea. I don't think so. So again, it's perfect. So just imagine how I felt when I sent this. Then I get to hear about the rally goers being attacked, and the next morning Trump's visit to this deli is canceled because the guy died. I can't help thinking this was a murder. And again, it's so horrendous to say something like that, but one indication of it is I found one board where people seem to have known the guy. It was like a local newspapers. I couldn't find it tonight because I just didn't have it to hand anymore. But it was like the chat below a local newspapers or news sites article on this. So people knew the man personally and kind of partially talked in Yiddish and in Hebrew to each other. So it was clearly the Jewish community. And they just said, what the hell? I mean, how did that happen? He seemed fine. I mean, what? He died? Why? What? How? So people who were kind of close to the family and maybe knew that this guy was maybe a bit sicklish still couldn't believe that he was dead. All right. So the bottom line is that I think, because of course I'm bitter and suspicious and I'm the resident conspiracy analyst here, of course, everything is a conspiracy to me, but quite jest aside, I genuinely think that the owner of Gottlieb's Deli was murdered because of this perfect timing with everything else. Just dying hours before meeting Trump is highly unlikely. I don't think Trump had to cancel many meetings like that. And then an unusual, unlikely death like that combined with a very low likelihood of people experiencing temporary blindness and burning in their eyes at a rally where Trump just was just a few hours before then, in addition to the even more rare, because it hadn't happened ever before, sort of event of the one of a handful of investigators of Secret Service criminality and her technical director or retired technical director husband sending a letter to Trump. All this kind of came together. And even if people think that Bill and I are nobodies, we're just garbage, we're just nothing, it still comes together as one thing. Okay, I'm still one of the investigators into directed energy weapons, and I send a letter, and then there's a death that looks strikingly like directed energy weapons, and attacks to people's eyes that look like directed energy weapons, right? Microwave weapons, in fact. So as far as I can tell, the FBI got my letters and freaking retaliated. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. And I guess they wanted to dissuade me from trying this ever again, right? Because they also know me well enough and have psychologically profiled that I actually bloody care about all this. I would be absolutely devastated to know that that man was murdered because I sent a letter, right? And I think the rally goers recovered, but yes, I would care about this. It is a huge chilling effect. And yes, it has occurred to me, and I've lived with that since then, right? But the point is that I was not there when the Secret Service agent committed suicide or when the pregnant agent died. And there's only, like, if you give in to terrorists, there is no end to their demands, basically. All right? So with that in mind, I can tell you what happened to me when I tried to go to Mar-a-Lago on the third letter here. I nearly died on the motorway, and the way the intelligence agencies do things is that it's all fun and giggles for plausible deniability until it's not. Okay, so at Butler, for example, at the Butler rally, everything was peaceful, beautiful, sunny day, if somewhat hot, and everybody was really happy until they were not. Right? And all the way to the last moment, it could have been nothing. The intelligence agencies can pull back and just go, hey, you guys are so paranoid. Why are you so upset? Right? And that's exactly what the assassination attempt on me was, driving down to Mar-a-Lago. It looked like nothing, but I think I was moments away from the pit maneuver being pulled on my car from behind at 74 miles an hour. So I think the car would have gone flippy spinny and I would be pretty dead or pretty dinged up afterwards. So anyway, that's the third attempt. But what I really, really want to get into now is the concrete announcements of the assassination attempt that I witnessed. And I know this video is ludicrously long, but I will just use it and bookmark it to point out certain things. So the assassination attempt on President Trump itself and all the things that went down there. I want to go through very quickly the announcements, the two announcements that happened. And I think I just realized how late it is. I have to do a separate video going through them in greater detail, but just for the investigators so that they understand why I really freaked out about an otherwise innocuous video and why I think that imminent danger has been announced against Trump. Here's what you need to know. So I will go in chronological order regarding the assassination attempt on President Trump. So the very, very first thing, chronologically, it's not how I found it, but I think the first thing that relates to the assassination attempt was the following. Where is it? Yes, here we go. And I sent out a tweet about this. Let me share my screen. So what you need to know is that the very first assassination attempt on President Trump was announced beforehand, several months beforehand, and it was announced like this. It was at this event. This is an event where President Trump was doing his campaign rally, and every time he would fly somewhere, he made, at some places made a point of having a meet and greet and a photo shoot with the local law enforcement teams. And this is one in Atlanta, Georgia, and it looks like absolutely nothing, okay? It looks like the most innocuous thing. Yet, what happened is that this guy next to Trump actually marked him for death. All right, I'm not sure if you can see it, but if you zoom in on this guy, on his vest is an ace of spades. If you go through all the playing cards, the one that fits this pattern is the ace of spades, right? So in other words, what we have here is a police officer who went through the trouble of ironing on, gluing on, or sewing on an ace of spades symbol onto the otherwise standard issue police, looks like a bulletproof vest here, right? And yeah, that's another thing that just occurred to me. It's a bulletproof vest, the reference to bullets. So anyway, and just note the grin, okay? Now, you might think, oh, it could be anything, police officers stick stuff on their vests. So the same thing occurred to me. Before I freak out, I should actually check this with real police officers. So I went to our chief of police in town, who's been a police officer for a very long time. And I said, hey, how often does it happen that police officers put stickers or symbols or anything on their vest? And he said, I've never seen this happen. All right. And then, so I talked to him. He's also a former Marine. And the ace of spades is not a happy symbol at all, okay? If you Google ace of spades, you will, it will be called the death card. It is known as the death card. So I picked up on the ace of spades because anything related to playing cards, from having monitored the intelligence agencies and their covert symbols, I know this as the so-called Illuminati card game. And in the 1990s, there was something genuinely called the Illuminati card game. It was a deck of playing cards. And one of them, believe it or not, had a plane fly into two towers back in the late 1990s. I think there's an independent article on that. So even British intelligence, also known as the British Foreign Intelligence, also known as the Independent newspaper, mentions that. Okay, so I know this playing card bullshit as the Illuminati card game. The Illuminati being a secret society split off from the Freemasons, or rather hand-selected, and founded by the Rothschilds. right? That's the Illuminati. Real secret society genuinely exists, right? And I know it as the Illuminati card game. However, when I showed it to Bill and I said, does the Ace of Spades mean anything to you? I mean, this is before I spoke to Chief. He went very silent. He's like, yeah, it was used in Vietnam. I said, what do you mean? Right? I'm too young to know anything about Vietnam. And he said, soldiers used to mark those they killed with the Ace of Spades. They used to put an Ace of Spades on, down on the body. So I looked into it, and it's true. In Vietnam, people were issued decks that only contained the Ace of Spades to mark the deaths. Now that, to me, is a creepy Illuminati card game, right? You mark the deaths, but that's why it's called the death card, all right? But another thing about this bullshit with the Ace of Spades is, and it's something that Bill immediately remembered, is that in 2003, right, during the invasion of Iraq, the Defense Intelligence Agency developed a set of playing cards to help troops identify the most wanted members of President Saddam Hussein's government, right? And they were printed on these playing cards. So here it is. This is the playing cards with the Ace of Spades being Saddam Hussein. That was Defense Intelligence Agency 2003. Now, in 2003, I was studying physics. I was an undergraduate. I spent every freaking waking second working and studying. So I had no idea about these, some bullshit playing cards that some US intelligence agency on another continent issued. Couldn't have given less of a rat's ass, frankly, back at the time. But anyway, so I knew nothing about this. But when Bill said that, I was like, hang on a minute. So with this deck of playing cards, right? Here's the suits. Or sweets, or whatever you call it. The Ace of Spades is Saddam Hussein. All right, Ace of Spades. So the president of Iraq was marked with the death card, the Ace of Spades. And here we have President Trump being marked by the Ace of Spades by this police officer snuggling up to him. Now, I'm going to show you exactly how this happens. This guy here, whose hand you can just see, is another black officer who just before this moment has been asked by this smirking little guy to take a picture of him posing next to Trump. But Trump has no idea that this picture is being taken because he's talking to these people when this is happening. He doesn't even see this guy. All right. So in other words, it was a photograph taken where somebody just like snuggles up to Trump, puts their shoulder on the bulletproof vest with the Ace of Spades, right? Reference to bullets, as close as possible to Trump, and gets an evidence photo of that has really happened, right? That evidence photo would be spread around inside the intelligence agencies as, the marker, if you like. And to everybody else, it just looks like a happy photo, taken with Trump. Okay, now, there's more to this than that, though, because before this happened, I found this, this whole Ace of Spades. I'll tell you the story of how I even came across this. I was following Trump on Truth Social, and then there was another account that somehow Truth Social pushed in my face, and it was Il Donaldo Trumpo, okay? It was a parody account, this one, Il Donaldo Trumpo, and it seemed to have all this footage from behind the scenes. So this hanging out with the police officers that was never reported by the media because they didn't really want other people to know that the police loved Trump, right? So there was a blackout on this. But there was also on this channel of Il Donaldo Trumpo, sometimes footage from his rallies that were recorded from the pit between the crowd and the stage. So it was his immediate social media team or multimedia team that recorded it, and that would be posting on this channel. So it was basically, it's an insider channel from within Team Trump that is posting this, okay? So I started following the account because it also has great parody, clips that just make you laugh, and it's just really light humored, but also had the stuff about the police officers and all that. Now, I found this, The very first time I came across this thing was actually on September the 6th. And what happened is the following. I'm just following Il Donaldo Trump on Truth Social. It just broadcast this video. I just click on it to, to find out, hey, what's Trump doing with the police officers? Another happy video. And as I'm watching this thing, I just get really disconcerted. It's like you have the scary violin from a horror movie somehow play in the back of your mind. Like, and I'm like, why am I so freaked out by this? There's nothing to see here. And I have to confess, I saw the video when it was posted on September the 6th, which I think was it was a Friday. And I kept coming back to this video about 20, 30, 40 times, watching it, rewatching it, thinking, what the hell? Why am I getting so upset about this? Until finally on Sunday, it hit me and I'm like, oh my God, that's the Ace of Spades. But the thing is, until then, I have done everything. I ran through every person who appears on the video and did a full body language analysis in detail. I couldn't detect a thing. I did a full facial micro expressions, facial analysis on every single person on that bloody video, and I couldn't detect a thing. And I was so focused on other stuff, like foot posture, hand, tension, facial expressions, that I freaking missed the Ace of Spades on the uniform. All right. I just want to let other people know just that as if you're investigating this stuff, sometimes shit stares you in the face and you just don't really know it. Right. But thankfully I had this kind of like, I was freaked out about it. And the reason why I triggered on the playing card subconsciously is the following reason. When Trump got shot in Butler, that was the 13th of July. Bill and I got to know about 20 minutes later. And I said to Bill, I am not going to bloody bed until I can prove it was the intelligence agencies. Because just listening to, oh yeah, the guy was just shot from that roof over there, right? I mean, there's so much bullshit. It's clear that the intelligence agencies were involved. And I said, I will not go to bed or go to sleep until I have found smoking gun evidence that the intelligence agencies were involved. I spent the whole night listening to gunshots, learning. I've never used a gun because I'm European. I don't have a gun. I was never really near a gun. It wasn't the closest I got was to a gun in a holster on somebody that was maybe somewhere over there, right? That's my knowledge of guns. So I spent hours because I thought there was something wrong about the audio, listening to subsonic versus supersonic bullets, subsonic with suppressors, supersonic with suppressors, everything up and down until my ears were ringing. And I listened and watched to absolutely everything that was being broadcast in the media about the assassination attempt. 12 hours later, right, at around 6 a.m. in the morning. No, I started investigating at 6:30. Yeah, something like between 6:30, 7 a.m. in the morning. I finally found it. I found two people in the bleachers behind Trump who ducked too early. They clearly had foreknowledge that shots would be fired exactly in that rough time frame. And I'm going to get onto that. But I basically spent, the whole night looking for this. And of course, the FBI sits on my laptop and they know exactly what I'm doing. And then on Sunday, I slept through half the day because I've been up all night. And then I continued the investigation. And then on Monday morning, I presented this first on an interview with Professor James Fetzer, where John Carmen, former US Secret Service, was also on the panel. And we discussed this, the assassination attempt. And then I did my own video on July 15th on Monday afternoon, called The Forensics of the Trump Assassination, where I published this for the first time. And then I spent the subsequent week analyzing everything I could find about the Trump assassination attempt. So a week later, after I published this whole thing, after I found the evidence and I basically could prove that it was the intelligence agencies, exactly a week later, I got a death threat from the FBI. And the death threat was the following. We have several dogs and I walk them at night. And I always use like a certain round in town that I take them on. And I went out on a walk and there was nothing. And then the next time I'm on this walk, in my path on a bit of sidewalk that, I mean, Americans don't use sidewalks to start with, right? But in that part of town, nobody's really walking. And then suddenly on the sidewalk where there was nothing before is a playing card. It's this one here. It's the 4 of hearts. It's just a simple playing card. That's the back of it, but it was put down like that in front of me. So I find the 4 of hearts in my path, quite clearly placed there late at night. I think it was put there at like 10:30 p.m. or something, right? So I'm like, oh, that's, at the time, all I knew is that's the Illuminati card game. But I knew it's bad news. The Illuminati card game is bad news. Now, in intelligence agency code for the 4th letter of the alphabet is D, A, B, C, D. D stands for death. Death, and then hearts means death by heart attack or death of a loved one. So it's a death threat of some form. That's how I read it at the time. All right. So this was on the I got this on the 21st of July, the Sunday after the Butler assassination attempt, a week on. And I reported it on the 22nd to our local police. So inside the NSA database is the email I sent to our police chief reporting this as a death threat. I felt like a right idiot because I had to explain to Chief what the Illuminati card game is, but that's what happened, okay? I was like, that's a death threat from the fucking FBI. And not surprising, because by that time I had the evidence that the assassination attempts on Trump were the fucking FBI. So fair enough in that sense, right? But so since July, in the back of my mind was this whole thing about, are they going to kill Bill with a fake heart attack? Are they going to kill me or my parents back in Europe? Or who are they going to kill, right? With something to do with hearts, loved ones or heart attack. So that's the whole time I kept thinking along those lines. And then eventually I see this video about Donald Trump and I see the Ace of Spades completely subconsciously. And I immediately think, holy shit, what happened? But it took me 2 freaking days to see this. Now, I'm going to show you the video as it plays out, and hopefully you will sympathize why, if you don't know what you're looking for, it is kind of hard to spot. But the second thing that I want you to notice also is that the Secret Service hones in on this guy. So it's actually Sean Curran and his colleague, a black guy in the background, who both lock on this guy instantly, right, and start tracking him. So I don't know if they saw the Ace of Spades and they recognized it because they're former military, or they just picked up on the fact that this guy's body language is like nobody else's. So what is strange about this guy? What's strange about this guy is that first of all, there are 3 or 4 groups of police in different uniforms. There's dark green uniforms, dark blue, light blue, and they all seem to be Atlanta, Georgia police. I think one is sheriff's office, the other one is, city of Atlanta police, and so on. So there's a bunch of groups of police, and the colors don't really mix. So people stand with their colleagues. This guy is fundamentally different in that he goes up to a guy who is in a uniform and is not really in the pictures. He looks like a superior, goes and kind of tries to sweet talk him, like schmooze a bit. But the other guy, the body language is like, I don't really know what this guy wants, but I'm going to be polite. So it's very weird. And he seems to be positioning himself so that he can first monitor the group and then move in at the right time, swoop in to take this picture quickly with Trump. Now, when he swoops in, he's actually crossing between Trump's protective detail leader and Trump and kind of moves in. And from what I could see in the video, that's the moment when Sean Curran goes, what the fuck? Quite rightfully so, I would say, right? So from that moment onwards, his attention is even more on this guy than on Trump. Now, let's watch the video. God, this time we need sound and we need this. So you might think this is all bullshit, but I'm telling you guys, this is not bullshit. This is the real thing here. Let me just get through the adverts here, so that I don't bother you with them. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is the actual video. and it's 2 minutes long. And in all this, I'm going to just play it like I kind of phenomenologically took it in. All right. So, and when you see the video, you will recognize the black guy with the ace of spades, but just note how happy everybody is, okay? How light it all is. Like all the police who ever shook Trump's hand, they are so happy to see him, right? And also this guy with the ace of spades, who clearly got hired for this little spiel, he's also happy, but he has this kind of like a hint of, I don't know, a grin, like a jeer. It's the other ones are kind of just like, hey, yeah, what a cool day. But he has this like smirk on his face, which I kind of don't like because I recognize it from the FBI gang stalkers who are fucking with me every time I leave the house. It's kind of like almost a sense of power over somebody. So note that grin and note how the Secret Service acts, and otherwise just take in the video here. Okay, that was it. Hey, that was a death threat. Did you spot it? Any of you guys spot it? How lethal that was? So it looks like nothing, right? It looks like nothing. Now, when you know where to look, it stares you right in the face. But I basically watched this video. I didn't even expect to find something quite so horrendous. And I was just like, hey, that's just happy. But suddenly it didn't really feel right. Okay. So anyway, now in this I had to smile as I was rewatching the video because I watched it so many times. I know the exact body language of every single person who appears in this video because I analyzed the heck out of it. I know their smiles, I know how they move, I know their gestures. I just spent a lot of time on this, wasting my time because I just couldn't see the ace of spades consciously. But here, if you look, how many like badges and things and bits and bobs people have on their uniform, maybe I might be forgiven for just not having spotted this. But I can tell you, I wasted 2 days on this, okay? I just want you to let you know, just like, oh, fucking much I put into this. But it's also very, very good because now look, I'm gonna switch off the music in the background and now comment the entire video. So if we watch this, right, it's just a bunch of happy people here, and this is like light gray uniform, light blue, dark uniform, right, with different hats, but they all kind of mix a bit, but otherwise people cluster, okay? So the colors are a bit shifted and intermixed, but otherwise there's a block. Also here, let me just back up a little bit. You will see the dark greens leaving, And this guy is in a dark green uniform and he's not leaving. So you can see a group of guys, they had their photo shot and they are moving away. So watch, they are leaving here in the background. Can you see all the people in dark green leave apart from two of these guys? One of them has the ace of spades. Now, the other thing is also here in the background to explain the Secret Service, guys. That's the car of Trump. This guy's holding it open. This is Trump's detail leader, Sean Curran, right? He's the guy who's going to lock on to this guy's ace of spades ass like a hawk. But otherwise, he's just relaxed. He's just looking at this landscape. Doesn't see anything. It doesn't look like he sees anything suspicious. Okay, now watch how this will change. So Trump is shaking hands. Everybody's happy. Now at some point here in the background, here it is. You can see some dark green uniforms on the far left here. Now, what I want you to notice is this black guy behind there in the background, that guy, right? He seems to be some superior of this group. He kind of stands on the other side and lets his men be photographed with Trump, but he's just watching the scene. Now, this is the guy that Mr. Ace of Spades is gonna, go and chat with in a moment, right? But otherwise, he's just by himself. He's not involved in it with anybody. He's there with his team, and then suddenly here they are shaking hands. You can see Mr. Ace of Spades, right? And the way he's talking, his gestures, it's like very like, hey, I'm the cool kid. But it also very much looks like he's just talking to this guy to have a reason to stand on this side of the group and be able to see the group and look for the right opportunity. Okay. I somehow, when I watched this a million times, his body language was like, hey, I'm just talking some small talk bullshit with this guy. Don't really care. It's like, hey, how you doing? I don't know, something about this body language that to me implies he doesn't really give a shit about talking to this guy. He's more focused on what's going on here. His feet are pointing this way. He's really looking at getting the right opportunity to get this photo shoot with Trump. Okay, so watch him. Oh, the other thing was also, I'm not sure if you've seen a moment ago. Sorry, I jumped too much here. They shake hands and then he puts his hand on the superior's elbow. That's kind of like a dominant behavior. People like underlings typically don't do that. That's a domineering behavior. But I found that the FBI gang stalkers do it almost like instinctively because they arrive having power over you. In my case, I don't know how much they know who I am, but they are given power to stalk and harass me, overtly stalk and harass me, denigrate me, attack me, whatever they want, but they have power over me. So I spot them typically by their domineering behavior that looks like nobody else around. Like nobody fucking would be doing that in a food line, in a grocery store, okay? And yet there's some dickhead who's walking around like he is, the king of the jungle. And yeah, lo and behold, sure enough, he's going to lock onto me. So I recognize this. So this sort of like unusual, out of place, dominant gestures are a smoking gun, telltale sign for the FBI's harassment or the stalker network. They're minions. It's God. I just remembered this thing here. Yeah. So there he is talking bullshit, but his feet are pointing this way. He's really looking over to Trump. He wants to kind of get in on the right moment, right? The other guy, that superior guy, doesn't really engage with him. And now watch, in a moment, that guy in the back here, he's just looking for the right moment. Now he's going to walk. Yeah, watch this. Boom. That's the moment. And you can see Trump's detail leader is like, what was that? Right? He just went zoomy past him, right? And his attention is focused on this guy, actually on his back. I think he triggered on the body language that was unusual because he can't see the ace of spades. Unless these guys spotted it beforehand and thought the ace of spades is suspicious all along, So there he is. His attention is now fully on this line. He might have just said something briefly, but that guy is following Trump a bit, but he has already an eye on this guy with the ace of spades. All right. So, and now watch what happens. This guy pulls out, he takes a picture himself of this group, right? Everybody else wants to be in the picture. The guy, and look, only this guy has a green uniform and the ace of spades. These are the last two green uniforms. All the other green guys left. And now watch this. This is where it gets interesting. So this Mr. Ace of Spades asked this guy to take a picture of him. That guy, you know, obliges gladly. And then watch. This guy snuggles up to Trump, but Trump is speaking to this crowd here, these three people. He doesn't even see Mr. Ace of Spades behind his shoulder, right? So this picture is being taken almost kind of forced on Trump without Trump noticing. But look at this jeering little face. He's like, yay, I'm going to get paid by the FBI. I did my job here. Look at that. All right. And then only now does Trump even notice this, right? That guy, even vaguely. But look at him. This is what I love the most. After this crazy scene, Trump's detail leader moves down with Mr. Ace of Spades. You will see that Trump's left behind. I mean, there's always Secret Service coverage. This guy's there, right? But his detail leader is locked onto this guy. Look at that. He is standing in line with Mr. Ace of Spades and Trump is over there, right? So again, let's look at the last bit, because also encoded in here, in the background, you can see that another Secret Service guy is also tracking Mr. Ace of Spades. So actually, that's happened just before here. All right, let's see. Let me find this thing again. It's when Mr. Ace of Spades snuggles up to the superior here in a moment's time. Here, that's when they shake hands over here, right? In this corner. I hope you guys can see my cursor, otherwise it's very hard to follow what I'm saying here. On the left-hand side, Mr. Ace of Spades is shaking hands with the, you know, the police chief there in the background, right? Here. And they're talking. This guy's bullshitting him quite clearly with some blah, blah, right? But otherwise, he's watching Trump, waiting for his moment. There they are. And what I really like is, I'm not sure if you saw, but the Secret Service, the black Secret Service agent kind of moved into position behind Mr. Ace of Spades. So that guy's also tracking him for some reason here. You will see him in a moment when this guy starts walking. Can you see him there in the background next to the detail leader's head? As soon as Mr. Ace of Spades started walking down, that guy started following him. So he is zooming in. Maybe this is just standard protocol. Anybody walking towards President Trump will be tracked. But given that this guy is rather, how to say, central casting, it looks really good. I mean, these guys seem to really do the right stuff here. There you can see the black Secret Service agent following Mr. Ace of Spades and checking, hey, where's he going? Because he literally walked right past Trump from behind. Right? I mean, I would be thinking, is this guy about to put a knife into Trump's back? Because he suddenly just went, right, let's go. Okay. So I just I freaked out a bit just watching that. But anyway, I love the fact that the Secret Service agents right around Trump, everything I could see was just pitch perfect. It's really good. And let's just see it one more time, how this guy with the Ace of Spades just creeps up on it. So here he's in the back, right? He walks around the whole group. He decides not to be part of the photograph that's taken. There he is, taking his own photograph here on the right. That's the black Secret Service agent here. Right, who's kind of keeping an eye on everything. And here's Mr. Ace of Spades joining the group again, asking the tall guy to take a picture. And now is when he's moving in. Now, if you don't know anything, there we go. Here's the intelligence agencies marking off President Donald Trump with the death card, right? And then another thing here, when that happens, what I also like is that Sean Curran kind of lifts his hand. It's like, okay, enough of this, right? Enough, we've got to go, right? He's getting impatient. He's like, enough. And man, that was good instincts. I'm not sure if these guys saw the Ace of Spades. When you're right in front of somebody, your eye can decipher badges much better. But, you know, he doesn't like this at all. And look how he's moving this way, following this guy, right? His feet are pointed at Mr. Ace of Spades, and Trump is over there. So this guy's attention is locked onto that guy. Wonderful. This is beautiful. This is how it should be, actually. the one thing that should have followed this whole little spectacle is that as soon as this was over, right, there should have been a detailed investigation of who the fuck this guy is. I'm not sure if that happened, right? Who the fuck is Mr. Ace of Spades? Now, the reason why this is important, and that's what I put into my truth, is that on Truth Social, is that the marking with the Ace of Spades happened exactly 3 months and 3 days before the Butler assassination attempt. Just finding that out was bloody hard for me. And I want to show my workings laboriously here today so that anybody, private investigators, you know, Secret Service investigators, whoever the fuck is still out there doing any serious investigation can follow what I did and check that this is correct, because I want to show you how I even found out the date. Okay, so let's go back to this video, because this video itself, was posted. I'm not sure if you can see this date appear if I hover my cursor. If you hover over the 4 months on Rumble, here, the 4 months, it will pop up a little sign saying September 6, 2024. But that was not when Trump was in Atlanta. So I had to really search up and down, and I found, thanks to Benny Johnson, who on the 11th, the day after, posted the exact same picture with Trump with these Atlanta police officers and said Atlanta police officers are all smiles posing with Trump for selfies. This is who Fannie Willis wants to arrest Trump. Total backfire. Okay, Benny Johnson, love the guy. But that's what he posted, and I found this. That was on the 11th of April, so already not September, right? And then digging a bit more, I found that the account Il Donaldo Trumpo had just reposted this footage from actually the 10th of April. So Benny Johnson posted it the day after, and Trump actually shook hands, and this whole scene happened on the 10th of April, 2024. That's what I could establish. This is when this event happened. Now, this is hugely important. These dates bloody matter, because the 10th of April, if you count, and this is Secret Service counting, so you don't count the exact number of dates. Sometimes you do to get to 3 or 33, but otherwise you can play around a bit. And I'll explain the importance of the number 3 and 33. So if the 10th of April, how many months to the Butler assassination attempt? From April, it's May, June, July, 3 months. And from the 10th of April, it's 11th, 12th, 13th, 3 days. 3 months, 3 days to the Butler assassination attempt. What's the possible relevance of this? People before me have noted that the intelligence agencies use markers like 3 and 33 in false flag operations and in attacks all the time, and nobody understood the meaning of it. To give you an example of people, it is Dr. Rauni Kilder, the former chief medical officer of Finland. She has been investigating covert non-consensual implanting, as documented in this book, and other types of Secret Service criminality, and was a victim herself for years. And then she was murdered in 2015 with directed energy weapon gunning by Norway. She was Finnish, but she was injured by Norway, fled, and died of her injuries in Finland a couple of days later. So she was murdered with directed energy weapons. But one of the things she said in one of her interviews, Dr. Rauni, R-A-U-N-I, Kilder, K-I-L-D-E, there's still lots of interviews with her. One of the things she said is that the number 3 always appears in these intel incidents, street theater, attacks, spectacles. What is the frickin' point? So when I looked into it, I didn't just find the number 3. Number 3, I experienced myself. The very first time I litigated against British intelligence was in the 15th, I think the 15th of May, 2016. 15th or 16th, one of them, it's in my court documents. On my way to court, I got a death threat from my very first ever death threat from British intelligence, right? And I survived my first assassination attempt 3 days later back home in Switzerland on the highway in a tunnel. All right. The death threat was a guy came up to me on my way from the airport to the hotel on this like transfer bus, sat down next to me, knew my name, and said, Katherine, there's crime everywhere, but sometimes it's just very well hidden. I was like out of context remark using my name. And then he said, he said, did they kill Diana? And as far as I knew, it was just small talk with a random guy. I was like, who is they? I had no idea about conspiracies about Diana back then. Now I know that the conspiracy is that MI6 killed Diana. Okay. So British intelligence, foreign intelligence, MI6 was basically saying, hey, didn't they kill Diana? And you're about to litigate against us, right? And then 3 days later, when I was back in, after my first court hearing, I was back in Switzerland, and I was driving with my husband at the time, my first husband, through a tunnel, and I started to be shot with pulsed energy projectiles into the skull. Now, for those of you who don't know, being shot by not a microwave weapon, a pulsed energy projectile that seems to be using novel physics where the electromagnetic EMP has longitudinal oomph, which is not really allowed by the Maxwell's equations as far as we know, or as far as we teach. Anyway, I started being shot in the head, and it feels like you're being shot on the, you're being hit on the forehead with a hammer. I received about 2 or 3 shots, and I felt like one more and I'm going to pass out. And I was in the middle of a tunnel, and as people probably know, Diana died in a highway tunnel in Paris, in a road tunnel, right? So did they kill Diana out of context using my first name? And then 3 days later, I experienced for the very first time shots to my skull with pulsed energy projectiles. Now, how the fuck did I survive? Because I thought, shit, it looks like a beam. I need to get out of the beam line. And at the time, I was in the middle lane and the car was in the middle lane. And I think they assumed that if you start feeling like bad, or you start feeling disoriented, just like Alex Bruzovitz, by the way, but you can feel the impact. You start feeling disoriented, you feel like, okay, one more shot and it's lights out, right? And most people slow down. If you slow down, you're dead. But I thought the gun is hidden in the car in front of me. There was only one car in front of me. So what I did is I just floored the accelerator and I just went zoomy past this car and just took off. So I think the whole point was that most people slow down as opposed to really accelerate and figure out it's a beamline. So that's basically how I survived my first assassination attempt. But it was the number 3. I get a death threat. 3 days later, I nearly die on the highway. They had ample other opportunity to do that, right? They could have killed me anywhere on the road, but they just picked a perfect time where I just happened to be in a highway tunnel. They are very frequent in Switzerland. They're everywhere, right? You're always going through a mountain, on a highway, in a tunnel. So they can recreate the Diana incident. But the point is the number 3 is a telltale marker for intelligence agencies. But in my research, I found it's not just the number 3. The number 3 is basically shorthand for 33. And what's the relationship of 33? 33 is the number of degrees or whatever you call them in Freemasonry. When you're a 33-degree Mason, at least in the official version, right? The ones for normal people, the 33rd degree Mason is the highest level Mason. So Freemasonry. What the fuck has Freemasonry got to do with the intel agencies? Well, it's the oldest intelligence agency. It's the one that rules them all. It's the biggest. It belongs to the Vatican. It is like this, you know, if you look at the number of Freemasons in the United States, it is staggering. And in Europe, it's a secret society, but somehow the word secret got lost in a memo across in the Great Pond. And over here, people put it on fucking bumper stickers. So it's not so much secret anymore. But if you just look at the number of Masonic lodges and bumper stickers, heck, it's a covert army of people who are sucked into the secret society and are placed in these degrees, and people in lower degrees have to do whatever the higher degrees tell them. It's basically a slavery model, and dumbass Americans get into it voluntarily, right? So anyway, But the headquarters of Freemasonry is in London. All right, British Crown, think British Crown, but think City of London, think Vatican. Now, my research back in Europe that took a couple of years figured out that why does Freemasonry have 33 levels? It's because the letter 3, or the number 3 stands for the third letter of the alphabet. So 3 is CC, and CC stands for Corporatio Corona in Latin, as in the crown corporation, the crown. The British Crown is just a family-run family business. It's like the local franchise of the Crown Corporation in the United Kingdom. The British Crown is just one. There's the Norwegian Crown, the Belgian Crown. In Europe, we have plenty of crowns, right? But it is actually a Vatican company. It is a corporation founded under canon law, and the Jesuits are in it, the freaking Illuminati are in it, all the royal families are in it, they are part of the corporation, and the Freemasons are in it as well. Now, the Freemasons are the biggest intelligence agency in the world, right? They have the compartmentalization, they have the need to know, they have everything an intelligence agency does, right? They have this like military structure where you have to obey your superiors. But when you get up the levels, when you get to the 3s, like 30th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd degree, you basically become a C-suite executive of the Crown Corporation, or rather that little business of the Crown Corporation, which is your Masonic Lodge, that little operation, right? But it is a covert army, and it basically comes down from the Crown Corporation. And 33, the reason why 3 is being used by the intelligences all the time is, number one, because they derive from the Freemasons that have 33 levels. The CIA, the FBI, MI5, MI6, Mossad, they all derive from the Freemasons, and their leaders are members of the Freemasons, all of them. Now, that's one reason. But in turn, the reason why they have 33 levels in Freemasonry is because 33 stands for CC, Corporatio Corona, Crown Corporation in Latin, CC. So, long story, a PhD amount worth of stuff in summarized in one sentence. C or CC is how the intelligence agencies sign their work. This is basically on orders of the Crown Corporation. So when the Ace of Spades, the Illuminati card game, is being played and Trump is being marked by the Ace of Spades, like Saddam Hussein, the president of Iraq, they mark the president of the United States with the death card, right? And there's exactly 3 months and 3 days between the death card announcement, the death threat, and the assassination attempt. It has the signature of the Crown Corporation. All right. Now, to Americans, it's like, what the fuck is the Crown Corporation? In summary, the Crown Corporation is the entity that owns your ass, that owns your little colony here. That's it, basically. So when you little Americans, like us little Europeans, right, we think we can decide our own leaders, and we pick somebody like Trump to really represent we the people, it's pissing off the Crown Corporation, the true owners of this colony, and they will try to take Trump out, and they will sign their work for all their followers. They basically want to have their signature in history, if that makes sense. So anybody, all the insiders who would be shown the Ace of Spades photograph by this happily jeering little police officer, and would know that there was they were hoping it's an assassination, okay? It was not meant to be an assassination attempt. They thought it was going to be an assassination. Something went wrong. But they wanted to inscribe into history and be able to show to all their Masonic members at the lodges forever after that, look, we announced the death and we killed the guy. All right? That's very, very, very important to them to be able to do that. Now, I also have to check if the broadcast is still going here. Is it still, hang on, let me see if it's still running. They wanted to inscribe into history. Oh, yes, it's still okay. I think at some point, YouTube is going to say you can't have a longer video than what you've just broadcast. So I have to be careful because I really went over here the 3-hour mark. But I want you to understand the absolute importance of this. So the Ace of Spades is very bad news indeed. Okay. Now it was used in the Iraqi cards and so on. And they sent a little police officer here to mark Donald Trump, and I want you to just see just how freaking happy these guys are when they're doing this stuff. Look at this. This is a death threat against President Trump, and look how happy this guy is. Surely, if he was just hired for the day, you know, he was hired off Fiverr.com or TaskRabbit.com to just do this, right, to earn a couple of bucks. You would still research that symbol that you have to put on your vest and try to ask some questions like, why do you want me to do that? When you don't, and you're this freaking happy, you are in on it, my friend, as far as I'm concerned. You are quite happily in on it. Now, why would the police possibly want to kill Trump when they're also happy to meet him? And it's because traditionally, the police are a Masonic enforcement agency. This is why in the US you have the so-called Fraternal Order of Police that in their logo has the satanic pentagram, the secret handshake where they massage their muscles of the Freemasons inside the logo of the actually I can bring it up. Let me just bring it up so that you guys can know what I'm talking about. So in other words, it's not surprising that if there's a crown kill order against Trump, right, that it would be executed by the police. Fraternal Order of Police logo. So let me just show you the logo of what we're dealing with here. Loading, here we go. That is, let me bring up the logo. Here we go. So have a look at this piece of shit. And what really gets me is that people think this is normal. This isn't in any way normal. So the Fraternal Order of Police, okay? And what it has in its logo is the secret handshake of the Masons, whereby depending on your rank, you kind of like, you know, massage the knuckle of your, God, it's just so pathetic. Anyway, that's the secret handshake. You have the all-seeing eye, and you have the Masonic, what I call Masonic tiling, the black or the dark and light checkered pattern that is at the center of a Masonic temple. They have this checkerboard thing, the chess, the chessboard, because they are playing chess with our lives. And you have the satanic pentagram and you have the ring, as in like pedophile ring. All right, so that's the logo of the Fraternal Order of Police. And the question is, where the fuck are all the women? Are the women not included? Heck no, because Freemasonry is a purely male club. It's only for men. All right, so we have the Fraternal Order of Police, and we have thus the announcement of the murder of Trump by the police. Do you get it now, all of you? So this seems insane at first, but makes perfect sense in the great scheme of things, right? So in this truth here, I'm saying this is the first, the announcement of the first assassination attempt with the Ace of Spades. I mentioned, blah, 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 the Iraqi playing cards, and the reference of 3-3. It's a Masonic / crown kill order, right? Freemasonry has 33 levels. Anybody interested can find my truth on Truth Social by just searching for this text, and you can bring it up, the full explanation of it, right? But the bottom line is that Trump's murder was announced and it was acted upon exactly 3 months and 3 days later. Now, before YouTube cuts me off, I want to talk about a couple more things, because I already talked about this. I mentioned that I found these people who ducked too early in the crowd. I'm not sure if I've got time to go through all that, but otherwise investigators can look at the footage here. I published a video, as I said, the day after, or the 2 days after the assassination attempt here. And it's called The Forensics of the Trump Assassination Attempt, right? And in there, I go through a lot of stuff I explain what the Five Eyes are, the Five Eyes intelligence agencies that Bill mentioned in the beginning. And then also here in the title, I said sound analysis starts at 55, and then crowd analysis starts at 1 hour 43. If you click at that part in the video, you will see, indulge me a bit longer because I have some. So I'm just explaining what happened in the crowd, and I'm referring to a video that I found. Actually, I can just quickly show you guys. I just can't stop this thing. I've got such low bandwidth with the FBI sitting on my laptop here that everything is slowed down. So bottom line is, if you go to that video, and let me jump to the original. So under the video, I've got all the references, and inside is in the crowd. Okay, yeah, let me show you. If you guys want to find out everything that I published after that, after the first assassination attempt, so this is the video here at the top, the forensics of the Trump assassination attempt. And in the description under my YouTube video, you've got the quick links to the sound analysis, which I, by the way, didn't complete because sound analysis doesn't put faces to the crime. And I love to just have faces. But the crowd analysis starts here at 143. And at the bottom, you have the links. Oh, God, I see it's cut off here. There's something funny happening here with my computer because the references stop here. There's a lot more references that I had, and I can't scroll down. Where is it? I think I used, okay, let me just, I think it's this one here. Where is it? Oh, yes, here. Yeah. Okay, watch this. This video here is the Wall Street Journal, and it's called How Donald Trump's Attempted Assassination Unfolded. It was published 6 months ago on July 14th, okay? And I think from memory, it's somewhere here at 1 minute 14. Yeah, 1 minute 29. Okay, let's start here. Now, I'm going to show
Trump
you.
speaks.
This is
The Secret Service snipers are
okay, this is what I found, okay? This is one of the videos that I found at the night after the Trump assassination attempt when I wanted to look for smoking gun evidence. And basically what I found in this video eventually was that two women, a blonde woman, I hope you can see my cursor, this blonde woman here, and the brunette woman in front of her here, these two ducked too early. They know exactly that shots will be fired in the moments following. And they duck so fast that the blonde woman goes down before Trump even touches his ear. So Trump gets shot. He has the, what's it called? The physiological reaction, the reflex of touching his aching ear, and the woman ducking is faster. How does that work? Okay, physiologically, neurologically, that is freaking impossible. Okay, so you can't just, dive down like that unless you know two things. Number one, what's about to happen is something to duck from, and you know roughly when it's going to occur. Because if it's longer than a few minutes of a window, your mind starts drifting and your reaction time again gets delayed. You start thinking about other stuff. You start worrying about the event. A lot of thoughts start getting in there. And then when the event actually occurs, your brain has to go, oh shit, it just happened now. Now I have to do the action that I planned to do all along, sort of thing. So the reaction time gets bigger, the more time the mind has to wander. Okay. Now watch this thing. So you will see it from this angle. I'm sorry about the low resolution. I don't think I can, it's already HD. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it full speed, watch this woman and watch that woman, and then I'm going to play it one more time, slowed down.
still facing the gunman's direction. We then see an agent on the north roof pick his head up just before shots ring out at 6:15. Secret Service agents rush to pull Trump to the ground.
Okay, there it was, smoking gun evidence and ultimate proof that the FBI was involved. And again, it looks like freaking nothing. All right, pretty much by design, but this was a genuine screw up. So How do I find this thing? I found it because the circumstances convinced me, as I explained in my first video in July, it is bloody obvious the intelligence agencies are involved, because even though back then I didn't have the Ace of Spades announcement yet, I wouldn't find it until September. The whole situation was just bloody ridiculous, right? And there was other telltale signs. I don't really want to go into that in my first video. So when you suspect the intelligence agencies are involved, you also know that they are like cockroaches. If you spot one, there's at least a dozen of them around you, if not 100, right? They're just crawling around everywhere. So you have to look for the minions. And that's because the minions are dumb as shit, not very good, not very motivated, and typically give the game away. Okay, so with any false flag operation or any intelligence agency operation, there are these central cast members who are maybe a small cut above the average, although it thankfully wasn't the case with the shooter in this here at Butler. But the rest are really the dregs of society. Okay, I mean, who would possibly want to take part in a conspiracy like that? It's just so freaking dumb, right? So normal intelligent people typically do not take part in this, and therefore you can use the expected stupidity of the supporting staff to let them give the game away, basically. And that's exactly what I was doing. I was scanning video after video, and I found this at, I think, 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning. So I found it in real speed, by the way, but for you, I'm going to slow it down so that you can see exactly what I found. So let's do 24 and let's make it silent. Otherwise, it's just too annoying. And okay, here it is actually. Sorry, I need to go back a bit to the circles. So, all right. So what happened? Okay, let's start a bit back. So what I want you to do is focus on this blonde woman here. I hope you can see my cursor. She's the one that's going to go down first. Then you will see her arm reach out and pull down her colleague a moment later. But this blonde woman dives down and stays down before Trump's hand even touches his ear. Okay, that's what we're looking for. And also she stays down. It's not the case of, oh, I just dropped my phone. Sorry, let me pick it up. And here I am. Oh, what happened? No, she knows that she needs to duck. So watch this. So this is the sniper here, right? He sees something, and that the woman is already down. Hang on, let's focus on this area. So let me turn the volume back on, because then we can hear the shots. So you will hear the first shot, and then watch this blonde woman. I'll leave the cursor there. Did you see that? She's down, and Trump's hand only touched his ear now. Let's try it again. This blonde woman here. There we go, she's down. Trump's hand is here, halfway. So shot gets fired, and she goes voomf, and Trump is still moving. Physiologically, it's physiologically impossible to do this without knowing that shots will be fired. Watch this blonde woman here. 6:15. There she go. And then you can see Trump's hand slowly sweeping up. So investigators, go to this video yourself, how Donald Trump's attempted assassination unfolded. We're at 1 minute 37, thereabouts, and watch it yourself, okay? So this woman is down and nobody else moved. One shot just went past, but at the first shot, when you hear the shot, your brain needs time to even recognize it's unusual, it's not ambient sound. Then you need to think, oh, was that a shot or was it fireworks? So everybody, all the real attendees who were not in on it, report first thinking it was fireworks, including ones who are hunters, right? This is countryside Pennsylvania, where everybody's a hunter, and also former military who heard shots fly by them quite a bit. And yet all of these people who are exposed to gunfire much more frequently than the average person first thought, oh, it could have been fireworks, right? So at this moment in time, Trump has just touched his ear, the blonde woman disappeared, nobody else even freaking moved. And the next thing you will see is the blonde woman's arm on top of this brunette woman's head, pulling her down, and then they're both down here. Watch this. Down. And at the end, you could see the arm. Did you see the arm kind of pulling her down like that? Right? And only now, after the third shot, the glass is moving. Right? Okay, there we are. That is smoking gun evidence. So what I'm trying to say is those two women are 100% involved, and they sat through the 10-minute speech that Trump gave leading up to this, happily listening, smiling, laughing along, knowing full well that shots would be fired and that Trump's gonna get killed. All right. And again, look at how fucking happy these people are. The grin on their faces, right? And yet their actions betray that they knew that shots would be fired. They had to duck. It was shots in their direction. And much more importantly, they knew when the shots would be fired. So the question is, what was the insider symbol in all this that could communicate it, that the shooter was ready and was about to fire with the people in the center bleachers behind Trump? Now I'm going to play this one more time just because I so freaking hate these bitches. So this is one happy little co-conspirator to attempted murder and her colleague.
15.
Down, Trump touches his ear. Down. Nobody else moved. 2 shots have been fired. These 2 are down. Trump only now is bending forwards to go down, and everybody else hasn't even moved. And you're about to hear the 3rd shot. And that's when people... 3rd shot going on the red flag. Credit to the Secret Service. By the time the 3rd shot rang, these guys were up on the stage, including Sean Curran here. Very impressive. Very freaking impressive. Now, of course, when you're in the beamline, these shots are really zipping past your head, right? But still, all of them reacted before anybody in the crowd. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is freaking impressive. So well done, guys, right? But just be aware that a couple of feet away from you, a few tens of feet, were 2 criminal co-conspirators who knew that Trump was going to get shot. They ducked to protect themselves. And yeah, they were in on it. So how do you feel now knowing that you nearly died? If you are in the Secret Service, right? How do you feel knowing that you nearly fucking died? Because running up on the stage as the bullets are still flying that are aimed at Trump, any of the people who piled on top of him could have died. Now, in the footage, I saw a couple of wedding bands, right? So imagine one of you guys dying, Trump dying, and one of you guys dying, all of you guys dying, any of that. And knowing that the FBI announced it 3 months and 3 days before, lovingly prepared it. There's another announcement I want to show you. And then that the police officer grinningly sent a death threat, and that 2 bitches behind you grinningly sat through the rally up to that point, laughing along and happily looking at everything, smiling. They were not coerced to be there. They could have warned somebody. They could have pulled it off last minute. They could have warned somebody, but instead they sat there preparing, maybe looking forward to it, to see a live execution. All right. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the FBI. Right? If you ever struggle to understand those horrific crimes that targeted individuals are trying to tell you about, just keep this in mind, that there you can see 2 smiling women waiting to witness Trump getting shot dead. Because when they sat there, the expectation was that he will be shot dead. They literally sat there expecting to see his head explode. I've seen the simulations of what it looks like when somebody is being shot by a bullet out of the type of rifle that was fired there. And yeah, it's not pretty. It's like your head explodes, basically, right? And they sat there, they got themselves tickets. I mean, the FBI did, and just let that sink in. All right. So these are the people we're dealing with when we're talking about the FBI. If you have difficulties believing that I can't believe my government would do such a thing. Well, I've got two messages for you. Number one, waterboarding was invented for people like you. Number two, it's remember that it was the FBI that tried to drive Martin Luther King Jr. into suicide. And that's well documented. The COINTELPRO program, where they systematically tried to drive people to suicide. So do you have difficulty believing that the FBI would drive a Secret Service agent to suicide, maybe with microwave weapons, if they knew that they can get away with it, right? Do you think the FBI has problems killing Trump when their Masonic masters order them to do that? All right. So anyway, another thing. I want to show you one more. I'm just going to keep going until YouTube cuts me off, because I want all the evidence in one frickin' place. So in summary, had the Secret Service actually bloody listened to me in September, what I would have also showed them is exactly this, and said, listen, you have the police officer with the ace of spades, you have his team, people recognized him around there, you can frickin' find him. And then also you have much more high definition footage than I could find about the rally and about the seating arrangement and who was sitting there, where, and you can easily, and I really mean easily, find this woman. This is like the, it actually looks better when it's not as zoomed in. This is a screenshot of the blonde woman who was looking forward. Sunglasses, blonde hair, but from the seating of where she was relative to others, you can figure out, you can find a much better picture of her face. For example, Tucker Carlson, in his documentary, The Art of the Surge, has very high definition footage of the bleachers with the people sitting there. You can find very crisp, high definition footage and find out what this woman looks like and find her. With all the footage that was collected on the day, this woman can be identified. And I am saying, I am actively alleging that, yes, she is a criminal conspirator to what would have been murder. All right. And then once you have found her, you can also find her friend, because her friend also had no issues. She was down on the second bullet. She took the cue of having an arm or come down over her head and pulling her down, and instinctively knew what that was meant to be. She didn't turn around going like, was that fireworks? Right? No, she was like, boom, down, right? These two women are gone. So this second brunette woman with the sunglasses in that position on the bleachers can be identified. There's already two people, right? Who were definitely involved. Together with the ace of spades, you already have 3 leads. Now, if Bill were here, he could explain to you that in a couple of seconds, you can pull up all of these people's identities, phone records, where they were, what they did, their whole life from the NSA database. And you can start mapping this network and get shockingly far with just 3 leads. The 2 women in the bleachers and this police officer. But I've got and a 4th one even. I will have a 5th one for you. So the 4th one, that was not found by me. The 4th one was found by the CEO of Twitter, actually. Where is it here? All right. So I'm sure you are just as tired as I am, but I really want to cram everything in today. That's it. So, okay. Let me put it on with sound. Yeah. So the CEO of Twitter, called Matt Wallace, who has the Twitter/X handle of @MattWallace888. Let me share my screen here. Here we go. He found this happy little FBI agent. I'm just gonna, let's see if I make it big. Can you see? Yeah, you can see the whole screen. All right, so listen to this.
No, watch this shit, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this. Puts the sign up.
Take a look at what happened.
Shots go off.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just like right there. She's not even freaking the fuck out. What the fuck? No. Watch this shit, dude. Watch. Watch.
Replay. Now, what I want you to also know, I'm going to put this on silent because you get the message, and just look at this woman's reactions, and I'm going to slow it down. Actually, you know what? I do need the sound because I want to have it relative to the shots. So playback speed 25. Now, what I want you to note about this, number one, quite clearly she's involved, okay? The other thing is, just before shots are fired, she looks across into the direction, which must have been the media's angle. Maybe she's honing in on Fox News, maybe not. Maybe she's looking at somebody else in the crowd. But just before shots are fired, she sits down, briefly lifts her sign, and I think the sign said fired, actually. You know, Joe Biden, you're fired, but it was fired. So she lifts up the sign and nods emphatically. And that's when the shots start to be fired. So listen to this. Oh, she smiles also.
She sits down. Yeah. Watches. Puts the sign up.
Something just said. Take a look what happened.
And there you can see her smile. You can see her cheek definitely. So when she hears the shots, you can see she smiles. So from just a neutral, if I smile, you can see these you know, basically the cheeks, and you can see her smile. She hears the shots and she smiles.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
There we go. And then she filmed, okay? So also, in the time that it took the Secret Service to run up to the stage, right? And in the background, you can hear that the next volley of 5 shots is just being fired. She doesn't even care. She knows she's not going to be hit. She knows exactly where those bullets are going, in other words, right? And she can just hear it. She's smiling and she just got her camera out. So in other words, this woman, number one, knew when the shots would be fired very precisely. She even nodded into the camera. Now, I don't think she gave the, let's go forward sign. The sign must have been given elsewhere because it's just too big a hop, or the time is too short to see her nod and communicate that to the shooter on the roof. So she was basically just gloating that she knows when the shots will be fired. She held the fired sign up, then she nodded, and then she looked over there, and then shots started to be fired. In other words, right, she had very, very detailed information coming from somewhere over there of when shots will be fired. So how the hell was this communicated? How did the 2 women in the bleachers and this happy little psychopath in the crowd know that shots would be fired? And also know that her phone is on the ready and in video mode. Like when shots are fired, the average person is like, oh shit, where's my phone? You drop it, then you have to bring up the camera app. But she was ready. She was ready to film this whole thing. In other words, she was ready to film Trump dying before her eyes. And she smiled about it. So while this might seem like nothing, it is smoking gun evidence of a ruthless criminal conspirator in all this. The ruthlessness in these women is that they are just so happy, right? I've seen other footage where I think I found the other 2 women, but the whole crowd is just smiling when Trump is talking. They're just looking at the screen, they are smiling. And out of the smiling crowd, at least these 3 women all know he's going to die that day. And they are bloody happy about it. Now, I think in a court of law, even though they didn't pull the trigger, but they clearly knew that a trigger would be pulled and a gun would be, or a rifle rather, would be fired. So something would be fired and Trump would get shot because the two minions gave it away by ducking too bloody early, right? And she gave it away by smiling, nodding just a moment before and gleefully filming while she can hear shots still whizzing by, not being afraid at all that she might get hit. So I think this should be enough for arrest and interrogation, if you ask me. Now, there was also on the social media, I didn't found this woman at all because I didn't have the Fox News footage. Ironically, I never saw this angle. I saw all other angles, but not this one. So if some footages that look right at her don't have her in the picture because Trump is in front and the stage is in front. But anyway, this is very, very important evidence. So we now have 4 people who are involved in this. And for the NSA database type of IC reach search, that is more than ample to find Mr. Big of who the heck, coordinated this and hired these people. But I've got more for you, because what this proves is that these 3 women had precise foreknowledge about what's going on the roof. They knew exactly when the shooter is gonna start firing. So how the hell could they have known? So I have analyzed up and down everything that I could find, and the answer stares us all in the face. It is something that sticks out like a sore thumb, and that is the woman on the horse in front of the AGR building. Okay, in the meantime, I keep checking that I'm still live. The woman on the horse in front of the AGR building is massively unusual because, number one, who the heck ever takes a horse to a Trump rally? Now, I have seen near Trump rallies, before the event starts, people riding up and down on a paddock with a flag. Okay, that happens. But actually taking a horse to a rally, number one, no rider ever, not even the kooky ones, would ever take the legal liability of your horse, maybe not even necessarily kicking somebody, but stepping on somebody's foot, all right? Or biting somebody, that happens too, right? Nobody would ever take the legal liability. Second of all, even if you're an experienced rider, and even if your horse is police grade material in docility and reliability, they can still freak out about absolutely nothing. Things like a bright white t-shirt. White tends to set horses off. Anything is enough to freak them out. If you really want to listen to a rally, you can't, because all the time you have to monitor Blackie, or whatever the horse is called you're sitting on, and its interactions with its environment, and kind of scan the distance for anything that might set this thing off. So it is not safe. You could never focus on what's being said at the rally. And why the hell would you even bother? So liability, just the stress of it. Also, on the day, instead of just hopping along to the Trump rally with your friends, you have to get, Blackie from the paddock or out of the box, clean Blackie, saddle Blackie, transport Blackie or ride with Blackie there, and then spend the whole time worrying about it, right? Plus, you can't really be with your friends because you're up on a freaking horse. You can't really talk to them. So it doesn't make any bloody sense. And most importantly, how would she have possibly known that that fence line is unsecured and open to horses? Now, for those of you who don't know what the hell I'm on about, let me just show you a picture. This is from the body cam. Well, it's one of the body cam footages that I have, but it's not the body cam footage that I was looking for earlier today. But here we go. So this picture, there's the woman on the horse with the Trump flag. And this is the AGR building here on the right. Hang on, let me just check that you guys can see this on YouTube. Did the share come through? Give me 1 second. Yes, okay, yes, you can see it. Okay, thank God. All right, let me get back to this. The woman on the horse. Yeah. All right, so note a couple of things about this, okay? This is the moment when the police is already running up and down along the building and is looking for the shooter. This is long after this crowd under the tree has been spending about 5 to 10 minutes shouting, he is on the roof, he's got a gun. He's got a gun, he's on the roof. There was plenty of time. Now, these guys were shouting so that the crowd could hear it. The woman on the horse most definitely would have heard, he is up on the roof and he has a gun. Now, when you're sitting on a horse and you hear, he's got a gun, you check where the gun is, because if anybody sets off a gun, even next to a police horse, you're going to land on your ass, right? So instead, this woman sat there, cool as a cucumber, throughout the whole thing, not reacting to people shouting, he's got a gun. And also note how the AGR building here is below ground level because there's a little hill and the AGR building is below. Now, from this angle, it's kind of hard to tell, but if the police officer continues, by the time he is at the level of the horse, the ground is roughly his hip level, okay? So the people here maybe can't see the guy on the roof, but the woman on the horse has a much better line of sight onto the shooter. If she looks over her shoulder, which she would if she would react to he is on the roof and he's got a gun, you would look on the roof, and from this height, I am fairly sure you could see the guy set up. All right. And yet she's completely unfazed, sitting on a horse, hearing he's got a gun, right? Also note where she is. She is in such a position that she can be seen by the shooter, but she also can be seen by the upstairs windows of the AGR building. When you look at the exact level and how you look down across slopes, people in these windows, in the second story windows, can also see her flag, okay? Now, the flag is very important, because I believe that the woman with the flag on the horse was the all systems go sign. Her job, and the reason why she had to be on a horse, was so that the shooter on the roof could see her flag. All right? Flag up means all systems go. Flag down means everybody pull off. Some shit happened, we're about to be uncovered. The intelligence agencies can pick the attack whenever they want to. It would be nice to pull it off on the day, like 3 months and 3 days after the announcement, but hey, it's much better not to be found out. So the intelligence agencies always need a sign that can pull the whole system, the whole project off last minute. Now, there's a precedent for this in the JFK assassination, okay? Now, in the JFK assassination, and you guys just have to listen to the actual justifications of those things. It's so fucking kooky. But anyway, in the JFK assassination, the all systems go sign was, where is it? Let me find it. It was the umbrella man. Okay, let me find the umbrella man. Here it is. So, for those of you who are like me, too young, let me tell you that when JFK was murdered, he was in this open car driving along the street, and there were crowds either way. And the very last person on the sidewalk before shots were fired was a guy holding a black umbrella, an open black umbrella on a clear, warm, sunny day. All right. It's kind of ridiculous when you know what to look for. It's like, the one of the co-conspirators was right down there. All right. So why don't you arrest him? Right. Now, let me show you an actual little documentary about the Umbrella Man. But what I really want to get onto is the batshit crazy justification that these idiots came up with as an explanation for Umbrella Man. Okay, let me share it and make sure that I've got the sound, because you got to hear the shit. It's special. All right, so Umbrella Man, here we go. This is JFK assassination precedent for an all systems go scenario.
In December 1967, John Updike was writing Talk of the Town for the New Yorker, and he spent most of that Talk of the Town column talking about the Umbrella Man. He said that his learning of the existence of the Umbrella Man made him speculate that in historical research, there may be a dimension similar to the quantum dimension in physical reality.
Yeah, sure.
If you put any event under a microscope, you will find a whole dimension of completely weird, incredible things going on.
All right, God, I can't take it.
It's as if there's the macro level of historical research where things sort of obey natural laws and usual things happen and unusual things don't happen. And then there's this other level where everything is really weird.
Yeah, it's called the intelligence agencies. Oh my God, I forgot that this whole starting sequence has all this brainwash bullshit in it. Let's get on to the actual thing about the Umbrella Man. Let me just fast forward. So bottom line is, okay, let's get to the actual stuff. So there's JF Kennedy's traveling down, okay? And the last thing you will see here is Umbrella Man on this sidewalk on the left, okay? Now ignore the bullshit. That's, yeah, this is the New York Times, okay? So this is the intelligence agencies basically spinning a yarn for us. And they want us to, they prime us to think along the lines of, oh, you know, this crazy stuff just happens. It's like the quantum world. It's so weird. No, it fucking isn't. It's all very logical. And when you know how the intelligences operate, it is necessary to have something like this. You need to have a final all systems go sign. Why? Because people fuck up all day long. All right. They're not very good at it. You just have a bunch of killers and, you know, idiots and whores and pickpockets that you have to work with. Great, right? They're not the brightest. So here we go. This is the footage. JFK is about to be shot, and on the sidewalk stands Umbrella Man as the last, you know, person. Yeah.
Then I noticed in all of Dallas, there appears to be exactly one person standing under an open black umbrella.
Only one guy.
And that person is standing where the shots begin to rain into the limousine.
Oh, yeah.
Let us call him the Umbrella Man.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you name the Umbrella Man?
Yes. You can see him in the certain frames from the Zapruder film standing right there by the Stemmons Freeway sign.
Yeah. It's a bloody sunny day. And nobody else has an umbrella but that guy. And look, he's really open. You can see him from absolutely everywhere, from all the angles where there were shooters planted, by the way. You know, and it's the last guy. So now, you can just run statistics and think, okay, what's the probability of anybody having an umbrella on a sunny day? Fuck all, basically. But if somebody wants to have it because they are allergic to whatever, ultraviolet, or because they want to have some sort of crazy ass protest, which, by the way, spoiler alert, is what this is, you know, portrayed to be. What is the probability that they would be exactly at the very end where they would have to stand to be a final all systems go sign? The probability to exactly hit that location with Mr. Batshit Crazy is negligible. And I can prove it because there are hundreds of people everywhere. So what's the probability of being right there, you know, divided by these hundreds of people who were randomly standing elsewhere, right? That's your probability of hitting right that position. So it's basically fuck all.
There are other still photographs taken from other locations in Dealey Plaza, which show the whole man standing under an open black umbrella.
Yes, and quite emphatically, you know, he holds up his umbrella such that you can tell from a large distance. He doesn't just hold the umbrella like you would on a rainy day. He holds it up. He holds it like it means something, right? Of course it does.
Only person under any umbrella in all of Dallas, standing right at the location where all the shots come into the limousine. Can anyone come up with a non-sinister explanation for this?
No, but listen to what they come up with.
So I published.
So they basically want to portray it as like something, you know, like, oh, you must be a kook, right? You must be a conspiracy theorist if you find this weird. And then listen to that. I want to get through to the actual explanation. What blows my fucking mind is that they have this guy's name. They interviewed him. They interviewed one of the criminal co-conspirators who killed JFK. And they let him go because of this Cookie Batchet story. And because the American people were so fucking dumb, they were actually fobbed off with this thing. Sorry, but it's just
conspiracy theories, because everybody else got into the conspiracy theory. They died.
Okay, maybe
so
that
that
blah,
could
blah,
find.
blah, blah. That's not what it.
Well, I asked that the umbrella man come forward and explain this. Right?
Okay, but he actually did.
So he did.
Fuck me.
He came forward and he went to Washington with his umbrella, and he testified in 1978 before the House Select Committee on Assassinations. He explained then why he had opened the umbrella and was standing there that day. The open umbrella was a kind of protest, a visual protest. It wasn't a protest of any of John Kennedy's policies as president. It was a protest at the appeasement policies of Joseph P. Kennedy, John Kennedy's father, when he was ambassador to the Court of St. James in 1938 and 39.
Fuck me.
It was a reference to Neville Chamberlain's umbrella.
Yeah. Okay. Did you get this? So this is the story that the intelligence agencies fob people off with. Okay. So the umbrella man, who quite clearly is the all systems go sign, actually was a protest, but nothing about JFK, but his dad, who had some appeasement policy in 1930, what the fuck, right? Against Chamberlain. And that guy had an umbrella. Are you fucking kidding me? But this is the official story, guys, and this is how they dumb Americans the heck down, okay? So no, that's not what it was. The guy with the umbrella was in on it. He was part of the assassin team. He was the lookout. He was the node where all the information was going together, and he kept receiving signals from all the assassins who had probably their own symbols to signal that they are all ready to go and everything is A-okay and we can now murder the bastard, all right? So Umbrella Man is as guilty as all of them because he would have coordinated with all of them that we are all good to go. And you have the assassin, you interview him and you let him go, right? So this is just the ruthlessness of the media. Of course, nobody in the media actually believes this shit. This guy who's talking, he is just giggling. He has duping the light throughout the whole thing. I don't believe for a second he actually believes a word that he puts out in this documentary, but this is how they want to dumb you Americans down. So to undo that, no, Umbrella Man was an all systems go sign. It's absolutely required. He had to be there. It had to be obvious. It had to be visible because the shooters were very far away. So what is the equivalent for the Trump assassination attempt? It is the big fat horse that you could clearly see from the bleachers. Also note where was the big fat horse standing at the time, all right? Where was the big fat horse standing? The horse was standing at the perfect location where the shooter could see the horse and the people up in the window could see the horse, but also that was in the gap between the side bleachers and the center bleachers where there was this gap, and you could actually look straight through to the AGR building and just this set of trees. So, ladies and gentlemen, the big fat thing that everybody could clearly see was the horse and the woman on the horse and the flag. And it's not a small flag. This is a sizable flag. So what happened with this woman on the horse? Number one, she didn't react to, he's got a gun and he's on the roof, even though she sits on a horse. So it's almost like the fact that he was on the roof and he had a gun didn't really freak her out. Almost like she was the sign that was determining when the shooting would start. So she wasn't worried about any shooting before she gave the signal, if you know what I mean. Anybody who ever sat on a horse that they know very well and that horse suddenly freaks out knows just how bloody dangerous it can be. Even a horse that you know very well, they are still animals. They're not the brightest, right? They are scared. They're flighty animals. And she sits there cool as a cucumber when she hears, he's over there on the roof, he's got a gun. So she knew he's not going to fire the gun until she says so. So what was the symbol? What was the signal for the shooter to fire? Well, and this is where the body cam footage that was deleted from my my laptop comes in, but it doesn't matter. It is one of the standard body cam footages that were released and published by the senator, what's his name? Hawley, I think. He published all the Butler SCU body cam footages, and it's the one of the officer who pulls himself up on the roof. Easy to find, okay? So on that footage, you can see that police officer arrives. Then I think he goes around this building here. You can see that the woman on the horse is still there. This is another body cam footage I got this from, right? But not as good one as the one on his. And on his body cam footage, you can see she's over here. Then you can see that she will ride in front of the guy on the roof with the gun. She will ride across here while the police officer, who's going to pull himself up on the roof, runs back around the building, gets together with the guy who's giving him a leg up. Okay, and by the time he's back down, this woman is on the other side of the AGR building under the other set of trees. So in his body cam footage, you can see as he's coming back down on the roof and is, running around the building again, that this woman has crossed in front of the AGR building and then turns her horse around and looks at him to make sure that he basically doesn't interfere with the shooter on the roof. So she looks at him and waits, and when she can see that he came back down from the roof and is walking away from the building, you can see her turn her horse, and then from these various body cam footages, you can see her take off in a full gallop along the fence line. So in other words, this woman sits there, he's got a gun, he's on the roof, doesn't react, then sees the police arrive, then rides in front of the shooter, and look at the height of the AGR building and look at the height of the flag. If you are sitting on the roof with a rifle where you can see Trump, you freaking can see the big bloody flag in front of your face, being swept past. So in other words, that is the all systems go sign. When the flag clears in front of the shooter, that means you're good to go. And this is how they could also communicate it to the people in the bleachers, because when you're looking between the two bleachers out towards the AGR building, nobody's going to miss the big fat black horse, are they? Everybody can see the horse. So this is how the women sitting in the bleachers just watched the horse go over there, and they knew shots are about to be fired. And a couple of moments after she crossed, shots were fired. And that's exactly how the woman with the black hat who starts filming knows, because you can see her look right over there. She smiles when she can see the horse walk. So if you really match up the time intervals, her first smile in the footage, she looks over there, she smiles, and then she looks into the camera, does this thing with the card, and then nods, and then shots are fired. All this matches perfectly. So in other words, Umbrella Man at the Butler assassination attempt was the woman with the flag on the horse. She is in on it because her behavior does not fit any normal person at all. The timing does not fit at all. Now, the other thing that you will see in the body cam footage I'm talking about is that the guy, he pulled himself up. Maybe he's so confused he doesn't radio into anybody. Hang on, the guy is pointing a rifle at Trump. what he does is he runs again around the building and runs back, and that's when shots get fired. But what he then does, you can hear him panting, run to his car, get his weapon and assemble it. And his body cam, as he's getting out the weapon and getting ready, you can see on his body cam that the woman on the horse is riding basically on the grass verge along the car park under the water tower away into the distance. And that's the footage that I wanted to show you. It doesn't matter, I'll show you tomorrow or the day after. But it is very, very important because you can track where the woman on the horse with the flag went. So when I found that, okay, the first thing that I did is go, okay, she could have brought the horse to the event in a trailer, right? There could have been a trailer parked. Or would you really go to a place that you don't know? I wouldn't. I think I would ask somebody local who can move a horse there and away quickly and unseen without having to have a horse trailer that people might spot. You have to load the horse and drive away. Too far, too much hassle. So I assumed that the FBI would have hired somebody local who could just come on the horse and disappear with the horse and quickly put it in a box so that everything just disappears, right? It's an important signal like that. You know, Umbrella Man, he just shuts his umbrella, mixes with the crowd, and he's gone. Woman on a big freaking horse, you have to make them disappear quickly. So the woman on the horse waited patiently, crossed in front of the shooter on the roof. The shooter starts shooting, but just before he starts shooting, she knows to then, you know, put her horse into a gallop and take off. And she rides really far up the fence line, but then comes back in a big arc and starts heading back. So now let's have a look at the Butler site and find out where this woman might have gone, okay? Because, as you know, I would like to find these people. So let's go to Google Maps, and I can pull it up really quickly. Let's go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and let me share my screen. Okay. Where was this? It was kind of outside of the town a little bit. There we go. Oh yes, Butler. Okay, here we go. So I wish somebody would have done this, but something tells me that nobody did. So here we go. This is Butler, Pennsylvania. This is the Butler farm show location where the rally was taking place. Okay, so let's zoom in. So this is the little lake. Okay, but the actual stage, the Trump stage, was here. This is where the snipers were. And this is the AGR building here. This is the flat AGR building. Okay, so what I'm telling you is that the woman on the horse was under this tree here, where she could have been clearly seen by people in the upstairs second story or second floor windows. She was right here. They had a clean line of sight on her. Then she rode in front of the shooter with a big fat flag, briefly paused under this tree, and the next thing you know is she's taking off along this line in a full gallop, going as fast as she can along here. And then when she was out of range, or you know, here between the trees and far enough away from the shots, she turned around, and then when the police officer who climbed up on the roof here came down and then shots were fired, he ran to his police car and got his weapon out. And on his body cam footage, you can see this woman ride away on this grass verge here. So his body cam footage after shots are fired show the woman on the horse riding along here, riding up north under the water tower and between the car park on this grass, on this lawn. So there she is riding. And the question is, where did she go? Now, as she was riding, it looked like she was curving around a bit. So I was thinking she's probably going in this direction as opposed to that direction. So also, once you're going down here, you can go, you know, if you really want to go east, you would have gone under the water tower and then through the forest unseen. But she went north. So I thought, what is north? Is there anything that I could find north where she might have gone? And just across the road, ta-da, up here, this is a horse training track. If you zoom in, this is a huge horse paddock, and up here are horse stables, to be precise, right here and right there. So in other words, the woman on the horse was here, crossed in front of the shooter, rode along the line, just along the fence line, came around behind the trees and started riding up, because if she crosses this road and this field and this other road, she is on this hidden little side track and can ride straight up to Kranitsky Lane to this horse farm. All right. Now, another thing that I can tell you is that if you use Google Street View and you look at this paddock here, by dropping down over there, you will see a black horse in that paddock. Now, a horse farm might have many, many horses, okay? So just one black horse doesn't prove that it was the black horse, right? But it's a start. It's a start. I think I've really went through this footage. Where's that thing? I think it's right up there. Let me just go up a bit. I hope I can find it on the quick. I took some screenshots of this thing as it appears on Google Maps. Screw it. I can't find it here. Let me show you the Street View screenshots that I've prepared. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is there's at least one black horse up there in Kranitsky Lane, and quite possibly the black horse, right? So where's this thing? Here we go. Here we go. That is the Google Maps footage. Let me just show you. Now you might ask, why the hell is this important? And it is important because these people are guilty. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so the reason why I'm working overtime trying to prove this to you, here we go. So this is now looking down. That is the horse farm up here, the big red barn building. I'm looking east onto this huge paddock in Kranitsky Lane. And if you zoom in, under this little outdoor shed, there's the black horse. That's the head. It's grazing. And you can find several pictures of this little guy. So there's your black horse, Kranitsky Lane, horse farm. That is the most plausible explanation. Also, once you know that, could it have been a random rider from anywhere across the country picking up that horse from Kranitsky Lane and taking it to this event? Now, riders, tell me, would you take a horse you don't know to a shooting? Or would you make sure that it's your horse that you've known for years that you take with you? I don't know. My minimum bias assumption would be that the woman on the horse has her horse at Kranitsky Lane, right? That's basically, for you investigators, I think you can find her. Now, you can find her from just FBI, facial recognition, but my prediction is that her horse will be at Kranitsky Lane. It will be her horse, the one that she's riding regularly, maybe the one she owns. And both the horse know the area and the woman know the horse and the area. That's basically what I'm saying. So we have a guy with the ace of spades, the two women who duck early, the woman in the black hat, get it, the one found by Matt Wallace, who starts filming and is nodding and is smiling. And we have woman on the horse. 5 people here already for an investigation. Now there's a 6th person who was there at Butler, where I am not 100% sure. But if everything is the way it's announced, that too would be a lead, and that is the guy who took the iconic shot. So of the Butler assassination attempt, and took the iconic shot with the bullet trace. All right, that is a very, very famous picture. It shows Trump. Here we go. That's it. That's the one. That this here. This is the one from the New York Times. Now. It's important because to be able, if this photo is real, it's very bad for the photographer. If this photo is fake, it's kind of embarrassing for the photographer, but a lot better in court. And I'll explain to you why. If this photo is real, the photographer was in on it. And that's because to capture something like this, you need a shutter rate, from what I understand, that is about 1/8000th. And as I understand it, you hold down the button and you get what, 8,000 pictures per second, right? So you press and you boom, you get 1,000 pictures, 2,000, whatever, right? Now, to the setting on your camera that you need to capture something like this is totally impractical for capturing something like a rally. So in other words, if you set your camera to be able to capture this, you expect Trump to be shot. You expect bullets to fly, and that's why you want to capture them. One war photographer that was interviewed by a guy called Viva Fry. Sorry, I forgot the proper war photographer's name. I'm sorry, but he did a wonderful interview. And the war photographer explained in detail why you would never have this setting. He says, even in a war situation, you would never, ever run around with this setting. So it's very specific. Only if you want to do a movie of maybe a hummingbird flapping its wings or bumblebee flapping its wings would you ever do this setting. So if this photograph is real, the photographer is in on the murder attempt. He's one of the criminal co-conspirators of the murder attempt on Trump. That, by the way, would have been murder, you know, and wasn't, thanks to Trump and Lady Chance or God or whatever you want to call it, right? So that is very, very bad. Now, as a physicist, I kind of hold out hope for him, because to me, it looks like this photograph is fake, and I'll explain to you why. If this is a bullet trace, it looks like a cavitation track to me. So what it is that when you have a high-speed object go through a medium, as it's going, it has this like suction. It sucks the air behind it. And at some point, at super high speed, like a supersonic bullet, it travels much faster than the vacuum can really fill. And it's also ionizing the track. So what it actually it does, it creates a vacuum, and water vapor will condense around little ionization, you know, particles in the air. So what you really see is water vapor condensing in this like pseudo vacuum. The air can't hold that much water anymore, and it kind of just, you know, condenses into little water bubbles. It kind of sticks together. It's not solved in air anymore, right? These cavitation tracks disappear very quickly when the air kind of comes back. But until then, you can see this cavitation track. Now, you can see it also on fighter jets when they're flying. You sometimes see them in a cloud. But even around fighter jets, the jet never leaves the cloud, because the jet causes the cloud. So, you know, sometimes they change the speed and the cavitation track disappears, but you never see the jet take off and the cavitation stays over there. Even if you can, and somehow the air conditions are such that this effect happens, a bullet doesn't accelerate. So if you create a cavitation track, at the end, you should see the bullet. But I'm like, where the hell is the bullet? I can't see it unless it's somehow buried. I mean, people who are experts in ballistics, I'm a particle physicist, I'm not a ballistics expert. Please tell me, is the bullet inside the tip of this cavitation trail? Is that what's happening? Because to me, it looks fake. If you can capture the cavitation track at the spare tip of it, I would expect to see the bullet, because it's the bullet causing the track. So what is it? Is it this like slightly lighter area? I'm not sure if I can zoom in. Is that slightly odd-shaped thing the bullet? But it doesn't really look like it. Or the projectile, or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't look right under the laws of physics, but that's maybe because it's covered by the cavitation. I don't know. Somebody who's photographed this, please explain this to me and explain what to expect. So there's only two options. This thing is fake, and smoking gun evidence of that is that you can't see the bullet at the end of the track, and maybe the guy who faked it didn't know the laws of physics. That's good, because it means the photographer just wanted to get into the limelight. Hey, you know, wanted to get paid. Okay, don't we all? Fair enough, right? If this picture is real, it's really bad, because it means the photographer expected to, I presume, because they expected the bullet to hit Trump's head, the photographer was tasked with basically recording a high-speed movie of Trump's head exploding for these sadistic psychopaths inside the intelligence agencies. For example, those psychopaths who would be smiling and nodding into the camera and then starting to film, you know, what they reasonably would have expected to be Trump's demise. All right, so we have 6 suspects: Mr. Ace of Spades, the 2 women who ducked too early, the woman in the black hat. There was, by the way, allegations on social media that she might have been the assistant secretary of the FBI, right? There's her. Then we have the woman on the horse who was definitely involved. And then you have potentially the photographer. If this photo is real, he was involved. 6 people. Now with Bill's software, that's enough to uncover the whole bloody network. And do you understand why I'm so upset that I'm making this YouTube video at 2 a.m. in the morning before Trump gets inaugurated in 10 hours, when I could have explained this to somebody hours and hours before, right? But it gets even worse. And if YouTube still allows me to broadcast, I'm not even sure. Have they cut me off yet? I know it still seems to be going. The final thing I want to put in is the explanation of why I freaked the fuck out over this whole thing with Trump and the inauguration. Okay, let me see. Am I still sharing the screen? And that is, so let's put this together. Woman on the horse with the flag is the all systems go sign for everybody in the bleachers, the monitoring team, the, you know, the psychopath team, and the shooter to coordinate around. But then how do you tell all these people what to look for without leaving any traces in the NSA databases? How do you communicate what thing to look for? And I think I found it, okay, by a video that is just as batshit crazy as all the rest. Let me share my screen and get to it. So the announcement of the all systems go sign happened, I believe, on the 3rd of July. Oh, and actually one thing I need to pull up is the announcement of the Butler rally. So that was on Butler rally. Here we go. I need the date of this thing. Yes. Okay, we've got everything to wrap up this criminal case with a bow. All right, so let me share my screen. The Butler rally was announced on the 3rd of July, 2024. This is the announcement on donaldjtrump.com. President Donald J. Trump to hold a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, right? And here they said, President Donald Trump will hold a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday, July 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And this was announced 10 days before, on July the 3rd. What else happened on July the 3rd, which at the time probably everybody looked at and thought it was absolutely nothing, is that on the very same day, on this YouTube channel, Il Donaldo Trumpo, which you remember was the YouTube channel the Ace of Spades appeared on, and this channel has insider footage from the people immediately around Trump who follow him around on Trump Force One. On July 3rd, 2024, I hope you can also see this little tag that appears if I hover my cursor on above the label 6 months. So if it doesn't, you only see 6 months ago. If you can see my cursor, you can also see that as soon as I hover, a little window pops up and it says July 3rd, 2024. If you go to this Rumble video, you will see the same thing happen. If you can't see my cursor, go and check it yourself. Check the evidence yourself, because this is bombshell. So on the same day the Butler rally was announced, Il Donaldo Trumpo Rumble channel posted a video with a guy on a horse with a Trump flag. That's not all, guys. So as I was investigating the assassination attempt, and I figured out that guy or person on a horse with a flag was Umbrella Man, when I went backwards, so to be honest, I first found the ace of spades, and then I thought, shit, I should pay closer attention to this Il Donaldo Trumpo channel. When I started going back through videos and I checked everything just before Butler, I found this thing and I nearly fell out of my chair. And I'm like, holy shit, there is guy in traffic in a place that doesn't look like he belongs on a horse. Right now, check this out. Check this video. I'm sorry, there will be 2 adverts, so bear with me. Oh, actually, there isn't. Okay, that was it. If you are a normal person, you're like, okay, what the fuck is that? It's just a guy somewhere. Sorry, actually, the starting sequence, it starts off here. Okay, and so on. So the starting sequence starts with a zoom, right? And because you can see the street signs, I figured out where this thing is, right? But if you're a normal person, you would think, oh, that's cute. It's just some, Trump promotional material. If you're me, you freak the fuck out because you're like, what the exact F is this? It is exactly the same symbol that everybody was meant to look for. And the footage happens, it's so surreal. A horse is not meant to be in this traffic. There's like a truck, a delivery truck, traffic lights, pedestrians, people with prams. Like, how did the horse get there and where the hell is it? Well, by looking in, really zooming in and reading the street signs, I can tell you that this whole scene is outside the so-called Woolworth building in Lower Manhattan, New York City. Okay? Lower Manhattan, New York City. And you can see this guy, he got there. I can't see a horse trailer. So I found it on the map. And actually, one of the 2 police officers in our town, the sergeant, he used to live in New York. So I went and I said, tell me. And I showed him on the map where this is, where this guy is. And I said, what's the probability? And I said, would you have expected to see a horse rider in that area? And he said, to be honest, New York has the horse carriages inside the park, and they take you on a little loop. But he knew the exact route of those carriages for 2 reasons. Number one, because he was a police officer in New York for years. Number 2, because he grew up in New York, and as a child, with his friends, used to hop onto the back of the carriages and basically take free rides, much to the annoyance of the guy driving the horses, right, driving the carriage. But that was just the game. So he showed me where he grew up in New York, and it was along one of the tracks where the carriages would come home and park up for the night. But all that is around the park. It's not in Lower Manhattan, not near the Woolworth building. So I said to him, tell me, what's the probability of seeing a horse rider at this junction in that part of Lower Manhattan? Would you maybe see 1 per year? A horse rider takes one of the horses from the carriage services and rides it down here. By the way, it's about 3.5 miles away from the nearest carriage, stables. And he said, well, I said, what's the probability? Like once in a lifetime? And he's like, more like never. More like never. That was his answer. Never. You would never see a horse rider in that part of New York. Woolworth building, Lower Manhattan. Okay. So what the hell is this? They make a pretty big deal out of it. So because I already had the woman on the horse as a all systems go symbol, I really started digging in. And the more you dig in, the more symbols you actually realize here. It's quite a bombshell. It looks like absolute pissing nothing, but it's mind-blowing because there's more odd things happening here, right? And it all fits into intelligence agency code. So I thought to myself, it could be nothing, but what's the probability of the Trump team randomly picking up a video of some happy Trump supporting enthusiast taking his horse to Lower Manhattan, riding it on a busy morning where there are delivery vans still going to all the shops, right? And there's traffic. There's actually, by the way, a police car here just on the left. Hashtag police, right? They are involved again. Could have been securing the junction to pull off this little stunt here. So there's a police car here on the left. And there's a guy with a freaking horse, right? So what's the probability of an enthusiastic Trump supporter pulling the stunt? Just to make a point, I came to the answer that the probability is fuck all, okay? Then alternative hypothesis, what if the intelligence agencies are announcing exactly on the day the Butler rally was announced that this is the symbol to look for the assassin and for all the supporting staff, the monitoring staff and the breaches and whoever else might have been crawling around the place. What if this was the announcement of what symbol to look for on the day? Does that fit? Is there any more supporting evidence? And if we watch this video again, there's a second thing that fits secret or intelligence agency coded signaling. And see if you can guess what it is. Okay, there it was. Obvious as, you know, the sun on a bright day to me. Now let me switch off the music so that I can comment. So the second Secret Service insider symbol is this guy on the right combing his hair. Why is that unusual? Well, number one, if you've studied the intelligence agencies as much as I did, there are several symbols that appear repeatedly. The all-seeing eye is one of them. The number 3 or 33 is another one. And then the checkered chessboard pattern of the Freemasons is another one. And here is this guy with this checkered shirt. Okay, it's not a perfect Masonic tiling, black and white like a chessboard, but it's as close as you can get. Without, I mean, nobody's wearing a black and white checkered shirt, right? So as close as you can get without it looking weird. And then the other thing about him is, what's he doing? He's as good as bald. He barely has any hair, and yet he's combing his hair. And look how he's combing his hair. Oops, I was at the end. Yeah. He is combing his non-existent hair forward, right? Okay, maybe that's if you have an Afro style hairdo, maybe that's very, very you know, normal, but forward. If you here you go, you can see him emphatically, repeatedly combing forward. Like, dude, you don't have that much hair to be standing on a New York, you know, on a morning in New York City and a busy road, and also where he's standing, he's like conveniently in the camera, but not quite on the sidewalk. So one leg is off, is just on the verge, right? Where you can be knocked over by, you know, bike deliveries or people's rear view mirrors, right? He's right there. Such an odd location to just be standing and combing your hair repeatedly when you barely have any hair. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit as much as the horse doesn't fit. So what the heck does it mean in terms of intelligence agency signaling? Well, there's the horse with the flag, the guy, the horse and the flag, that will be the symbol on the day. Next to it, Masonic tiling. So the Masons are saying it's going forward. It's going forward, and that's what you will have to look for. When it's going forward, you will see that. Get it, get it, get it. Going forward, say the Masons. And that is what it will look like. Look for that sign. Ta-da! The exact day that Trump's rally was announced in Butler. What is the probability of that? Well, fuck all, basically. Random chance probability. And again, it's the Il Donaldo Trumpo. So when I saw this this bad feeling started, rising in me, because what it means is that the people who operate the Il Donaldo Trumpo channel have a certain likelihood to have been involved. Now, there's an alternative explanation. These guys were just sent this video as a cutesy video of a guy with a horse waving the Trump flag. Now, because the multimedia team was basically putting out these type of videos, it wouldn't seem odd. But did none of them think, oh, that's a busy street. What's the guy doing on the horse there? How did you get this footage, right? Did nobody question it? But again, all that questioning, talking about it, is something that only Trump's team can really determine. Only the Secret Service details around Trump can determine. Go and talk to these people and ask, how the fuck did you get the footage with the horse in New York City? Who sent you that? Because whoever the fuck created it is in on it. All right. Now, the people who appear in the footage might have been just hired for the day for a stunt that they didn't understand. But whoever goes through the bother of creating the video and implanting it on the Il Donaldo Trumpo YouTube, Rumble channel is in on it. Because they specifically wanted it to be seen where the ace of spades was seen. And as I've just explained, the mainstream media did not like to promote the fact that the law enforcement services loved Trump. So it was just the Il Donaldo Trumpo channel that would have had the law enforcement videos, that would have had the ace of spades. So whoever created the video would have, implanted it there. This sort of imprinting, as it's called, by the intelligence agencies is very common. And for plausible deniability, they imprint their shit on people who have nothing to do with it. So there's these two things, but they need to be checked kind of urgently, because if somebody inside Team Trump who would be connected to the Il Donaldo Trumpo channel and have editorial say of what gets published when, because the when was also very important, they could be involved. Or it was just imprinted. But if it's just imprinted, how could they make sure that that particular video would be published that day? It had to be on the day the Trump rally was officially announced. So that is a shed load of questions that only the secret investigative arm of the Secret Service that has a connection or is right there on the scene can answer. And this is why I was trying to get through to the Sean Curran, the protective detail leader of President Trump, because at that point, when I found that, I was just like, holy shit. Okay, somebody needs to get on the case ASAP and determine who the fuck created the video and imprinted it on that channel. Now, it gets even more weird than that, because when I found this, and I'm not sure if you guys can follow and see the gravity of all this shit, I certainly can, because in the realms of intelligence agency criminality, that's exactly what it looks like. They can't just send an email or a corporate memo inside the FBI saying, we're going to kill Trump, and this is how we're going to do it, and this is how we're going to pull it off, right? They also can't say it inside the FBI building, because knowing spycraft, they know that their workplace will be the #1 place that's bugged, all right? They also couldn't say it outside because they know they would be followed. So it's all kind of very weird. It all kind of looks like nothing, and they will be discussing it with oblique references to horses and flags that sound like nothing to anybody else, okay? So when it comes to intelligence agency criminality, we are specifically looking for weird shit, okay? The fact that it's weird shit is not a discouragement. It is almost proof, all right? If you get my drift. Now, the reason why I freaked out about the Trump inauguration, okay? Actually, let me finish this thing off with the guy on the horse, okay? Because there's something else. I checked on the 3rd of July, there was nothing happening in New York City. So President Trump was not attending a court case, as far as I know, because Judge Merchan, I think it was Judge Merchan, not the creepy one. It was Judge Merchan. I think it was that case with the lying whore. What's her face? Stormy Daniels. I think it was the Stormy case that had been adjourned the day before. So there was something happening at the New York courthouse on the 2nd of July, but it was adjourned and nothing was happening on the 3rd of July. So there was no connection to New York City regarding court cases that I could make out. I don't think Trump was at the courthouse in New York City. Beside the horse is like, I think like a 5-minute car ride away from where the courthouse would have been, where Trump appeared. So nothing to do with the courthouse that I could find. I couldn't find, I searched the Woolworth building up and down. Yes, it's a bit Gothic and has some Masonic symbols, but so do all buildings, frankly, around the world. It's nothing concrete. Unless Trump has some sort of connection to the Woolworth building or something on that junction, I couldn't find anything at all, apart from one thing. And this is where it gets creepy as fuck, okay? Because when you zoom in, so let me just show you. That's how I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I was searching up and down. I asked a police officer I know who used to live in New York, like, is there anything specific about that junction, that location? Why did they pick that? I mean, you can put a guy on a horse and a guy in a checkered, lumberjack shirt anywhere into the landscape, anywhere in the world, and make this little cutesy footage and, be done with it. What is it? Like, I kept looking, okay, but I couldn't find anything related to Trump, but I could find something else. So here it is. Let me go to Maps, Google Maps, and I'll show you how I found it, just so that you know how this weird shit pans out if you're investigating the intelligence agency. So Woolworth building. I'm sorry, my bandwidth here my laptop is slowing down. Woolworth building, New York. Okay, let me share my screen and show you this happy junction here. All right. And you guys can go back and find it yourself on Google Maps and convince yourself that the footage was indeed on Street View. You can tell that so this is the Woolworth. Well, there's a city park here, okay? And here's that red junction. The horse was exactly here. All right. The horse was exactly here, where in the corner of this red stripe, where it meets the stop line. The horse was right here, and the guy who was filming it was right there. You can count the vents here on the floor and find out that the guy was standing right here. And the guy combing his hair is somewhere down here, right? Kind of on this edge of the sidewalk. And when you can see that there are all these poles, right? Standing here so close to the edge is not really a natural place where you would just stop and comb your hair for 5 minutes, okay? So it's all weird as shit. And I couldn't find anything about this building. Is the New York City Housing Authority, but hey, so what? The New York City, whatever, Office of Labor, who gives a shit? Nothing here. But then when I zoomed in on Google Maps, suddenly this thing pops up right in the middle between the guy filming and the horse. And it's the memorial plaque honoring the birth of, drum roll, Marie Curie. That has jack all to do with President Trump. But it has a lot to do with me. And I'll tell you why. And that's because when I used to be a fellow at St. John's College, Oxford, it's a formal college. We have formal dinners every day of the week, black tie dinners every bloody day of the week. And so you go there, if you're a fellow, you're kind of expected to wine and dine with with the rich and famous and do your thing, all the fluffing. And I've done it. And every time you wine and dine, and you sit down next to somebody you've never met, you just introduce yourself. And there's a rule: you talk 2 or 3 minutes with the guy on your left, and then 2 and 3 minutes with the guy on the right, and you go back and forth, right? That's St. John's College dining rules. But when I sat down being the fellow for physics, people would ask me, hey, so what do you do? And I say, yeah, I'm the research fellow for physics. And people would say, woman, physics. And they'll be like, oh, yes. So you are like that famous physicist. And 100% of the people used to say, oh, like Marie Curie. And I used to reply, that's right. But can you name any other female physicists? And it would be crickets. Crickets. Everybody was like, let alone female particle physicist. Just name me another female physicist apart from Marie Curie. Nobody can. Nobody in the academic science, not even physicists, not even other physicists could name a female physicist, right? Okay, so Marie Curie, it's basically the only female physicist reference anybody in the world knows. All right, if you want to do a nod, like a serial killer psychopath nod to a female physicist, the only reference you could come up with is Marie Curie. And now looking into this, what the sweet F has Marie Curie got to do with New York City? The answer is nothing. Nothing what the hellsoever. It sounds like, I've really read up about this, a bunch of people were super eager to have a memorial because I think Marie Curie went to New York and stayed there once, whatever the story is, I forgot. But she has no real connection, but the people wanted to honor her because she stayed there once and did something. And they came up with this plaque. And this plaque is just behind, I'll show you, right? It's Google Maps shows it in the center of the street, but that's not where this thing is. I had to do some research and actually find where this this thing is located. So here is the plaque. This is what it looks like. And actually this tree is better visible on Street View than this plaque itself. It's just a stone thing with this black encryption. It's the memorial plaque honoring the birth of Marie Curie, okay? And where this thing is located, if you go drop down into Street View, you will see this picture. There you go. Street View, you know how Street View takes a random snap of people standing there? And basically, the stone plaque, I think, is this little stone here right behind him. There's the edge of the dark plaque, and there's the stone, right? So it's this fence line, and there's that light-colored tree just behind the plaque. So on Street View, you won't even be able to see this plaque unless, like me, you spend like a day trying to find it, okay? So it's right there next to this guy's pocket. That's the edge of that stone thing and the black little tablet on top, right? That's it. What the hell has this got to do with anything, right? Marie Curie, the only reference I could find to that bloody horse, right? What's the reference? And then when I looked at this, I thought, okay, what ties Marie Curie to the horse and the guy recording it? And that's where it gets weird as shit. Because the horse, if you do a distance measurement on Street View, the horse, exactly where it's located, I told you, next to this red strip in that corner, is exactly 100 feet away from the memorial plaque. And I had to really find that tree here on Street View next to that booth. I counted the trees and the plaque is about here. I'm pretty sure about that. It's exactly 100 feet to the horse, and it is also exactly 100 feet to, where's the other picture? Oh God, did the PDF, no, here it is. It's also exactly 100 feet to the guy who took the camera recording. And I told you, you can see where he is based on the number of vents that are visible in the picture. So he's standing here. So the guy filming and the horse are both equidistant from the memorial plaque to the only female physicist anybody can name. Is that weird or what? Well, it sounds like the kooky shit real tinfoil hats would come up with, but the point is that I am pretty much the only woman I know who has been investigating the intelligence agencies in Europe and in the United Kingdom for sure, right? In other words, MI6, the Crown agency, the Crown Corporation, knows me better than the Americans. I mean something to them. It's like the rap song says, remember the name, okay? They remember my name. And if I had to guess anything, they knew, or parts of them, in some insider joke, they were like, well, who the fuck's ever going to investigate this? And somebody at MI6 said, oh, we know somebody. We know somebody who will dig around. If Trump gets shot, she will go after this shit. Like nobody ever went after this. And yes, and she's a female physicist. So it's almost like, now I can tell you this is not the first time I find little breadcrumbs, right? It's a bit like, you know, when Trump talks about Hannibal Lecter, these psychopaths who are like, he typically talks about illegal immigrants who are killing people. But Mr. President, that's not even the worst psychopaths we have. The worst Hannibal Lecters are in the intelligence agencies. And just like in the movie Hannibal Lecter, the psychopath leaves a little breadcrumbs, little kind of what you call it, like jeering clues for the police investigator, the FBI investigator to find. So this is not the first time this happens. And that is the only connection I could find to that particular location in New York City. It is the only connection to a female physicist, I think, in existence here in the United States. And that's exactly where the announcement of the symbol, all systems go symbol, was made for the Butler rally. That's what I got, guys. So it's almost like a personal note. This thing just turned personal. Now, to the Secret Service guy who talked to me on the bridge outside Mar-a-Lago, I could see he was like, who the fuck is this woman? Now, what you guys have to realize is that MI6 knows very well who I am. Number one, it's because they implanted me, they human trafficked me, they sex trafficked me, because, by the way, the chips I have can be used to remotely sexually assault me. I am a sex slave of MI6. They know who I am. And I'm trying to prove to you that with references to the crown, the 33, 3 months, 3 days is the Ace of Spades announcement. All those are references to the crown. And the closest crown agency that tried to enslave you Americans is the British crown. And MI6 is an agency of the British crown. They know who the hell I am. You guys don't. They know I will investigate the shit out of this if anything happens to Trump. You guys don't. And it looks like they just kind of gave me a nod, like, hey, girl, you made it this far. You know, here's one for you. So that's all I can tell you guys. And I think if I'm right, unless somebody can come up with an alternative explanation of how that location connects to Trump, and it's just pure coincidence that the only complete left field memorial to the only female physicist anybody can fucking name is right there, unless you can give me an alternative explanation, I have to use the scientific method and say, oh, that was a reference to me. That was a nod to me. Like, hey, you made it this far. You know, here's one for you, sort of with the winking, all-seeing eye. Now, okay, that is now the background story. So you know all this, but here is now the final explanation of why I freaked the fuck out about the Trump inauguration. And there are 2 branches to this. Number one, I picked up when Trump was back in Pennsylvania, in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, I picked up something that strikingly looks like a Masonic kill order, just like the Ace of Spades. In fact, it's using exactly the same number game. Okay, so if YouTube is still broadcasting, Jesus, it is. Okay, I'm almost finished, guys, but you have to understand the full investigative lead here. So that is the Latrobe stuff. Hang on, where's this? Here, funeral music. So when President Trump was in Latrobe, okay, what they did, let me bring this up. I have a second one. Okay. So President Trump used to go to all these places and do these rallies, okay? And at every single rally, the music that was played was very upbeat, uplifting, YMCA and all the others, right? People loved it. And then when he was back in Pennsylvania in Latrobe, I think it was the 15th of October. I have to check. I didn't find any symbolism in the date that time, but he was back in Pennsylvania. So again, reference to Butler. They suddenly started playing a funeral music. And I want to show you this. And the way they played, this was, I think, the first time it was played. I didn't hear it at any of the other rallies. I could be wrong, but I followed them all, so maybe I missed something. But the first time it was played in a very odd way. They didn't play the whole tune. They played the funeral march. They started playing it, interrupting a previous song, a previous thing, and then they stopped it abruptly at the end as well. And they only played a short segment. So let me just show you what I mean. Let me bring up one of these videos. Now, with everything I'm trying to teach you guys about the intelligence agencies, you have to take this shit seriously. Even, oh, sorry, it's not this video. It's the other one here, this one. Okay, so I hope I have the bandwidth to load the full video. My laptop is struggling. It has the FBI sitting on it. All right, so let me show you. Let me share my screen. This is President Trump giving a rally in Latrobe, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Pennsylvania. And you can see that in the beginning, the whole thing starts, the music is just generally uplifting. And how do I press play? The Zoom controls are in the way. So you can hear Hallelujah being played. And then let me take it forward just before Trump appears, roughly. Yeah, okay, let me do it differently. Let me jump ahead with these markers, one more and one back. Okay, so the last couple of seconds here. All right. So what you will hear is the previous tune being interrupted when this whole thing gets played. All right, so listen. I hope it can load this. Please, FBI, give me some bandwidth to load this thing. Ah, shit. Okay, sorry, my laptop is struggling. Give me 1 second. Let me just open this again, okay? Let me open the whole file again because it just crashed on me. This is important, so it's bloody important. This, as far as I can tell, is the renewed Masonic kill order with an inscribed precise time, well, fairly wide, but a time frame of when the execution is to take place. Okay, so all right, let me jump ahead to 2:30, 3:30. All right, I think that's it. Share the screen. Oh God, come on. Okay, it's loading. It's loading. It's really on. My laptop is on its hind legs here. Please load this thing. Come on. Let's give it just a couple of seconds. Okay, so to explain to you what you're about to see here, you will see the music playing along, all happy, and everything is fine. But then suddenly the music gets interrupted and there will be these bell tolls. I gotta reload. There will be these bell tolls and suddenly this funeral music starts playing, right? Which is rather creepy indeed. Okay, so let me oh God, sorry about this. Let me just close a couple of these windows so that my computer has enough bandwidth to even deal with it. This can go, that can go, that can go. All right. Yeah, okay, hopefully now I have enough to actually show you. All right, here we go. One more time. Opening the same file again. Sorry about this. This is so frustrating. Okay. It's all going normally. I'm jumping in.
I've seen before.
Okay, like an ad.
before.
Our screaming will be tweet must re-elect
Okay, we have
Donald
3 minutes.
Trump.
And I hope you guys can see this. And listen to this. The music gets interrupted. One bell toll. Trump appears in the door frame. Second bell toll. Third bell toll. So 3 bell tolls. But this is the Chopin funeral march. That's how I know this thing, right? There was 1 bell toll on the stairs. Horrifying. Second bell toll. And the third one will be just at the end when they cut it off. So I'm not sure if you heard the very last one. So anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And then the whole thing basically starts up, right? And it goes normally. So what I wanted to say with all this, okay, is that I think I didn't play it quite well and the volume has to be right. But if you count the bell tolls, there's 3 in the beginning, there's 1 as he's descending the stairs, and there's 1 more. And then the third one is just cut off when they turn off the volume, but it's you can still, if you really listen to it, hear the third bell toll. So again, we have 3 bell tolls, and in between the funeral march. But what really freaked me out is that this piece of music, I mean, first of all, the funeral march freaks me out. It's completely against the uplifting, very happy music that really energized people. Now, what I do understand is now, after I've been educated, is that there was a wrestling legend called The Undertaker, and this was his walk-on music. But the point is, it's The Undertaker's walk-on music. It's not Trump's, right? So The Undertaker had this funeral music, and it was basically in wrestling, like, oh, well, he's gonna, put them to rest. He will put everybody to rest. And the music is called Rest in Peace, by The Undertaker. It's used in this wrestling walk-on music. And as people tell me who used to follow wrestling as young people, it was quite impressive. So he came across as like, oh my God, by the time he came on, you knew it was game over. It's going to be this most amazing win. So I get the reference. That's not about a misunderstanding of this. I found it unfortunate having the funeral music, but I can see how Trump could have been talked into this, especially because he knows the guy who was the Undertaker, and I think he even met him leading up to this. So all that is fair enough, right? What is not fair enough is how the music was played the very first time. It wasn't a standalone thing. They didn't play it all the time or all the way through. It was a very cut-off segment, 3 bell tolls, that's it. So they interrupt whatever came before, and they interrupt this thing. Every other walk-on music was just played all the way through, and it was like its own thing. So that's already unusual. The funeral music is unusual. 3 bell tolls cut off. That's bad, right? 3-3, 33. the Crown Corporation plays the funeral music for Trump. And then when you look at how exactly they cut off the music starts playing when after Trump landed in the plane and appears, then he comes down from having landed, and before he can even touch the railing to get up onto the stage, the music cuts off like that, interrupting the middle of the third bell toll, right? If you take this to be a Masonic kill order, the funeral music signed by the Crown Corporation, what would be its meaning? Trump will die after landing before reaching the stage. In plain English, Trump will die after winning the election, as in landing, before he reaches the inauguration stage. Can you see why I freaked the fuck out about this? So this was on the 15th of October. So after trying to get through to the Secret Service with the Ace of Spades and the people on the fucking horse and all that sort of stuff, right? And not getting through, sitting through the rallies and then hearing the funeral march, deciphering a Masonic kill order for Trump after the election, before the inauguration, one thing that became clear to me is that, number one, the Crown Corporation expected him to win because the kill order was after landing, right? It could have been any time landing somewhere where he was flying, but that wasn't specific enough. So at first I thought, oh, it could be any of the rallies where he lands before he reaches the rally stage, but it was just not specific enough. So as time wore on, I thought, holy shit, they mean after landing before the inauguration, right? So this is why, as when Bill and I didn't hear anything back from the Secret Service, no interest in our investigations, and I hear the La Trobe thing in the middle of October, I freaked the fuck out. And I was basically in freak out mode through the whole of October, watching all the Trump rallies, looking for absolutely freaking everything that could have been a covert symbol, a symbol of a sign of threat, and I couldn't find anything. But the more you look and the more you wait, the more you think, oh shit, it could be the next one, it could be the next one, and you just kind of build up this whole thing. And there was nothing. So by the time we reached December, I was really starting to think, okay, holy shit, we need to get on the case before inauguration because something could very well happen here, okay? This is why I was chewing my nails, and eventually I said, listen, Bill, the FBI stole our letters. We have to set a trap. So this is why I bothered to drive down to Mar-a-Lago, and on another day, I will explain to you all the car sabotage and so on. But this is why I was there at the start of December begging for somebody to please get onto this and at least look into it. If you look into it and decide it's rubbish, it's fine, but look the fuck into it. Now, what really, really freaked me out even more was at the start of the past week, exactly 1 week before the inauguration, the following thing was flashed up by, as far as I can make out, the intelligence agencies, and it was this thing. Suddenly, the YouTube channel of Il Donaldo Trumpo that had already announced the horse, right? The very same horse here in New York, right? That it had posted on the day the Butler rally was announced, the very same video was reposted with a ready to rock, right? Exactly on the 13th of January, 2025, exactly, I think about at 12 o'clock. I couldn't really, I mean, I clicked on it just, I think, half an hour after 12. Oh, sorry, I clicked on it at 2:30 and it said it was posted 2 hours ago. But this whole thing is just not as precise, so it would round. So at some point around 12 o'clock, exactly the week before the inauguration, the same symbol was played. Now, of course, at the inauguration, I don't expect that to be a horse, but it was something about look for the sign. And remember, the guy in the corner combing forward means it's going forward. We're going forward. Look for a sign. It's going forward. So exactly within the hour of the inauguration at midday on January 20th, Monday, January 20th, midday is the inauguration where Trump would be on the stage. exactly a week before, they repost this video. Il Donaldo Trumpo, the inside is right next to Trump. The same video, exactly at 12 or very close to 12, saying it's going forward. So something is going forward today on Inauguration Day, say the Masons, right? After they announced Trump's funeral between the election and the inauguration already in La Trobe on the 15th of October. All right. So I have spent the last week in freak out mode asking Bill, who the hell can we contact who might know Trump, who could possibly vouch for us and tell these people who the fuck we are and that we're not kooks and that we really are, you know, we are doing serious stuff. Bill is not doing this, what I'm doing, because Bill is the beautiful mind who is all about numbers and bits and bytes. I'm the person who does the investigation that involves sewage diving, as I call it. I go down, I have to really look at these psychopaths, look at their fucking faces, figure out their sex degeneracies and their proclivities, and really start analyzing and putting stuff together. That's what I do and have done for years. And this is everything that I could find. I spent the last week, we reached out, we desperately tried everybody, we couldn't get through. If Trump got it, he must have thought, oh, it's nothing. I assure you, it's not nothing. So to answer everybody's question, this is the full evidence. It took me, what, 6 hours to present my work of the last 6 months. The people to investigate are the Il Donaldo Trumpo people, because it's just too much. They posted the Ace of Spades, could have been imprinted, planted for them. I mean, that was really planted in the landscape, right? But then they posted the guy in New York on a horse, and then they reposted the same video exactly at 12 or thereabouts, around 12, 7 days before the inauguration. So 3 strikes and you're out in my world. 3 coincidences like that are no coincidences, okay? So I believe that whoever is tied or has editorial control over the Il Donaldo Trumpo channel has just announced the next assassination attempt on Trump on Inauguration Day. After the people who would select the music and work with the ground team at his rallies already announced the assassination attempt in the exact window, right? Before he reaches the stage. Don't worry, guys, he will die before reaching the stage already in October. So please, 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 please keep your eyes open tomorrow and know that should any shit happen, here is the proof. It was the FBI all along. It's the FBI. Could it be the CIA? Bill would say, yeah, but it could have been the CIA and NSA. He's, you know, likes to say that. Yes, the NSA is 100% involved because they would be doing all the monitoring, everything, the monitoring that nobody cottons on to this. They are also involved in watching this shit, right? But also the CIA for sure was involved because Ryan Ruth, the guy who tried to kill Trump the second time in West Palm Beach, was a mercenary recruiter for Ukraine. That's the CIA's job. He was recruiting Afghan war fighters to fight in Ukraine. That is a CIA's job. So Ryan Ruth was a CIA agent, is a CIA agent, okay? Now the third one in Coachella, or however you pronounce it, in California, where when the local police arrested a guy called Vem Miller, they couldn't find out he had a bunch of guns in his car and had the VIP pass for the Trump rally. They couldn't find out what his name really is because he had so many passports on him and documentation where his surname kept being different, but what was repeated was Vem. So Vem Miller, that's what they called him. Now he for sure is CIA also, okay? With all these foreign passports for foreign travel under different names, that's CIA, okay? But in all these things, tomorrow I will get into the lying by the FBI about the identity of the shooter, about the investigation, all that. But in a sense, the lying on the FBI is just circumstantial evidence that the FBI was involved. The people I presented here today are people who are definitely involved and need to be investigated. Like by yesterday, they would have had to be investigated in July when I first found them, right? And most certainly in September when I desperately wanted to come forward with this information. And this is the information that the Secret Service couldn't give a shit about when I was standing outside Mar-a-Lago and ready to hand over an entire laptop's worth. I had even this pack of brand new USB, unopened USB disk, 64 gigabyte, to copy all the evidence from my laptop after I talk people through of what the fuck it means, so that they can have their own copy. Why is it unopened? So that I can show people that I'm not loading anything. There's no crap on this. It was bought from Walmart, right? So I was ready to give these people all this stuff and they couldn't give a shit. Now, can I trust them that they have done their own professional investigation, have found all this already? Fuck no. These people couldn't fly a drone over Butler. And besides, as we just learned from Susan Crabtree, they are so overworked, you know, they think it's fair enough to commit suicide, right? Or at least their colleagues didn't think it could have been murder. Or maybe they did. I don't know. But at least what's, you know, presented is, oh yes, they are so overworked, they just kill themselves. So they are just far too busy to run all this, yet here I am sitting on this information. So I am massively fucking pissed off about this. But it's okay. I understand that people don't know me in this country. Just realize the intelligence agencies know me so well. They put little clues for me in. So guys, maybe you should take me seriously. Also, as I will show you in my other video, the FBI took me so seriously. They took the bother to hire some sports cars and try to kill me on the highway traveling down to West Palm Beach. They sabotaged my car, you know, the 3 different times on that trip. They also tortured me after I spoke to the Secret Service. As I walked back to the house where I was staying, I was tortured for the rest of the day. I had to buy myself cooling pads from Walmart at night, and CVS and Walmart or whatever it was, to just be able to cool my head, because the microchips implanted by the University of Oxford, as they are documented in this book here with photographs from victims in the US of actual chips removed, all that was turned on to pain torture me so hard I couldn't drive back from West Palm Beach the next day. I had to stay over in a hotel. And again in the morning when I came out, the FBI gang stalkers were there waiting for me to come, and they set off when I set off. So the FBI knows me, follows me everywhere, invests huge resources into me, and yet the Secret Service couldn't give a shit. If you guys could give a 1% the shit the FBI gives about me, you would get a lot further. That's all I want to say. So, but anyway, if anyone could listen to all this, I know it's a lot of hours, but I'm telling you it's important. You have to work through it eventually. You know, you have to pass this on. I was trying to explain the full logic of this, how I got to where I got, how I put all these puzzle pieces together, and I'm fairly confident that all this is correct. And to answer everybody's question, it is very unlikely that the attack will come from a drone today on Monday. It is very, very likely the stuff that they have been testing on the Secret Service and on the Trump rally goers, heaven forbid on the owner of Gottlieb Deli, and on Alex Bruzovitz, and on the pregnant Secret Service agent who died, and the guy who committed suicide, and the woman who went batshit crazy at Joint Base Andrews. I think it's going to be something to do with those weapons they kept testing on you guys. So maybe after all this, you understand where I'm coming from. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you for listening to, you know, this was a video for investigators to inscribe it into the annals of history should something happen to our President Trump during the inauguration. And I hope to hell it doesn't. But this video is so long and so laborious because it's not meant to be watched by the normal person. It's meant to be watched by people who record history. And maybe one day there's somebody out there actually doing a disciplined investigation. It's for you guys. And now I'm going to go to bed, and I will hope that President Trump's okay. I'm going to watch the whole thing. And we need President Trump, and we need to have the FBI shut the fuck down, because by the time they're at this level of insane, ruthless, and jeering, putting little Hannibal Lecter clues for the one single investigator to find that it bothers to look into the stuff, at this level, they are beyond redemption. They are truly beyond redemption. All right. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you for listening. All the best to you guys out there. And I hope that President Trump will be okay. So bye for now. And